Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. How we doing today, guys? I am here. I'm on time. Court is not quite started yet. Mr. Bronco will be joining us in a little bit. What else do we have going on? Yeah, here's the courtroom. I don't know who else will be joining today. Steve Gosney might not be here today because he's working. I think he'll probably come on his lunch break. Actually, I'm also eating breakfast. The court camera is having a seizure. It stopped the second I fucking switched. The court camera, this one was having a seizure twice now. We'll keep an eye on it. Don't mind me. I'm eating breakfast still. Waking up early has ruined me. It makes me want to have breakfast every day. It makes me question all my life choices, actually. Waking up early, I feel like good. I feel like I'm supposed to be alive during the day rather than feeling dead all day and being alive in the middle of the night. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. Well, I'll tell you, it's a bad thing for my show because I don't plan on changing my show time anytime soon. What is this? Grits in my beard? Damn it. But anyway, it's interesting being awake and alive. Where's my Fox interview? I don't know. It was for local affiliate stations. Oh, damn it. Yeah, see? Look at it. Look at it. There we go. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. It was glitching out. You guys saw it. So yeah, I was interviewed yesterday after the show by a reporter who reports for Fox News affiliates that was there in South Carolina. I don't know if she is broadcasting the interview. I don't know if she was taking notes from the interview and just going to kind of recap what we talked about. I don't know. That, doesn't really matter to me. But I tell you, you've heard everything I said. I kind of summarized mine and the panel's thoughts on what's been going on here at trial. And I tried to give some perspective because I know our opinion is probably not going to be the popular one. The popular opinion is that he's a guilty murderer and he should go to prison forever. Our opinion on the panel has not been that he's not guilty. It's that the state has not shown so far a compelling narrative to make him guilty. But I tried to give some perspective on that. And I talked about my sort of phase of the trial impressions where you should be, right? At the end, at the beginning, you should have the presumption of innocence for the defendant. That's the constitutional right of the accused. And then by the end of the state's case in chief, you should think they're guilty. They should have convinced you. And then after that, the defense case in chief should start to poke holes in that and hopefully lead to reasonable doubt. And then, at closing arguments, you get to apply the law to the story that you've heard and make up your own mind. And whether they're guilty or innocent should out at that point. It should be clear from the facts presented in the law as it stands. It doesn't work out that way all the time, but that's the ideal, right? That's when everybody's doing their job. My hair is sticking out. It's trying to escape. You don't get to escape. You're like a kid in Joe Biden's basement. You get to stay there forever. But anyway, this trial has been a bit of a slog. The state's moving really, really slow through everything. The defense isn't moving much faster. So we're just kind of waiting to see what happens. Sorry, psychotic doll. Sorry, I'll try and be late tomorrow. Someone asked me if I got some good sleep. Yes, I did get very good sleep last night. I had I have been doing for quite a while now a Dungeons and Dragons stream on Geeks and Gamers tabletop channel for the past many months. I don't know, 7, 8 months, something like that, every Monday. And this was yesterday was my next to last session. So next Monday will be my last session. But after doing 9 hours of streaming, a half-hour interview, and then another 3 hours of D&D, I didn't do a night show on Monday. It was kind of exhausted. So I just went to sleep, and I went to sleep at like 10:30. I woke up at 4:30 in the morning. No, I woke up at 4, and I tried to go back to sleep, and then I got up at 5. Yeah, that's what happened. I may have dozed in and out somewhere in that 4 to 5 range. I don't know. But yeah, I just when I go to sleep early, I wake up really, really early. That's the way my brain works. But thank you for asking. Yes. And I even had time to make breakfast, which I'm eating now. That's right. Modafinil is not a friend of sleep, I'd imagine. Yeah, but I don't generally take modafinil. I only take modafinil if I'm going to get like 2 hours of sleep before a trial. I don't do that. That's yeah. So like the past couple days I have not been on it at all. I prefer not to do medication. Jankety, you'll have to wait and see if I got that widow pregnant in D&D. In D&D. What tea am I drinking this morning, the tea man? I am not drinking tea this morning because you weren't here to make it, you bigot. Everybody check out a good friend of the show, a good friend of me, the tea man at thedragonstreasure.com, a haven for tea and anime lovers. You can go to thedragonstreasure.com. You can buy beautiful hand-blended loose leaf teas and tea accessories. I sell tea and tea accessories. You can buy them. You can try them out. There's a bunch of different flavors. My personal favorite is Elixir of the Gods. The one I tried yesterday was really good, though. Really good. I can't remember. T-Man, you told me which one it was. It's the one with lemon and eucalyptus and peppermint and black tea and maybe white tea. Which one was that? I'll wait for him to tell me so I can tell you guys because you could buy it. It was really good. Now, I put sugar in my tea, though. You don't always have to, but I just like sugar in my tea. I'm a racist like that. Is there a propane flavored one? There's one called Skooma, if you're a fan of the Elder Scrolls. But I can't remember. Secrets of the Songstress is what he says it is. I believe him because he's autistic and knows everything about his own tea. But yeah, Secrets of the Songstress is very good. The Skooma has whiskey flavoring in it, I believe. So I was going to try that. I think it has cocoa nibs in it too. I was going to try that one, but I didn't try it yesterday. So it's on my list. But yesterday I was just in the mood for some, lemony black tea goodness with some peppermint in it. Mint. Man, I love mint. Got a pork chop here. Oh, you had to rename Skooma. It's not called that anymore. It's called Kentucky Bourbon now. But yeah, I don't drink coffee. So that's kind of why I drink tea. I like tea a lot. Also, my personal hero is Jean-Luc Picard. Not really. He's a little bit French for me. But I do like Earl Grey tea. That's true. That's a real thing. But anyway, I guess we could talk about this trial a little bit. Technically, court should be starting, but it's not yet. As far as trial goes, we have to see what the state does. They're still on that same witness today, the one who took like 5 hours yesterday. God, it's been brutal. It's been a brutal trial so far. It is not moving quickly. Both sides take very long pauses. They seem a little disorganized. Now, this is a big case. This is a big case with some big, or with complex evidence, lots of witnesses, lots of exhibits. And both sides have to be very, very careful. Don't get me wrong, but you just want to see them be a little bit more, put together. On the I or they, look, I went and listened to it several times. I had Lady Rackets listen to it, unencumbered by any knowledge of what's going on in the trial. They go listen to it. It's they, hands down. The fact that he misrepresented it as I is actually kind of atrocious to me. And let's be very clear. If he had said I, and that detective had actually heard I, there would have been a lot of follow-up. That would not have just slid under the radar of the investigator. What do you mean you did him really bad? What do you mean by that? That's what he would ask, because maybe he doesn't think he means the murder, but he'd want to know. Remember, he's probing for reasons why he might have murdered his son. And we're supposed to imagine that the guy said, I, and he just was like, yeah, whatever. I don't care. I don't care that he said I. Why wouldn't the defense fight back against that when they said it was I? Maybe they were busy. Maybe they weren't listening. Maybe they're going to deal with it on cross. Maybe they thought an objection would draw more attention to it that was unnecessary. Who knows? I don't know. There's any number of reasons that they would kind of not pursue that. And it could just be that they're busy and overwhelmed, thinking about something else, talking about something else, focused on some other part of the trial or whatever. And they just kind of listen. But, yeah. That's that. I wanted to clear that up. I mean, I have the clip. I guess we could play it since nothing else is happening. Okay, where am I putting this? Let's see. Can I even open this? Bronca clipped it for me, but it's in a weird file format. Oh. Okay, here we go. Let me present this one. All right, so here we go. We can listen.
Saw a traumatic picture, and I know it's not hard, or not easy. I know it's hard. And sitting there talking today is tough. It was just so bad. They did it so bad.
There it was.
It was so bad. They did it so bad. It was just so bad. They did it so bad.
I mean, you should be able to clearly hear that.
It was just so bad. They did it so bad.
It's they. I mean, there's no way around it. That's they. In the moment, it could be easy to miss it as I, but that was they. Speaking of they,
Hey, brother.
How you doing, man?
I woke up to more snow that had to be shoveled, but doesn't look like I missed anything.
Do you shovel your own snow?
I do.
What the hell's wrong with you?
I know. I got a snow blower and everything, but didn't need that today. Just a shovel was enough.
You must not have a long driveway.
No, I don't.
Okay, I was gonna say my driveway's like 400 feet. I'm not shoveling shit.
Yeah, no, the driveway's only about a car length long, so.
Okay. I'm still eating breakfast. My bad.
Otherwise, I'd have a plow.
Yeah. I have someone come do it.
Yeah, that's a good plan. But I don't work from home anymore, so I got to be able to get to this damn office with the choo-choo.
Yeah, so you can't necessarily wait for the plow guy to come by and do it. I usually don't have anything super important that I have to do. If I do, like if I know it's going to be bad and we have something early, I'll call and be like, hey, man, can you come out early? I'll give you an extra $10 or whatever.
In fact, my building is actually sending out a guy to try to do something with the windows in my office to make it more soundproof this morning. So I may have to jump out of my office and go to a secret location to continue participation in the trial sometime this morning.
He keeps hearing you say you might break your lease.
I know.
Oh my goodness. All right, here we go. Let me throw up the let's get this proper.
Good morning.
I wouldn't want to be caught
To the jury?
without that transformative use.
Can I just make one brief comment?
Yes.
And I've talked to all of us over here. We want to thank the clerk of court for her assistance every time we need something. She has been there for us. The Colleton County Sheriff's Department is providing security, has given us total access to our client. We feel like we've been treated extraordinarily well by all court personnel. And I want to put on the record, since there seems to be a national media interest here, I've tried many cases
Talking about you, Nick.
and I've never been treated at this level of courtesy and understanding. Thank you.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Oh.
Sucking up to the judge.
Echo that as well.
I gave you and
Very
Gosney
good.
a shout out on my Fox interview.
Bring
Oh,
the
thanks,
tool.
brother.
I don't know if she's airing it or
Yeah,
if she's
who
just doing whatever, but I mentioned I mentioned some like of the stuff that we've discussed as far as the narrative and stuff like that. And I was like, this is not all coming from me. This is a lot of this is coming from my panelists, and I'm just here to tell jokes.
I appreciate it, but I've been on those shows. I know what they're like. They're so anti-grift. It's unbelievable.
But yeah, so we'll see. I don't even know if, like I said, I don't even know if if she's broadcasting the interview anywhere or if she's just used it to take notes. She said she wasn't sure what she was going to do yet.
How long were you on for? Was it one of those like 6-minute, 8-minute things, or?
No, I think all told of the recorded part was about 15 minutes.
Oh, that's good. That's long for network TV.
Yeah, but it was. She was super nice. She's there in South Carolina.
Good morning.
She's probably in the
Day number
gallery.
7,
Who was it?
Right here.
state's case.
Let me see. What's her name?
Well, how about witness back?
Mills Hayes.
Okay.
She's super nice. I liked her. I like how they're getting fancy with this camera work.
The worst interview I ever had was on lawn crime.
Yeah, remind you, you're still
They
on
were
the
terrible.
cross-examination. Mr. Griffin.
Oh, wait. So the state rested.
Morning, sir.
Or not rested.
No. They're. You mean with this witness?
The state ended direct. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Understood that was your first involvement in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And you went to Moselle on the morning of the June 8th?
This is SLED Special Agents.
Got
Jeff
very back
Croft.
to the office and then went and conducted an interview and then back to Moselle. That's right.
Senior
You rode and
Special
Gibson
Agent.
and then went to Moselle.
That is correct.
And what time did you get to Moselle?
I was around lunchtime when I got there.
And as I understood from your testimony that your role primarily was because in this case is that because you know a lot about guns and ammunition. Did I understand that correctly?
That was not my sole role. I was in the search of the residence because of my familiarity with firearms.
Still
Yes.
said it wrong.
And,
Familiarity.
and you went and searched the residence with other agents, and we saw those agents, some of them on the body cam video that played yesterday.
Yes, sir. I was in the gun room.
And this search was a consent search, correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And you weren't there executing a search warrant, right?
No, sir, I was not.
And were you aware, though, that there was a search warrant that had been obtained the night before?
I was aware of the consent, the search at the incident location. It's common practice that they get a search warrant to process the scene.
Yes. Were there any limitations that you were aware of on the scope of the consent, the search?
No, sir.
And so, as far as you knew and understood then and understand today, you or other agents at SLED could have searched that house from top to bottom on the 8th. Is that correct?
Other agents went through the residence with family members.
And there were no limitations on what the other agents could have looked for, right?
Again, I can't say what limitations was placed on them as they walked through the house. I was in the gun room.
Fair enough.
Well,
But
to
they'll
your
say
knowledge,
none.
did anyone look for bloody clothes or dirty clothes in the house while you were there on the 8th?
I was in the gun room and I was collecting guns and ammunition, sir.
Now you mentioned that you had been provided some information about the type of ammunition that was used down at the crime scene where Maggie and Paul were murdered. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you and one one ammunition was a 300 blackout shell casing. Were you aware of that?
Yes, sir, I was.
And who relayed the information to you as the type of ammo that was used for the murder of Maggie and Paul?
It came from the investigative team. I don't recall exactly who called me or who told me the information, but I was relayed the information through our investigative team that was at the scene.
All right, so you were informed that, look out, see what you can find in the gun room related to 300 blackout. Is that correct?
It wasn't limited to specifically 300 blackout. That was a round of interest.
Okay. And then the other round of interest was 12 gauge, correct?
That is correct.
And were you given any information as to what specific type of 12 gauge ammunition was used at the crime scene?
I knew we had a 12 gauge, what believed to be a turkey load or BB load, and then a buckshot.
Okay. And let me talk to you a little bit about the 300 blackout ammunition. You testified yesterday that the grains, the weight of the ammunition found in the house was 147 grains. Is that right?
That is correct. That's what's on the empty box, which I located. And
Did you weigh them?
Is this the empty box, State's Exhibit 213 that you're referring to?
that is correct.
And this, I recall, this pack of ammo on this exhibit has a label of Woody's Pawn and Jewelry and $11.99. You couldn't buy this ammunition in June of 2021 for $11.99, could you?
I don't know what the ammunition cost.
I doubt it.
You know, it was a lot more than $11.99.
I don't know the price of the ammunition at that time.
You
All right.
you really?
Are you
Come on
familiar?
now.
There's
A gun guy.
types of ammunition for
Yeah.
the 300 blackout. There's the supersonic and subsonic.
I am, sir.
And the subsonic is the heavier of the two, correct?
That is correct.
And that would be a 220 grain.
Thereabouts, yes, sir.
Yes. And the most popular ammunition for hunting is the supersonic, the 147 grain ammunition. You aware of that?
I can't say the most popular would be, but I am aware that 147 grain is used for hunting.
And you're aware that the 300 blackout has it's not a rare gun in that area of Hampton and Colleton County, is it?
It's not as common as the General 223 or the AR-15, 308.
That's not the question.
It's not as common.
But there are plenty out there, correct?
I can't testify as to how many's out there, sir.
I understand, but it's not the first time you'd seen the 300 blackout on June 8th, 2021, was it?
I had seen one before, yes, sir.
I'd seen one before.
And and then the 12 gauge, you didn't know what type, you weren't given any type of 12 gauge you're looking for. You just
I love how
found the
basic they
information
get.
from the crime scene, right?
The type
3-inch Magnum.
I was looking for, no,
Yes,
sir. No, sir.
And then
3-inch shell.
were you given information as to the size of the 12 gauge shell? 2.5 inch, 3 inch?
It was, I was given it 3-inch Magnum was what I was given.
And that was on the buckshot.
I was given 3-inch Magnum of shotgun capable of shooting a 3-inch Magnum.
Okay. Now, and we're gonna get to some of these shotguns here in a minute, but that, the Browning Light doesn't even shoot a 3-inch shell, does it?
It does not. 2 3/4 what it shoots.
Right. And yet you seized it
I secured it, yes, sir.
and you brought it here to the courtroom and introduced it in this case.
I did, sir.
Yeah. A gun that couldn't even fire the bullet that killed Paul, right?
It did not fire the rounds that was located at the scene.
Right. In fact, none of the shotguns that you brought yesterday, according to the ballistic report, your lab analysis, fired the shots that killed Paul, correct?
I do not have the lab report in front of me.
Well, you certainly know that after June 8th, SLED was diving in ponds and waterways looking for the murder weapons. Isn't that correct?
We were diving, looking for potential evidence from the scene.
Have you ever found the murder weapons, to your knowledge?
Oh, good court. Wait, what?
That's not outside the scope of his knowledge.
Whoa, why?
Objections overruled.
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Oh, damn. That's rough. Have you ever found the murder
And
weapons to your
are you
knowledge? Not that
familiar
I'm
with
aware
what
of.
ballistics tests were done on Buster's 300 blackout, and whether that was excluded as a weapon used to kill his mother.
Again, I don't have the report in front of me, and I'm not able to testify to that, sir.
You can testify to your own knowledge of it.
And you brought these empty turkey load, exhibit 214, I believe, brought these into evidence, the box of turkey shells.
That is the boxes I collected, yes, sir.
Yes,
these-
this
these
is
were empty?
cross-exam, guys.
Yes, sir, they were.
And these were
This is
found
the
in the trash
defense.
can?
Yes, sir. They were found in a trash bag, yes, sir.
Okay. And you, let's see. Exhibit, the other end has exhibit number. Exhibit 90 is the Browning Auto 5 Light 12 gauge, which we already talked about, wouldn't even hold a 3-inch shell, but there was no shells, no ammo in the Browning weapon, which is exhibit 90 you brought to court, right?
There was no rounds in that weapon.
When you seized it on the 8th, no rounds in it, right?
That is correct, yes.
All right. The Mossberg model Ulti-Mag, and which is exhibit 89, you have a 12 gauge shot shell written on the outside. So there was one shot shell in this, loaded in this gun, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And do you remember if it was buckshot or birdshot?
It was black. I don't remember what it was.
What?
Will you be able to look at it and tell us?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm gonna hand you exhibit 89 and ask if you can pull out the ammo in there and tell this jury if that's birdshot or buckshot first.
I mean, they've already gotten a great answer out of this witness. He just admitted that
It
they
is,
don't have a murder weapon. Because you think
Browning,
he wouldn't
12
know.
gauge, 3.5-inch Magnum, 2 1/4, number 7 and 9.
And all these times he says, I can't speak to that. I don't have this report. That's not bad for the defense, assuming they have another witness who can speak to it, because they can say, even their lead investigator wasn't able to tell us that this happened or that happened.
Yeah. This is the guy. That's why he was on the stand for so long.
This end closer.
Even the state's lead investigator was not willing to say.
No, sir. Here we go.
Although
Yes, sir.
Cyprian Cole makes a good point. He says, you got to remember, that's not his job.
Drink.
In the Mossberg, there's one birdshot. Now the other, the Benelli Super
Should I do a
Black
drinking game?
Eagle
Every time it's not someone's job, I'll take a drink.
3 had
Looking to die today.
unfired shot shells according to.
Live on the edge or
notes
don't
on the
live at
box.
all.
And this is Exhibit 91, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall whether any of these is birdshot, buckshot? Do you remember?
I
what
would
they-
have to look at them again, sir.
All right.
Well, we can make that happen. I like how his hair moves in 6 distinct directions. There are like fault lines running through it. Like this hair will move this way. This hair will move this way. This hair will move this way.
I'm sympathetic. I have hair like that too.
It's a pain in the ass.
That was
Lots of
Exhibit
gel.
91 for the record.
There's a black round in here that's a 3-inch, number 4.
I think the
Pellet.
black round would be
And then
bigger than
there's
3
a-
inches.
7, 2 1/4 ounce, 3.5-inch with an 89 millimeter.
And those are both turkey loads, right?
It could be used for turkey, yes, sir.
Well, let's just be clear. Neither one of those are buckshot, correct?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Did they recover any buckshot?
I don't think so. I don't remember them saying anything about buckshot.
But it's so, you zone out. It was so boring. But
Yeah.
it's hard to believe they wouldn't have buckshot. I mean, I haven't hunted deer in 20 years. I still have buckshot.
Ruled out as being.
Wouldn't that be
having
like
any involvement in the murder of Paul?
a big
right?
problem?
Exhibit 91.
There was
I
one
can't
buckshot shell,
testify
the
to
entire
any
thing, and it
lab
went through
reports. I
Paul.
don't have the lab report.
All these guns, all this ammo,
I did.
but only one.
Was it correct to say, Agent Croft, that you did not find any guns loaded in the gun room or anywhere at Moselle that had a birdshot and a buckshot loaded at the same time?
The only weapons I've recovered are the weapons that are there with the rounds that we have just looked at. Yes, sir.
And if you or another agent in your presence made a representation that we found in the gun room a gun with similar loads as that we found at the crime scene, that would be an incorrect statement, would it?
I don't think it would be incorrect to say that there was guns were loaded in a similar fashion using 2 different types of ammunition, 2 different loads.
Well, there's no buckshot in any of the 2 guns that you found loaded, correct?
Not when we collected them, no, sir.
And the turkey loads or the bird loads that we just looked at, those, the pellets in those are lead, are they not?
I would have to look at the actual.
Might not be lead.
Came in, or the pellets that are in it. Some of them are steel. I'm not sure.
So do you know the difference between steel and lead?
Do I know the difference?
Yeah. And what's the difference? Why would you have steel versus lead?
Waterfowl.
Steel shot is used a lot in waterfowl hunting, that type of stuff. Lead shot is used for normal everyday rabbit, squirrel, dove.
Well, we do have some boxes here, 214. Can you tell us whether this is lead or steel?
The Winchester 12 gauge shot lock lead is a turkey load, number 4.
Big shout out to the lead attorney in the chat. How you doing, man? I have you on a show really soon. We gotta talk again. I always
The
laugh
Brown
uncontrollably.
and box, I do not see it indicated on the box what the ball is or the pellets are.
Well, let me ask you, is there a turkey on the face of that box?
There is a turkey on the face of the box, yes, sir.
And turkey a waterfowl bird or land bird?
Turkey is a land bird, sir.
A lamb burger. Delicious. Yeah, lead attorney. My Vegas meetup is on February 26th. I'll DM you some details, brother.
And the other box is the same one.
Would love to see you
Got
out
a
there.
Turkey on the front.
All right.
And I know you
So
get
those
down in
three
Vegas.
boxes look like they're turkey loads, right?
That's what it appears.
Okay. Did you find any waterfowl shell boxes at Moselle on June 8th?
I did not collect any waterfowl shell boxes from Moselle.
Did you collect any waterfowl unfired?
Oh, was Paul shot with steel shot?
shotgun shells at Moselle on June the 8th?
Not that I'm
I
aware
think
of.
that's what we're about to find out.
Have you ever collected unfired shotgun shells from waterfowl at Moselle in part of this investigation?
I do not recall collecting any waterfowl shot.
Are you aware, sir, that the shot that blew
Guessed it.
Paul Murdaugh's head off was Winchester dry lock, steel waterfowl, 12 gauge ammunition?
Oof.
I was aware that the pellets were steel.
Well, you can look
Word.
at the outside of the spent shell casing and see that it's Winchester dry lock, correct?
If I had the shell casing, yes, sir, I can see it.
And you know that to be a waterfowl, a duck load, correct?
I know that it's primarily used for duck load, yes, sir.
And you know that's what killed Paul Murdaugh.
I do know that it was steel shot.
And you didn't find any similar ammunition at Moselle on June the 8th or any time after that, correct?
I did not, sir.
Now,
So awkward.
you were showing pictures of the gun room and and I think you testified there were some 25 guns and gun racks,
It's roughly 20.
It's like the tire match right out of my cousin Vinny.
1,700 acres of hunting land.
Yes, sir.
And I mean, did it shock you to see that many guns? And they were all hunting guns, were they not?
It did not shock me to see that many hunting guns.
And a lot of people in Hampton, Colleton, this part of the Low Country, when they hunt with those types of guns. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't find anything unusual about the number of guns they had in their house, right?
I did not, sir.
Thank you. Now, you mentioned that you know something about the injection pattern of the 300 blackout. you remember testifying about that?
I remember testifying that it ejects to the right and slightly backwards.
And I'm gonna let you take it out. I'm a city boy.
May I stand?
Yeah, yes, sir, please. Do you mind, y'all? Good stuff.
I mean, it's hard to appreciate because of the muted sort of pacing of this, how bad this is for the state. They don't have a murder weapon. All of the ammo they collected, none of it is the type of ammo used to kill Paul.
If you could just step down and.
So the
These are
idea is-
material facts being introduced by the defense when the states had really none.
The direction that the shells would go.
Can I point it up further?
Point it up would be
than
great.
The idea would be that he had one round.
Steel shot.
They have hundreds of rounds that they've collected, much less looked at, and there's one steel shot round in
Okay.
one shotgun.
And so, and this is semi-automatic, I mean, you have to pull the trigger each time, is that right?
That is correct, sir.
And every time you pull the trigger, it shoots a shell, ejects off toward your right shoulder, toward the rear, right?
As long as there's ammunition in the magazine.
And how far does it go before it lands, roughly?
I can't answer that, sir.
Foot, 2 feet, 3 feet?
I can't testify to how far an ejected shell is going to expend from the weapon.
That's fine. Can you put it back, please?
Yes, sir.
Just what way you have it up? When you point to the jury, I think they saw it before, but let's just be clear. The thermal scope, can you point that out?
This would be this item here.
And you've got to charge that, right? That's sort of you've got to plug it in, battery operated of some sort.
It would have some sort of power. I don't know if it's a rechargeable battery or batteries that has to be replaced.
Okay. And the thermal scope is for hunting at night, is that right?
It can be used for hunting at night, yes, sir.
Regular scope
To
is
pick
kind
up infrared, it's heat sensitive.
of hard to hunt at night with a regular scope. Because it doesn't pick up.
Scope and
infrared
the
heat.
light would work, but this is also used.
Yeah. Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-bum.
Mike Hum says he either got super lucky that he grabbed the only shotgun with the only steel shot, or he got rid of all of his steel shot in 10 minutes. Which option does
Hey,
the
Recross,
state
Let me show
believe?
you what went into evidence yesterday is Defendant's Exhibit 29. And can you see it from up there?
Yes, sir, I can.
And these, like marker 7, 5, 6, I'll just, it's identified in the legend over here, but these are 300 blackout shell casings. Do you understand that to be the case?
I don't see marker 5 on the printout on the left-hand side there.
Well, you're right, it's not on. 1, 2. Well, let's just follow along. If these are in fact shell casings, from what you just described to the jury, the ejection path of the 300 blackout, where would the person shooting the gun be standing in relation to these markers? 6, 5, 6, and 7.
Objection.
Objection's overruled.
If 7, 5, and 6 are shell casings, that it would be likely that the shooter would be to the upper side of those rounds.
Somewhere near this line in that area?
I can't testify to that line or any kind of angle of that line, no, sir.
Understand, but it would be on the side of the line. It'd be up in here somewhere, right?
It would be on the left-hand side of where those numbers are, it would be likely that the shooter would be on the left-hand side of where those numbers are if you're looking at it from where I'm sitting.
The shooter be on the left-hand side of these numbers and a little forward of these numbers. Is that right?
I can't say because I'm not sure if the ejection hit something on the way out, or if there was
There are a lot of
an
stuff for the
obstruction
ejecting
on the ejection.
shell casing
I
to
don't
hit.
know. I can't testify to how far they would go. I just know that a normal 300 ejects to the right and slightly backwards.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Oh, you were at Moselle on the 8th. I think we've established that. And did you go back on the 13th?
I did, sir.
And you went to the house on the 13th as well?
I did, sir.
Okay. And we saw body cam from where you're picking up shell casings around the side door, 300 blackout shell casings around the side door. And I think, was that the 8th when you got the shell casing next to the?
That was around 2 o'clock on the 8th, a little after 2.
Now, jury will have the video if they want to see it, but as you're standing out there, you can see the rooftops of the shed building and some other structures down at the kennels where the murders took place. You remember, you could see the rooftops?
I would think you could see the rooftops.
But that's all you could see, correct? You couldn't see SLED agents working around down there by the dog kennels.
No, sir, there is planted pines between the residents and the kennels.
So the fact of the matter is, you can't see people at the dog kennels from the house based on your personal observations. Is that correct?
From where I was standing, no, sir.
Now, you also testified about the location of Maggie's phone, how it was found.
Yes, sir.
Did you go out there when it was located?
Yes, sir, I did.
You recall how it was located?
Yes, sir, I do.
How was it located?
We sent information to the phone company for a ping. The ping was actually 20-something hundred meters, which is a long ways. We then learned that she had find my iPhone on her phone. One of the family members assisted with
Which family member?
locating that phone. Getting the phone.
Who could it be? There's only one left.
Find it.
So you found the phone, Maggie's phone, by family member using Find My iPhone.
And I think it was John Marvin is the one that assisted us with that.
And do you think John Marvin was using Buster's phone to do that?
I don't have a clue what he was using.
And then when the phone was collected, you were provided the password. Remember, you testified the password was provided.
We were provided the PIN to open the phone. Yes, sir.
Are you aware that Alec Murdaugh provided the PIN to SLED so they could open Maggie's phone?
Again, I don't know where the passcode or PIN came from, but we were provided a PIN.
Do you know what a Faraday bag is?
Yes, sir, I do.
Did anyone have a Faraday bag?
I did not have a Faraday bag that day.
What's the purpose of a Faraday bag?
To prevent any tampering from outside sources once a cell phone is collected.
And you can put the cell phone inside a Faraday bag so it can't hit Wi-Fi, cell phone towers.
Again, it prevents any tampering from outside to prevent anybody from being able to communicate with the phone.
It
From any
helps.
outside sources.
It's a tool to secure the evidence to prevent tampering.
It is
Inadvertent or intentional tampering, right?
Yes, sir. It is one tool that can be used.
And with Maggie's phone put in a Faraday bag when it was seized on the side of Moselle Road.
No, it was not.
Did anyone ask or bring up the fact that, hey, maybe we should get a Faraday bag before we move this phone?
I did not ask.
Anybody ask in your presence?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, on June 8th, you were briefed and you were advised that Alec found his wife and son murdered. He was the one that discovered them, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on June
Nice
8th,
phrasing.
he was Maggie's husband, Paul's father, immediate family, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as part of your longtime experience investigating crimes, murders in particular, someone who finds the bodies and is related to the victims is always going to be looked at. Is that fair?
That would be a fair statement, sir.
And y'all were looking at Alex on the 8th. SLED was, correct?
Yes, sir.
And would you have a label? Was he person of interest or suspect on the 8th?
We were looking at Alec being the one that found the deceased, being the husband, the father, in an attempt to get Mr. Alec out of that immediate circle.
And you've described this investigative.
So he was.
You draw a circle around potential persons of interest, and Alex was in that circle, correct?
We don't draw a circle around any individual person. We work with the crime scene, which is what we consider the circle. And we work from our way inside out in order to find any potential suspects, identify suspects, clear individuals.
Yeah, that's
start
bullshit.
With the small circle.
So when you started with the small circle, although you don't draw it, I mean, it's a sort of an investigative mental tool. Who was the person in the small circle?
We had Miss Maggie was in the crime scene, Paul was in the crime scene, and Alec was in the crime scene.
Yeah. So Alex, okay, got it.
And you remember that
Were Maggie and Paul persons of interest?
there media reports that Alec was a person of interest in the murder of his wife and son. Do you remember that being public knowledge?
I try to avoid the media in any investigation. I
Really?
don't want to be influenced by anything that's said.
And the, what do you recall SLED putting out a press release on the morning of the 8th that the public need not be alarmed?
I do not recall any press release being put out by SLED.
Never. Well, the point being, on the 8th, there was a circle and it was only around Alec. He was the only living and breathing person in the circle. Is that correct?
That is the only person that we could place in the circle at that time.
And on the 8th, SLED knew that, from what interviews with Alec, that he said he left Moselle at shortly after 9 p.m., went to visit his mother in Alameda, stayed for a while, and came back. SLED, and you were aware of that fact.
I am aware of that, yes, sir.
Did anybody at SLED ever, on the morning of the 8th, hightail it over to Alameda and search the house for any evidence whatsoever?
I did not go to Alameda and search the house on the 8th.
Are you aware of anyone ever going to Alameda to search the house until sometime in September of 2021?
There was a number of agents out working. I'm not sure what the other agents did.
Not my job. Does that count, chat? Is that not my
Wouldn't it
job?
have been a
Should I
good
take
idea to
drink?
go to Alameda on the morning of the 8th, where the guy in the circle says he was, right?
I did not go, and I can't testify to what other agents did.
Well, you've been working this investigation. You the lead case agent?
No, sir, I'm not.
Who's the lead case agent?
David Owen.
Now, every interview that Alec Murdaugh gave, you participated in, right?
I did, sir.
So were you working, sort of Agent Owens' right-hand man in this investigation?
I was assigned by the captain to assist Agent Owens.
So it's fair that you knew daily developments as the investigation progressed, right?
We had briefings with each other on the case. Yes, sir.
And you knew that at no point in time, in June, July, August, anyone went over to Alameda, searched the house, searched the property for any dirty clothes or any murder weapons.
I know that I did not go, and I'm not sure what other agents in the investigative circle had done.
Well, if you went over there, if you had gone over there on the morning of the 8th, scoured the place and not find anything, that would sort of help nudge Alec outside this investigative circle, would it not?
I can't testify to what ifs, sir. I did not go.
Okay. On the 8th, you were asked to point out who's that person, who's that person, who's that person. That's Ronnie Crosby. He's a lawyer. That's Mark Ball. He's a lawyer. That's Lee Cope. He's a lawyer. You remember that testimony?
I do, sir.
Now, Alec wasn't lawyering up on the 8th. Those were his friends who came over to help him. Correct?
They were giving counsel to Alec as far as what we were doing. They were making phone calls to his counsel. That was the instruction which we gave.
Which
We
you
were
gave.
given.
And they were assisting you, as you saw on the body cam, go through the evidence that you ended up seizing in the gun room, right?
They pointed out some items that they had concerns about.
Did you find that their efforts were obstructing your investigation?
They didn't obstruct our search within that gun room, no, sir.
Now, you went back, I think, on June 13th, is that correct?
Yes, sir, we did.
And remind me, what was the purpose of the search on June 13th?
Search on June 13th was a follow-up search of the residence. I would have to see the search warrant, actual search warrant, to see what items was being sought at that time.
Are you testifying that you had to get a search warrant on the 13th?
Search warrant or consent, I'm not sure. I don't know what everything that was being looked for at that time.
Well, in fact, Alec Murdaugh gave consent anytime he was asked by SLED if they could go on the property, right?
My understanding is consent was obtained each time.
And so
So they're working to establish that there was
no
nothing
search
off
warrant.
limits for them to search. There was no obstruction.
I would have to.
If they
see
didn't find what they
legal
didn't
grounds for
find,
being there,
it either wasn't
whether
there
was consent or search.
or it was because their
I do
search
not
was
know.
unthorough.
and you don't need a search warrant if there's consent.
No, sir, you do not.
And in this interview, this search, you've seized Exhibit 151, which is, hand it to you. That's 300 blackout clip. Is that right?
It's a
Magazine.
magazine with 300 blackout ammunition, yes, sir.
And that was found where?
Collected from a black Ford F-150.
On the property. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And I think you testified it was found on the floorboard of the truck. Is that right?
I didn't testify to where it was found, no, sir.
Okay, do you know where it was found?
No, sir.
Did
Just
you
a black
find it?
Ford F-150.
Did you find it?
No, sir, I did not.
Oh, it was just provided to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the jury heard this videotape interview of Alec on June 10th, where he told you that Paul left everything everywhere. Do you remember hearing that statement?
I do remember that, yes, sir.
And does this evidence support what Alec told you, that Paul left everything everywhere? If you found a clip, 300 blackout?
I can't testify to
Magazine.
who had the magazine in the F-150.
Do you know who last drove that F-150?
I do not, sir.
Was any analysis done of that clip.
Stop it.
Package there does not appear. that
He's doing
there's
it on
been
purpose.
analysis done.
Were any fingerprints taken of that clip?
Again, sir, the way it's packaged, it does not appear that there was any analysis done.
And I think there was another clip that was seized from the shelf in the gun room. I don't have that pulled up, but I think it's 150 perhaps. Did you remember seizing another clip from the gun room?
Yes, sir. There was another magazine with 300 blackout.
And any fingerprints taken from the clip seized from the shelf in the gun room?
I don't think so, sir.
Was there any analysis done of the clip taken from the shelf in the gun room?
The way I recall it being packaged yesterday, it would appear that there was no analysis performed.
Yeah.
And now he can speculate.
Want this jury to have it?
Yeah.
Why's that?
Yeah, I boosted the court feed because it got
That's outside the scope of this witness's purpose here as to why it's being offered in court.
I don't know why the court got quieter.
You're not asking his knowledge, not anything beyond his knowledge. He can say, I don't know, or if he has a reason.
Overruled objection.
Can you repeat the question, please, sir?
Do you know why you were asked to bring those clips here to court and put them in evidence before this jury?
I do not, sir.
Wow.
Now, you also did a search of the shooting range. I couldn't go through my notes, and I can't.
Going into closing.
On the 13th or a different day?
I'm not sure if it's the 13th or the 16th.
16th? I think you may be right. Either way, again, that was a consent search, right? Didn't have a search warrant for that.
We did get consent for that, yes, sir.
And the jury saw the video. We're not going to belabor that again, but there was a shooting house, if you will, with a chair and a thing you would rest a gun on. And we saw you picking up a lot of shell casings, right?
Yes, sir.
And the shell casings you were picking up were the 300 blackout spent shell casings, cartridges, right?
That is correct, sir.
But there was a lot of brass in there that were not 300 blackout cartridges, right?
There was additional brass that was not 300, yes, sir.
Now, we didn't get a good look. If you're sitting in that chair in that shooting house downrange, do you remember what was on the other end of 100 yards or so away? Do you remember what was on the other end?
I do not recall what's back on that end, no, sir. Target of some sort.
Are you aware there's a big dirt mound there?
A berm, too.
That's safe, right? You don't want to be shooting a rifle just going down without something to stop it. So there's a berm there to stop it.
It was
right?
going into a wooded area, yes, sir.
But there was a
Dirt
berm.
mound. There was a dirt mound.
There was a target and then a dirt mound behind it.
That's correct.
Now, we saw you picking up brass. Who went down to the other end and started digging in that earthen dirt mound to find fired projectiles?
I did not go down to the other end, no, sir.
In fact, nobody at SLED went to that other end to dig out 300 blackout fired projectiles, did they?
I did not, and I don't know what the other agents did, no, sir.
Well, you're assisting Agent Owen. You're going to briefings. You didn't hear at any point in time while we should have, or we did dig out projectiles from the dirt mound.
I never heard of anyone digging out the dirt mounds, digging out brass from the dirt mound.
If you had
Not brass.
projectiles from the dirt mound, that could have been sent to the ballistics lab at SLED and done a comparison to projectiles found at the crime scene, correct?
There would be a lot of elements that would go into whether it could actually be looked at or not.
Or you could certainly compare it to what was, you could take a 300 blackout, shoot it out of Buster's gun right there leaning next to you and compare it to the projectiles. You're aware that could be done at SLED, right?
No, yes, sir, I am.
But it wasn't, was it?
I'm not sure what testing was done on this particular rifle to compare it to anything at the scene.
Okay. Now, let's go to the June 10th interview. You and
Common for investigators not to do that comparison test these days, folks, because they don't want a bad result.
Agent Owens' SUV, SLED issued vehicle on June 10th, right?
Yes, sir, we did.
And that was at Brother John Marvin's hunting lodge in Barnville or somewhere close by, right?
Yes, sir.
Not yet, not yet. The a lot of people were interviewed that day, right?
There was a number of interviews going on at the same time. Yes, sir.
And again, that was consent, correct? The interviews were consensual.
Yes, sir.
And you interviewed, the folks being interviewed that day not only included Alec, but they included John Marvin, his brother, his son Buster, and his other brother Randy. Is that correct?
To my recollection, yes, sir.
And when you pulled up on June the 10th, it's about, was it early afternoon it seemed like?
The timestamp should be on the video. I don't recall what time it was.
But it was a little bit like the cavalry coming, wasn't it? Because there were a lot of cars that pulled up at one time, right?
They were aware we were coming.
They were, how many agents went?
We took agents to interview each person that was there.
You took 2 agents for each interview, right?
I think there was 2 agents for each interview, yes, sir.
And each agent came in their own car, right?
I think I may have rode with Special Agent Owen. I'm not sure if the others drove their own cars or not.
Well, and so there's at least 4, could have been more than that, cars, right?
There was probably full cars, yes, sir.
And you put each person, Randy, John Marvin, Buster, and Alec, in a separate car all at one time.
Pretty close to the same time, yes, sir. Each one got in a car with agents.
And that's a law enforcement investigative technique so that you don't want witnesses to be comparing notes, and you want to interview them in separate places, same time, and to get what's fresh on their mind without learning of what another witness has said, right?
We
Something like
wanted
that.
to interview them individually, yes, sir.
And you said they knew that they were coming, but did you alert anyone that we're all going to be coming in, at least 4 cars?
Well, I'm gonna
and we're gonna
come.
interview you separately at the same time?
There was some other things that was going to take place while we were conducting the interviews. So it was arranged that they would all be at that location and we were going to meet them there. And
I have to
conduct the interview.
make a phone call real quick. I'll be right back.
And you also had a guy there to do the phone extraction.
yes, sir, those are the other things I'm talking about.
Now, that wasn't told to Alec or John Marvin or Buster or Randy before SLED rolled in on the 8th at John Marvin's hunting lodge, right?
It's my understanding that they knew we were coming and that we were going to request the phone analysis be done.
You think someone, when SLED would have told Alec ahead of time, told John Marvin ahead of time that we're going, when we get there, be sure not to erase anything off your phone because we're going to download it?
I didn't set the meeting up. I went with Agent Owen to conduct the interview.
So, but one of the first things you did in the interview was you and Agent Owen was ask Alec if he would give over his phone so that it could be extracted, correct?
That was one of the first things we asked for.
And that extraction was done, by another agent who came in a separate vehicle, I assume. Is that right?
He's not an agent with the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, no, sir.
Okay. He was investigator with 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office.
That's my understanding of his job title, yes, sir.
And that would be Investigator Hightower, is that who did that?
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
And during the interview, you also, at the end of the interview, you got a buccal swab from Alec, right?
I did, sir.
You got a buccal swab from, not you, but everybody who was interviewed gave buccal swabs, meaning John Marvin, Randy, Buster, and Alec, correct?
I know that Alec, we secured a buckle from Alec. I'm pretty sure that there was one collected from Buster. I'm not sure about John Marvin and Randy.
Now, yesterday, we listened to the entire video interview with Alec, and it ran for almost an hour, could be longer, but you sat on the stand and heard that, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
And at various points in time, you were asked, what did he just tell you? Did he just tell you this?
Oh, nail him on the I
do,
versus
sir.
A.
And then you get to one point in the interview where
Oh.
you're asked, what did he just say after you
Holy
said it must
shit.
be tormenting? And you testified that Alex said on the video captured by audio that
This is why they didn't
it
object,
was so
ladies and
bad,
gentlemen.
I did him so bad. That's what you testified to yesterday.
Yes, sir, that is what I testified to.
Now,
That's not what he said,
are
is
you
it?
100% confident that Alex said, I did him so bad, rather than they did him so bad?
I'm 100% confident in what I heard and I interpreted him as saying.
But you would agree that this jury can hear the same thing you heard on June the 10th by playing what was captured on the body cam or the recording equipment in Agent Owen's car, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you heard what you said, you're confident what you heard, that he said, I did him so bad. What'd you do in response to that?
Yeah.
I've made a mental note of it. Again, we were still in the early stages of investigation. It was more of an information gathering from Mr. Alec. And we did not have information at that point, to my opinion, to challenge Mr. Alec on any of his statements.
Your Honor, 11.
I got fire trucks going by.
So Alec Murdaugh was the one and only in this circle on June the 10th.
This answer
You're
is
in the car
such
with him.
a bullshit answer. It's
According to your
amazing.
testimony, he says, I did him so bad.
That is what I understood him to say. Yes, sir.
And yet you just said you took a mental note of it.
Yes, sir, I did.
I mean, if the guy in the middle of the circle, the only one in the circle, says, I did him so bad, isn't that a significant statement if he actually said that?
It's definitely something we would follow up with.
How'd you follow up with it?
You never followed up with it, did you?
There was a third interview conducted with Mr. Alec.
There was a third interview. There was a third interview conducted on August the 11th, 2021, right?
I don't recall the exact date.
2 months
You
later.
didn't hear about it, but you were there, right?
Yes, sir, I was.
Tell the jury, if you asked Alec Murdaugh on August 11th, 2021, what did you mean back on June 10th when you said, I did him so bad?
We didn't make it to that point, sir.
Oh, we didn't make it to that point.
In fact, back on June 10th, after you had this, what you heard
Tiffany,
him say, I did him so bad,
this confession.
you went on to talk about funeral arrangements, whether they're going to be public or private. Isn't that right?
There was questions concerning funeral arrangements, yes, sir.
And Agent Owen says, well, Alex said he's trying to make arrangements so it wouldn't be, a lot of media there or any media there. And, the guy who just said, I did him so bad, I mean, the response to that was they don't deserve to be there. You recall that?
Repeat that again, sir.
You recall
If you don't
Agent
mind.
Owens saying in your presence to Alec, the media did not deserve to be at Maggie and Paul's funeral?
I do recall Agent Owens saying something about the media not being there. Yes, sir.
And that was after, according to you, he said, I did him so bad.
Yes, sir.
Did you consider that to be some sort of confession on June the 10th?
Again, it was something that we were definitely going to follow up on. Yes, sir.
But you didn't follow up on it.
Getting ready for your testimony yesterday,
Excuse me.
did you review a transcript that was prepared by SLED of that interview? of June
Ooh.
10th with Alec?
No, sir. I have never seen a transcript that was prepared for that.
Are you aware the transcript was prepared at SLED?
No, sir. I am not.
Are you hearing that the first time?
Yes, sir. I am.
Show them that the transcript
Well, let me
says
ask you back
they.
on June 10th. Why didn't you ask him right then and there when he said, I did him so bad? Why didn't you ask him, what do you mean by that, Alec?
Again, it was early in the investigation. It was more of an information gathering interview, if you would call it an interview, with Mr. Alec. And we did not, at that particular time in the investigation, we did not have evidence to challenge anything that Mr. Alec
Challenge?
told us.
It's an admission. This
It
is
was
such
decided
horse
that we
cockery.
would not cross that at that time.
Challenge
Yeah, I'm
what?
My question wasn't, why didn't you challenge him? My question is, why didn't you ask for clarification? Like, what are you talking about? You did him so bad.
Asking for clarification of I did him so bad would ultimately be a challenge of what he said.
Why?
So what were the things going through your mind when you heard or misheard, I did him so bad? You like, I wasn't a good dad? I spoiled him, or I killed him? I mean, what was going through your mental note?
There was a mental note that it was definitely something that we needed to follow up on and ask at a later time.
But you didn't. Just ask him. When did you ask him about it? You definitely needed to.
It
Damn
appears
it.
you're back there taking some notes.
Yes, sir.
Did you take notes?
I was writing specific stuff
You
down.
mentioned you made
You didn't
a
take that
mental
note. Yeah.
This, what you heard or misheard, I did him so bad, but did you make a written note of him saying that?
I don't recall if I wrote it or not, sir.
So it's possible that you're sitting there with a guy who's now been charged with murder on June 10th in the interview, the father, the only one in the circle, and he says, I did him so bad, and you can't tell the jury you even wrote it down on a piece of paper.
I don't recall if I actually made a physical note of it or not, sir.
If he did, it would be in evidence.
I'm going to play that clip from State's Exhibit 243, which is in evidence. I want you to listen again with the jury.
Just sit here for an hour.
Hang on. Here.
Keep asking him questions about this. This is so ridiculous. Any cop who hears the murder suspect say, I did him dirty, might just arrest him on the spot with an admission of guilt.
Certainly would make a note.
And would follow up with it. The definite follow up. Well, we didn't get there at the next interview 2 months later.
All right, let's play it. Please, Doug. Exhibit 243 in evidence.
It's tough. It's just so bad. I did it so bad.
All right. Back it up and play it in real time again, Doug. Real time.
Then we're going to slow it down. Good.
Or not easy. I know it's hard. And sitting here talking today is tough. It's just so bad. I did it so bad.
Did you hear now, they or I?
I will still testify that my hearing, I hear I.
Your Honor, we'd like to play it again at 1/3 speed to slow it down. It's the same. Thank you.
Third speed, with no foundation laid for who's manipulating it, how it's being manipulated. I think obviously we have it in real time, but there would have to be some additional foundation.
At 1/3 speed.
And sitting here talking today is tough. It's just so bad. It's so bad.
Clearly they.
Did you hear they then?
No, sir, I did not.
Oh, come on.
You would agree the jury gets to decide what he said on that tape. That's the best evidence.
I agree that they get to hear the tape and make their own mind up.
You should say, did you just say I?
Thank you. That's all I have on that.
Oh,
Now, I said the date August 11th. You said you weren't sure, but there was another interview with Alec Murdaugh came to the SLED Low Country office, and you and Agent Owen sat down and interviewed him, correct?
That is correct.
Now, on all the interviews that were conducted and that have been played somewhat, or body cam conversations, except for Ella, when you're doing them, do you tell the person that you're interviewing, hey, I'm going to turn the audio recorder on, you're now being recorded? Is that standard operating procedure?
We normally don't advise that we're recording, no, sir.
Okay. And you certainly didn't advise Alec that you're recording him on any of the interviews that you conducted with Agent Owen, correct?
I never advised anyone that I was that they were being recorded.
And this meeting that you had, were you aware that Alec was asking for the meeting so that he could get an update on whether you made any progress in the investigation of the murder of his wife and son?
I was aware that Alec had requested a meeting to raise some questions as to what was going on.
I mean, he wanted information as to what was going on, right?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
But y'all had other plans for that meeting, correct?
No, sir, I'm not going to say we had other plans for that meeting. It was an interview.
Yeah, I mean, he came there he didn't go to that meeting thinking, I'm going to be interviewed. To your knowledge, did he?
To my knowledge, I don't know what his thinking was. He knew he was coming there to meet with myself and Agent Owen.
Oh. And during that interview, pretty much you made it known to him that, well, I mean, you asked him point blank, did you kill your wife and son?
He was asked that.
very passive. He was asked. Ugh.
And you made it pretty clear that, well, let me ask you, at that point in time, was he full bore suspect in your murder investigation?
He was still a person of interest. There was some questions that we had regarding information that we had obtained that only he could answer.
And did he answer the questions that you asked?
Yes, sir.
And then at the end of that interview, he asked you to meet with Maggie's mom and dad, Mr. and Ms. Brandstetter, and her family, correct?
I think that was the end of the second interview, not the third interview.
All right. Well, shortly after that, shortly after that third interview with Alec, which we'll get the date in the record eventually. A few days later, you and Agent Owen went and met with Maggie's mom and dad, and sister and brother-in-law, and nieces, correct?
That is correct.
And part of that interview, Well, that interview was recorded, right?
The interview with
With the
Bransteaders?
Yes.
Yes, sir. It was audio recording.
Did you tell them you were recording it?
We did not.
And,
I don't think. I did not tell them.
and part of the interview was the interview was conducted as part of your investigation to get information to assist you in next steps, correct?
The interview was a combination interview. It was to share information and also to gather information concerning family dynamics. Yes, sir.
In that interview, you and or Agent Owen told the Bransteaders and the Proctors that Alec is in this circle of investigation, correct?
It was no secret that Alec was in that circle at that point. No, sir.
And that you also told them he's the only one that you've identified in the circle, correct?
I don't recall saying he's the only one in that circle.
Well, did you identify for the Bransteaders or the Proctors any other people in the circle?
They particularly asked about Alex, so I don't recall giving them any other names that was being looked at.
In early August of 2021, was there anybody else in the circle that your SLED was focused on?
Again, sir, at that particular date, I'm not sure who all was still within that circle.
So non-responsive.
During this interview, Maggie's mother, Miss Kennedy Branstetter, her father, Mr. Terry Branstetter, her sister, Marion Proctor, and brother-in-law, Bart, and their children described for y'all their observations of Alex's relationship with Maggie and Paul, correct?
From their observation of their relationship, yes, sir.
And that was, you were asking that as part of your investigative tool and getting
Yes, sir,
information.
that's correct.
And they reported to you that Alec had a loving relationship with Maggie and Paul, correct?
Rule 801 and 802.
Pardon?
Objection, Rule 801 and 802.
Response.
It's not being offered for the matter asserted, Your Honors, what he did in response to that.
Objection sustained.
Wow. Judge sustains an objection.
Were you given that information in that interview? Did they identify other people who had warned Maggie that word on the street in Hampton that there was some risk to her family's safety resulting from the boating accident?
I don't recall any specific information concerning warning of threats or of any nature. No, sir, I don't recall that.
You don't recall being provided the name Barbara Mixon?
I do recall being provided names of those that may have information, but as far as specific information, I do not recall any specific information that was shared by the Bransteaders.
You know whether Ms. Mixon was ever interviewed following your meeting with the Bransteaders?
I know I never interviewed Ms. Mixon.
Were you given information about Ms. Keena Traherne of a similar nature?
Again, I never interviewed Ms. Traherne, if her name was given. No, sir.
1 minute, Your Honor, may I check to see when I left?
I put out a tweet about that.
801 and 802 are hearsay rules, folks.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Excuse me.
I put out a tweet about it, and Evie Warner responded that the internet doesn't agree with you, that they don't know what to think. And then they go to Chanley Painter's poll on the I versus they, which apparently has, 55% of the people said I. Ladies and gentlemen, the lie is obvious because he doesn't follow up on an admission from the primary suspect in a double murder trial.
Doesn't even make a note of it. I killed him, but doesn't make a note.
He doesn't write it down.
That's all the questions I
And he
have.
says they definitely would have followed
Your
up
Honor.
on it, and they never do. They never ask that
Special Agent
question.
Croft,
It's
a couple
insane.
things. When you went back, or you went and searched that house, your focus was searching for guns. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
And to your knowledge, when other agents walked through the house with the family members, and this is on June 8th, fundamentally, they were looking for firearms. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
You were asked about these weapons that you seized that are put into evidence, and you were looking for any particular weapon that could fire rounds consistent with those that were used at the scene. Is that right?
That is correct.
I'm on redirect, Your Honor. That's for a little.
Don't lead the witness.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
I'm on redirect. Don't lead the witness. Redirect is not an excuse to
What
lead.
is the point of gathering as much evidence as you can when you have that opportunity? What are you trying to do there?
We were trying to gather as much evidence that could be tested as potential weapons for the scene to be able to include or to exclude Mr. Alex or these weapons from being the person responsible for the murders.
You were asked a little bit about this right here, and this was June of 2021, correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Had COVID had any effect generally on the availability of ammunition?
I'm sorry.
Had COVID had any effect generally on the availability of ammunition?
Yes, sir.
And tell the jury what, if any, effect that was.
Ammunition was difficult to get during that time because of the shutdowns during COVID.
Did you find a lot of ammunition inside the defendant's residence?
There was quite a bit of ammunition.
Did you
inside.
find a lot of different types of ammunition inside the defendant's residence?
Yes, sir, we did.
Did you find a lot of S&B 300 blackout in the defendant's residence?
That was mostly what we found.
You were asked about the commonality of various rounds blackout through others, and you mentioned 308, 223, and 556. Can you tell the jury a little bit about those rounds and why they tend to be a bit more common as you testified to, please?
I'm sorry. Can you mind repeating?
Yeah, sure. You testified.
Objects beyond the scope. I didn't ask anything about 223s and whatever he said.
He asked about the commonality of blackout, and he answered about those
The
other
witness
counts.
asked you to repeat the question. I would like to hear it as well.
Yes, sir. You were asked earlier about the commonality of blackout, and you mentioned it was not as common as 308, 223, and 556. I was asking you to explain a little bit about those calibers and why they were more common.
Why? They're irrelevant.
223 is a very common round. It's utilized in law enforcement. 556 is utilized within law enforcement and also within the military. It's prior to COVID, it was easily found, fairly cheap ammunition to go out and shoot as far as rifle ammunition goes. 308 is a hunting rifle, which can be used for larger game such as whitetail and stuff like that. 308 is also a common round that's used within the law enforcement and the military side. It's a very common round. 300, on the other hand, it's just at that particular time, 300 rounds or weapons were just not that common.
How many criminal investigations have you worked where 300?
Now it's up to
blackout was
63% they
the murder round?
I have none.
on the poll.
None.
You were asked earlier about the boxes and what has been admitted into evidence as states 214. And are there multiple exhibits in that particular bag that was not opened?
Yes, sir, it is.
Right? And aside from the boxes, what, if any, other exhibit is in that particular bag?
What, if any?
It is what appears to be a credit card receipt with one particular item circled.
And that item circled was what?
Gucci.
Got him, I guess.
What
The
did they
funny
get
thing
him
about
with?
this kind of audio stuff is people hear what they want to hear. It's all confirmation bias. If they want this guy to be guilty, they hear I. But as you say, the proof is in the response by police. If you confess to a double murder, they don't just not make a note and leave it for a future day and never follow up. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, they'd at least ask a question. I mean, the idea that answer doesn't jar him into saying, wait, what do you mean you did him so bad? The idea well, I made a mental note of it. No, you didn't. You clearly did not. There's no way he thought, I'm going to follow up on this, because you just follow up immediately. There's no reason not to. The guy just made the admission. You'd want him to say more. Any investigator would want him to follow up that
You asked
admission.
something about a few questions.
What
about-
evidence would you find that would trump a confession?
And where your experiences at is in general firearm.
None.
knowledge,
People
is
get
that
convicted on
That is
confessions,
correct.
even
Are
with
you a
full
firearms
exculpatory
and tool
evidence.
mark examiner?
No, sir, I'm not.
Is it your role to do that specific analysis?
It is not, sir.
Is that analysis for others to do?
Is it true it's not your job? Not your job? Not your job?
Others who will testify later?
That is correct, sir.
You were asked a number of questions about the various loads in some of these shotguns. Did you find weapons that had mixed loads, that had different types of ammunition in them?
Yes, sir, I did.
You were asked a couple of questions about the board that Mr. Harpootlian put into evidence
They're
yesterday.
just going to
You
ask the
recall
person who
those?
Yes,
prepared
sir, I
the
did.
Are
transcript.
you aware that both victims had
What's it say?
stippling on
Hey.
them from their gunshot injuries?
Yes, sir, I am.
And what is stippling?
Stippling is a powder burn pattern which is left on an individual due to a close range shot.
To a close range shot.
That is correct.
Thank you. You were asked some questions about the location of where shell casings land when they're ejected out of the weapon. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
Are there a number of factors that go into where a shell casing might actually land?
Yes, sir, it is.
Can people move?
I'm sorry, sir.
Do people move?
People can move. Yes, sir.
Are you sure about that? Can you testify to the
You asked a
ambulatory
couple
nature of
questions
persons?
about the cell phone and whether or not it was put in the Faraday bag. Do you know if that phone was put in airplane mode?
I think it was. Yes, sir.
You've been asked a number of questions about the defendant and the investigation. Do you recall during the course of the interview on June 10th, did Agent Owen mention that y'all had talked to 100 people at that point?
I do. Yes, sir.
All right. And was the investigation just focused on Alec Murdaugh, or was it focused on anyone and everyone it could focus on?
It was absolutely not just focused on Alex Murdaugh.
In that particular interview, did Agent Owen mention victim advocates or any sort of grief counseling to Alec Murdaugh? Is that correct?
Yes, sir, he did.
When you're that early in an interview and you are interviewing someone who might be in the circle, as Mr. Griffin describes it, are you trying to keep your ears open?
Yes, sir, I am.
Are you trying to keep the lines of communication open?
Yes, sir, I am.
Are you going to confront somebody that early on, or are you going to try to keep the dialogue going?
Action leading, Your Honor.
Don't lead the witness.
What is your goal when you're that early in an investigation and interviewing witnesses or potential subjects?
Again, based on what we had in this particular case, the interviews conducted with Mr. Alec was more of an information gathering type of interview. It wasn't an interrogation by no means.
It's always an interrogation, folks.
Yeah, that's absolutely
You were
a
asked
lie.
about whether or not
Again, he's the primary and sole suspect in a double murder trial. Oh, it's not an interrogation, though. Just trying to get info.
Were you aware that there were 300 blackout cases found around Maggie's body at the scene?
Yes, I was.
And what was your goal is finding similar evidence in other parts of the property?
Similar casings to the shell casings that were located at Miss Maggie's body.
Did you know that casings can be compared to casings which have been recovered already at the murder scene?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you find cases outside of the side door?
Yes, sir, I did.
300 blackout cases?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you find 300 blackout cases at the range across the street?
Yes, sir, I did.
You were asked about
Funny thing is,
interviewing a number of witnesses on that day on
think
June
about
10th.
this.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
they're going to testify that all
Is
the
it common
cases of
standard
300
operating
black
procedure to interview witnesses separately?
that they found
Yes,
matched
sir.
the murder
Is there
cases.
anything different or unusual about
But
that
there are
being
three
done?
300 blackout
it's
guns.
not.
Would you do that in any case?
Yes, sir, I would.
So one gun is used to fire every 300 blackout round on the property?
Two-tip interview with Alec Murdaugh. Who all was in that car?
It was myself, Senior Special Agent David Owen, Mr. Alec Murdaugh, and counsel.
Jim Griffin was there.
That is correct.
His lawyer was there.
That is correct.
Remind the jury what Alec Murdaugh did for a living.
He was a trial lawyer and a prosecutor for the 14th Circuit.
Effing lawyers.
Was that interview aggressive? in
Frankly,
any
that's the
way?
best evidence
Not
they
at
have
all,
against
sir.
him. Everybody's posting their 300 blackout rifles in the locals chat right now. Is this one the murder weapon? But I mean, think about it. They're gonna testify they collected all these 300 blackout rounds from the property,
You're asked a number of questions about
and if they match the ones,
various firearms evidence.
that would logically
was seized in
conclude
this
that only
particular case.
one
Is that correct?
Yes,
one
sir, that
rifle
is
fired
correct.
all of
Did
those
you
rounds.
personally seize every single piece of evidence, firearms related evidence in this case?
Not personally, no, sir.
And describe just generally what the SOP is. When you have multiple agents working a scene and they find evidence, what do they do with it?
They generally will mark it or locate it, and then one particular person actually does the collection to package and make sure that it gets to our lab.
All right. And there could be multiple individuals doing that collection?
Yes, sir.
And then where does it go from there? What happens to sync it all back together?
It's generally packaged, turn over to our crime scene or an analyst at our lab. Chain of custody is provided to track that particular piece of evidence as to where it went.
Are efforts made by those collecting it to avoid tampering with the evidence?
Absolutely.
Is the evidence collected in a manner to preserve it as much as possible in its form?
Yes, sir.
Is that standard operating procedure for all of SLED?
Yes, sir.
May I have 1 minute to locate an exhibit that's in evidence?
So I'll stand for a moment.
Is this what you're looking for, Craig?
So again, if I wasn't clear because I was talking during the thing as my brain was processing this, their theory is that they collected 300 blackout rounds and that tool mark is going to match the casings on the 300 blackout rounds collected around the house and at the gun range to the 300 blackout rounds collected at the murder scene. But there are 300 blackout rifles, which means that if their tool mark tools show that all of the casings are consistent, that would imply that only one of two things. Only one of the 3 blackout rifles was used to fire any of the blackout casings recovered on property, or in the alternative, that the tool mark is an inadequate tool for determining which 300 blackout rifle was used to fire any particular round.
Which of any in the world?
Right. And if that's the case, if they try and claim that all of the shells match, then the defense is going to rip them apart with just that question. Weren't there 3 different 300 blackout rifles in that house? So your claim is that of all the shells you collected, only one rifle was used and it was the murder weapon, and none of the other rifles were ever left shell casings on the property that you guys found. That's the claim. How do you make that claim? In what possible way can you make that claim? Anna G says the problem is they never said all. I know, which I acknowledged in that if the state makes that issue. But how are they going to, what are they going to do? Well, one of these matches? Oh, okay, maybe. But I have a feeling they're going to say they all match. That's my guess. We'll see. We'll see what they do with that.
Well, the police could only have tested one because one's been missing for years and one is missing from the crime scene.
Well, apparently they didn't test the rifle itself. They just tested the casings, right? And they matched the
You mean
casings
to each other.
Yeah. Which Steve Gosney has laid out that I think in Florida you can't do. You can't even do that anymore because the precision routine manufacturing of rifles these days is that outside of a major defect, all of the similar rifle brandings are going to come out the same. Like
Right.
It's
I mean,
not a
right.
unique.
You could imagine a situation where a chamber was scored or had some kind of gross defect that would mark every brass that went through it in a weird way, but that's not the norm.
Yeah. So this is I don't know. I think the state is setting themselves up for a big failure if they, depending on how they do the testimony. Maybe they'll come in and say, look, most of these rounds don't match, but these two do. Well, okay. That would be a little more compelling. I'm kind of curious to see what they come up with.
Oh, he's still here?
Goes out the bottom.
Recross?
Recross, it hasn't started yet. They're still on redirect, I think. Because the recross guy's still sitting down.
Yep.
Up here.
There's the prosecutor standing up.
Yeah.
All
Legal
let me
vices.
show you what's been marked as
Damn it.
Exhibit 145 in evidence. And can you publish what the crime scene notes reflect about where that was recovered?
It's one unfired shot shell from a state box on bookshelf and gun room, head stamped Winchester 12 gauge.
Can I ask you to take these scissors and carefully cut that open, please? Could I have the Elmo up, please? If I could as well.
Oh, is this going to be the steel pellets in this one?
All right. Tell me, can you describe that, what that is to the jury, please?
It's a 12 gauge shotgun shell, head stamp, Winchester 12 gauge.
All right. And does the plastic part of the shell have any identifying information?
It's got dry lock, 3-inch, number 2.
Can I hold that real quick? Is this what the round you were just seeing?
Is he putting it on Elmo?
Yes, sir. It appears to be, yes, sir. That's if the glares on it, you can't hardly see it.
All right. Can you put that back in that bag for me, please?
Okay. Is there a point?
Is it waterfowl steel load? That would be helpful for the state.
But is that the fired shell or is it an unfired shell?
Entered into evidence of state 149. And
I think that was an unfired shell recovered from the bedroom.
What crime scene notes say about that particular round?
I believe the dry lock is the
Fired
waterfowl.
shot shell from a state box on bookshelf and gun room, head stamped Winchester 12 gauge.
I mean, dry lock makes sense for waterfowl load.
All right.
Dry lock
Good.
seems to
Please, again,
imply
carefully
keeps
open that
moisture out.
bag and pull
Yeah,
out what
the dry lock is the steel. That would be an
Legal
odd
Vice said-
blunder.
Says, damn, this is riveting, isn't it? Is your gun room
So black
studio
and colored,
bigger than Murdaugh's gun room?
Winchester
I doubt
12
it.
gauge. On the
Shots
side,
every
the
time they
writing
mention
is
300
dry
blackout.
lock, 3-inch, number 2.
And then rock on Nick and Bronca.
This is the unfired 12 gauge shell that you were just describing.
Yes, sir, it is.
It's weird that the defense would ask that question if they didn't know the answer.
I thought they asked him explicitly if any of this stuff was found.
He said he didn't
Again, it's
know,
written.
or he couldn't tell without checking or something.
Dry
I
lock,
think.
3-inch, number 2.
If you could return that to that packaging, please, and let's do the next one.
I hope they didn't find a box of 25. We'll be here a while.
I'll hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 146. And again, if you could tell us what the crime scene notes say on that, please.
One unfired shot shell from tent box on bookshelf and gun room, head stamp, Winchester 12 gauge.
All right, and if you could, again, carefully open that and see what's inside and describe it for the jury, please.
It's a 12 gauge shotgun shell, Winchester head stamp, dry lock 3-inch, number 2.
Is it the same as the previous two?
Yes, sir, it is.
Can I hold? All right, you'll put that one back for me. Do the fourth verse.
Vinny D95 says he finally got someone to admit that 20 guns wasn't a lot because according to almost all these prosecutors, me being a vet and having over 20
Yeah,
guns, I should have killed 100 plus people.
So we'll publish those crime scene notes and then we'll follow the same procedure, please.
One unfired shot shell from nightstand in Paul's room, head stamped,
I'll be right back.
Winchester
Gotta hit the
12
bathroom.
gauge.
All right. Tell me what, describe it to the jury.
Head stamp Winchester 12 gauge on the side is got writing dry lock 3-inch, number 2.
Same thing?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's move on to the next one. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 150 into evidence, State's Exhibit 150. And again, if you can, as best you can, tell the jury the crime scene notes on that exhibit.
It's one, and I can read shell head stamp 12 gauge found from red bin on workshop bench. The State's exhibit tag is over the writing.
Gotcha. On workshop bench, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, if you would, carefully open that and then describe what you find to the jury, please.
Folks, if you don't know the right question, you can't possibly get to the right answer. The question is not
A red in color.
guilty or innocent. The question is
12
proven
gauge.
guilty beyond a reasonable doubt or not proven
Shotgun
guilty beyond a
shell.
reasonable doubt.
On
Nobody's
the side,
innocent in this
federal
world.
Premium double aught buck 3-inch mag, 76 millimeter maximum, 1050 bar.
Federal buckshot.
Federal buckshot, yes, sir.
Can I see that?
Yes, sir.
This was found where?
On the workbench from the red bin on the workbench.
I can't tell if that helps or not, and I'm gonna try it.
You can't read it on there, sir.
Yeah, it's no surprise the ammo spread all over the house on a hunting property, folks, especially shotgun ammo. You just fill your pockets with it when you go out. Then when you get back to the house, you rack the gun up and you go to your room and you realize you have shells in your pocket. You take them out. That's all.
All right, I'm gonna show you now what's been marked as State's 144. Let's do the same procedure. If you could tell the jury what the crime scene notes on that particular exhibit reflect.
One unfired shot shell head stamp 12 gauge federal from red bin on workshop bench.
And if you could carefully open it and describe to the jury what you found.
It's a red in color federal 12 gauge. Writing on the side is Federal Premium double aught buckshot double aught buck 3-inch Magnum.
All right. you could secure that back for me, please. I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 143 and have you take a look through that one, if you would, please. Read what the crime scene notes say.
One unfired shot shell, head stamp, 12-gauge Federal from red bin on workshop bench.
And then carefully open it and describe to the jury what's inside.
It's red in color, 12-gauge Federal shotgun shell, stamped on the side, Federal Premium, double-aught buck, 3-inch Magnum.
Same thing as that previous two?
Yes, sir, it is.
Federal buckshot, correct?
That is correct.
All right, if you could put that back for me. And we'll do one more. Got State's Exhibit 148. If you could again tell the jury what the crime scene notes reflect about its location, please.
Says one unfired shot shell, head stamp, 12-gauge Federal from red bin on workshop bench.
All right, if you could carefully open it and tell the jury what's inside.
Now, to the extent you found a bunch of shells in the red bin on the workshop bench, you can put them in one bag, folks. Do all this in one step.
It's a red.
3 unfired shells.
12-gauge shotgun shell on the side, writing it's Federal Premium, double-aught buck, 3-inch Magnum, 3-inch mag.
Same as the previous three, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
All right. 4 draw locks.
Yes, sir.
4 buckshot.
Yes, sir.
The draw locks are what? Brand.
They're black in color. They are Winchester,
And the buckshots are what?
Federal.
Just got a couple more questions for you. You were asked whether or not you took down any notes at any point in the interview or at a particular point in the interview.
Yes, sir.
The interview is being recorded, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Was Alec Murdaugh in custody at that interview?
He was not, sir.
Was that interview voluntary?
It was, sir.
Was that interview aggressive?
It was not, sir.
Was his lawyer present?
His law attorney was present, sir.
And he's a lawyer too, or
Yes.
was a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Further recross.
Just very briefly, Your Honor. Agent Croft, you mentioned stippling with regard to the injuries of Maggie. Do you know how many bullet wounds she had that had stippling?
I know at least one bullet wound had stippling. Yes,
Just
sir.
one. That's all you remember.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then talking about on the June 10th, y'all had interviewed 100 people or more, broad investigation. But did you have anybody else in the circle on June 10th besides Alec Murdaugh?
We had names of interest that we were interviewing. Yes, sir.
And then you were asked about projectiles versus shell cartridges. Are you aware that that projectiles were found? 300 blackout projectiles were found in the dog house and the dog bed?
I am aware of that now. Yes, sir.
And that there's a 300 blackout projectile found in the dirt by the tire track?
Yes, sir.
So there were projectiles that were found.
That's correct, sir.
Yet you're out of the range, you don't look for projectiles, right?
I was collecting the 300 blackout spent shell casings from the gun room, or not the gun room, I apologize, the shoot house.
Now you showed a number of shot shells,
Did I miss
buckshot,
anything?
and apparently dry lock. What date were those seized?
Doesn't sound like it.
Looks like 9/13 of 2021.
It's later.
Those were seized 3 months after the murders?
Yes. The answer is yes. So we don't know that they were present at the murder, the date of the murders.
9/13/2021 is the date that's written on it.
June, July, August, September. 4 months after the murders.
That's correct, sir.
And do you know whether that property had been secured during that period of time?
It had not been secured by law enforcement during that period of time.
Oh,
You know if any of that in front of you was on the property on June 7th or before?
It was there the day we collected it. I can't answer that other question.
And I
it was
understand you
there
didn't
the
collect
day
any
we
of that,
collected.
correct? And you don't know where it was collected from other than what you're reading on the envelope, right?
Oh, shoot. Not my job.
And you're reading someone else's.
BMW is trying to sell me another car.
That's correct, sir.
That's all I have now.
Okay, you messed up now.
Thanks, sir.
Wait, who's
That's
trying to
the
sell you
crop.
something?
BMW.
And we'll
Oh.
take a
All
break now, about 10 minutes or so.
You just sold me a car, but they want it back, so they have inventory and they sell me another one. You know.
Yeah. It's like, but that just means you're neutral on inventory. Or do they want you to order one?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. They know the one I want has to be ordered.
Yeah.
The only model I'm interested in has to be ordered. So, and it's first they have to get an allocation, and once the allocation is delivered, then they can order. It's crazy.
Right. Yeah. Trying to buy a new nice car is, well, even a new not nice car is really, really difficult right now. It's dumb. They hit the lot and they're sold immediately, or they're ordered out months to a years in advance.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at a BMW X6, folks, the M version, which is a relatively rare BMW. I mean, not super rare, but it's not like the X5s you see all over the place.
Sure. Yeah, when I was looking for a Corvette, they're like, you can get it in 2025. No, that's cool. I'm good. Tall Skinny Geek says, Nick, you missed Nobody is Innocent in This World from Bronca.
But babies are innocent. So they found like 4 dry lock cartridges, which are steel cartridges. Right. They found 4 buckshot cartridges, which would be, consistent with the buckshot. It doesn't really solve anything. It is odd that the defense would make a point that is saying that you didn't recover any matching ammo, and then there was matching ammo. I don't know if that was a screw up or what, but
yeah, that's a weird question to ask. I figured if they asked it, there definitely wouldn't be, but turns out there were. So that kind of eliminates that whole thing. I mean, I think the most important aspect of that is the guy has no knowledge if there was ever a murder weapon recovered, which means no. I mean, that's the short answer. Because if there was a murder weapon recovered, the assistant to the lead investigator would know about it. They would have asked him on direct. Now tell me about the murder weapon. I mean, that would have been pretty obvious. Then
not steel buck, folks. The buck is lead. The steel shot's the bird shot.
Right.
The waterfowl
now,
shot.
Forgive me for being ignorant, but is that just because you're typically shooting over a body of water and they don't want lead going into the water?
Right, because the idea is the birds eat the lead, they get lead poisoning from the lead. Personally, I think that's utter bullshit. You don't get lead poisoning. Your body doesn't dissolve a piece of lead in your body. It's an inert piece of lead. Where people tend to get lead poisoning is where the lead's vaporized, for example, or it's in some kind of acidic solution. So the acid breaks it down, and you actually can ingest it in a way that your body can absorb. You chew the paint, right? You break it into fine particles. Your body can digest it. But a solid chunk of lead, I mean, people were shot in the Civil War with, half-inch lead balls that stayed in their body because they didn't have the surgical means to get it out. They didn't get lead poisoning.
Right. But that's the logic behind having the steel shot versus
That's the
lead
logic,
shot.
right? So
yeah.
they don't want you to shoot lead. I assume it's against federal law to shoot lead over water. Lead shot over water. But I don't hunt waterfowl, so.
Right. And I don't hunt anything. I mean, I would. I don't care. I just never have the occasion to do it.
Bird hunting, land birds, quail, pheasant, they're fun. They're fun. If you know someone who's got dogs, like these rich people had dogs.
Right.
That's a nice afternoon, man, out in the field with dogs, hunting quail, and you can eat them that night for dinner. It's
Unless you're with Dick Cheney.
Yeah. Right.
Then it's a toss up. It could be a really nice outing. It could turn bad. You never know how it's going to go with old Dick. But but yeah, then to me, I mean, the defense spending a ton of time on the I versus they. And I know there's still people out there who hear I. Great. You hear I. Now, ask yourself, if he said I, does the police response make sense for a thorough investigation? I'm not trying to convince you they said they. You can take I all day. But listen to how bad the investigation is, that when you have the sole suspect in a double murder investigation make a very potential admission, and I mean, any cop is going to take that as an admission. Every prosecutor is going to run that as an admission. This prosecutor ran it as an admission. Okay. Right. Take all of that and go, why didn't he ask any other questions about it or take any action on it? Remember that the follow-up interview is 2 months later. It's 2 months away. And he still doesn't ask the questions that he definitely would have followed up on in his mental note. He never follows up. I mean, it's an insane prospect. And any cop,
and we're going to get the transcript.
Right. And I know there are cops out in this audience, and I know all of you've got an investigation of any type, and you have an admission like that. You're all going to at least ask, wait, what'd you just say? Can you help me out with that? What do you mean by that? Because if a person's willing to make that admission, even as a mistake, you want them to make a subsequent mistake, and you want them to do it in the mental state they're in. This closes off the investigation. It solves the crime that they can't solve. It's amazing to think that if this guy actually dropped the ball in that question, as he claims, he should be fired.
Wouldn't this have been mentioned in opening?
Yes. You're going to hear a recorded admission from Paul Murdaugh that he did his son dirt right after the killing. 2 days later, he says, I did him dirty. Of course, he mentioned, like, the cognitive dissonance required. You have to either just not acknowledge reality, or you have to have sovereign citizen levels of faith in the government doing their job to get to there. And the funny thing is, the people with no faith in the cops all believe he said they, I'm pretty sure. But it's, yeah. Chris Early says, if I hear an admission, I'm going to run with it at that point. You should. That's the job of the investigator. Otherwise, you're wasting a ton of resources when you already have found the killer. You've already found the criminal. Oh my gosh. Would it have been less damaging if the witness had said they heard at the time and thought he did say they? Maybe. I don't know. He doesn't want to change his story. And most importantly, you can see all of these South Carolina law enforcement witnesses, all of them become the dumbest employees in history the moment they're on cross-examination. I mean, it's a different person on the stand between direct and cross. Every single one of them. And that should tell you. I mean, these people aren't dumb. They're actors. They're very good at it.
Right.
It's what makes them good at their job. But anyway, that I think that was
somebody in the comments was saying that maybe Father Alex just was feeling sad because he knew he treated Paul like shit all his life because Paul was such a stupid fuck up, leaving stuff everywhere. It does have the feeling of a family where like the great grandfather was super genius, and the father was the grandfather was pretty much a genius, and then Alex comes along and he's a personal injury lawyer, which you don't have to be a genius to make money being a personal injury lawyer. And then Paul is just like further. It's like devolution of legal intellect, one generation at a time.
And maybe that's what he was saying. Maybe he did him dirty. He spoiled him too much. He didn't discipline him. He turned him into a screw up or whatever. That doesn't change the investigator's response to that question. And the investigator didn't testify that that's the impression that he got.
Yeah. By the way, folks, if you are like one of your kids is super gregarious, like everyone in town knows them, they're friends with everybody, you can make a ton of money as a personal injury lawyer and be the worst lawyer on the face of the earth. It's a volume business. You just need traffic coming in the door. People know you. They come to you with their personal injuries. You will make mint. And you don't ever have to go to trial. You settle everything. If a case actually goes to trial, you just hand it off to a trial attorney.
There you go. Yeah, because most of the time what you're dealing with in personal injury is insurance companies.
Yeah, insurance settlements is almost all of it.
It's really screening out people who are going to come in there, and the other party either has money or has insurance, and then it's about knowing or getting to the policy limit within a reasonable amount of trouble causing for the other company, because they're gonna take the policy limit. And if your client will take the policy limit, you win.
Just do it as efficiently as possible. Like I say, it's a volume business. You need a lot of traffic. That's why you need to know a lot of people. A lot of people need to know you, I should say.
Right. Every time someone gets hurt in any way, they need to come knocking on your door.
Hey, Timmy's a lawyer these days. Why don't we call him? That's the way it works.
Let's see.
Or you put up a ton of billboards.
That too. I should have done personal injury.
Yeah.
I didn't want
I'm not saying it's fun. I'm just saying you can make money doing it.
Yeah, you can make a ton. Okay.
Most of the richest lawyers I know are PI lawyers.
Yeah, because you think about it again, if you do, catastrophic personal injury, death, serious bodily harm, disfigurement, you're going after insurance companies of like semi-truck drivers, industrial plants, stuff like that. They're going to have policy limits between $5 and $10 million for someone dying. You're going to take a third of that money.
Yeah. I mean, I have to say the rich ones I know are guys who are capable of going to trial. That's where they make the big bucks, is on, the trial judgments. But you can make good money even if you don't want to go to trial or you don't have the chops for that.
Yeah. I mean, if you're getting insurance payouts of, you get a couple a year at $500K to $1 million, you're taking 30% of each of those things. I mean, it doesn't take many settlements to make good money. It really doesn't. And yeah, if you go to trial against any huge company, you're going to make a fortune. But
or be Texas Law Hawk. That guy makes money. How can you not make money with that kind of attitude?
Exactly. He's a DUI lawyer. Which, I mean, in Texas, I'm sure there's plenty of, in Dallas, I'm sure there's plenty of DUIs to.
Listen, that's a volume business too.
Yep. You can make quite a bit pleading those out or taking them to trial. Ask a DUI guy. I mean, that's what he does. He's very good at it. You can watch him on YouTube. He posts a lot of his actual trial clips. They're really good. He's very good at taking apart cops on the stand and their knowledge of their own equipment, of the maintenance of their equipment.
And someone's making a good point in the comments. Not only can you generally make good money as a PI lawyer, but you can make really good money if you're also stealing the settlements that are supposed to go to your clients.
Then you can buy a 1,700 acre ranch in South Carolina and murder your wife and son. Okay. Let me read some of these super chats here that we've got. By the way, big thank you for all the super chats, Rumble rants, and locals tips that come in. They make doing these very long trial streams something that's actually feasible. So I really, really appreciate that.
Hey, can I pull up my class thing before we get to super chats real quick?
Yeah, of course.
Because today is the last day for the 50% off. So, whoops, I think you have to pop it up, right?
Yep.
Okay, law of self-defense advanced class. We only teach this. Well, this is the only one scheduled for all of 2023. Saturday, April 15th. This is our full day class taught live by me all day. Plenty of interaction, plenty of time for Q&A. Learn how to be hard to convict. Make yourself an unattractive target for prosecution if you're ever compelled to use force in defense of yourself, your family, your property. And the good news is if you sign up for this class this month, today's the last day of the month, folks. This month, sign up for this class today. You save 50% off the registration. You save yourself $100. You can learn more about this course Saturday, April 15th at lawofselfdefense.com/advanced. Thanks, brother.
Of course. My pleasure. Very, very cool. And people should check out that class. I mean, if you have a gun, if you carry at all, if you have a knife, if you do any self-defense, people often think self-defense is relegated to mere the carrying of a firearm. But no, self-defense involves everything from your hands to any sort of instrument you may wield, including a tank.
Right. Hey, you're a BJJ guy. Take the class, man. Martial artists get in a lot of trouble all the time because they think just because they're using their hands, it's automatically non-deadly force. That's not the case. You're choking someone out. They're losing consciousness. That's an application of deadly force.
If you're a BJJ guy, or if you're compelled into a BJ guy, and you use teeth, very important. Very important. All right. Stephanie King says, a toast to Amelia May Doreen, my second granddaughter born this morning. So proud. Oh,
no, congratulations.
Cheers. Stephanie King's this little bundle of joy. Being a grandparent's got to be great. You get to send them back for all the annoying stuff and keep them for all the fun stuff and enjoy all of those little milestones. So enjoy every single one, Stephanie. Cheers to you, and cheers to little Amelia. Distopt says, Nick, do you play Call of Cthulhu? Only game where being a lawyer is a good thing. No, I have not played it. I've heard it's really fun, but I haven't played it. Southern Brainwater says, so Danny is a white girl and wants to be a Fed. She knows they kill dogs, right? Seems contradictory. Jamie Moodley says, did you respond to Monty's lawsuit? Ooh, woo. I assume my lawyer will be responding today. It's out of my hands now. K-Jab says, which Fox interviewed you? I don't know. She reports for multiple Fox affiliates, and I have no idea which one or which ones they are. So I didn't really ask. Outcast77 says, love Bronca and Ricada. When Steve comes on, it's a winning combo. Oh, yeah, I got to send him the link for when he gets on lunch, which should be coming up really soon here. So let me do that while I'm thinking about it. Lunchtime murder trial. All right, there we go. And I have sent out the link to a couple other people, but I know a lot of people are streaming this, or they're guesting on other streams or whatever, or they're just busy. So I kind of tossed the net out to some people, and if they want to pop in, great. And if they have time, but not everybody's able to commit whole days to it.
The BMW call was actually from the motorcycle people.
So they're trying to sell you a different type of BMW.
Yeah.
You're a BMW simp, aren't you, Andrew?
I like their vehicles. I cannot lie. I mean, I'm particularly fond of their motorcycles, but the cars are nice too. But the motorcycle I ride, I believe they're coming out with a new version in a year or two. So, and my bike's only a couple years old, so I'll wait until the new model.
There you go. Leon's Law says, Nick, I've been a landlord since October, and I've already learned a valuable lesson. Never date your tenant, or they might throw your fridge out when things go downhill.
Oh, yeah. No, never poop at home, man.
Nope. Don't do that. Don't do that. Evict them, then date them. That's a good come on. Why'd you evict me? Because, girl, you look good.
I love you.
Because I love you and I respect you. Flamingo Key, thanks for the donation. Susmart15, about the I or they. We were listening to a recording through a stream. It had to have been even more clear when this officer heard it in person, which is why he didn't question it in the moment. Yeah, I would wager that he had third day.
I'm going to refresh my coffee.
Also is.
If you bring the jury, please.
If you bring that jury down, 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 down. Dana Loves Zumba says, I think the defense is going through all these guns and such that aren't relevant as revenge for yesterday. You did it, so will I. Lol. Yeah, I mean, they also want to point out that they don't think any of those guns are the murder weapon. Just make it clear for the jury that they don't have a murder weapon. Next, we've got JD Young says, I was right. He said it wasn't his job. Sherilyn Moore says, can you discuss pros and cons of him doing a bench trial instead, since the state has no direct evidence? Well, he may not be able to do a bench trial. I don't know in South Carolina, but lots of times the state has to agree to the bench trial along with the
most states,
the defense requesting one. So
the idea is the state has a right to a jury as well as the defendant.
Thank you, Your Honor. Turn it over to Mr. Conrad. State calls Anthony Nisht.
a generic account says, Jesus Christ, ACAB, hammer, hammer, hammer. That's all cops are bad. Sean Brem, message retracted. Thank you so much for saying something so offensive. You had to take it back. Ray Bibb says, even if the recording says I, that is still consistent with the Bronca theory. Alex could be expressing that he feels guilty. His financial crimes brought about their deaths. Could be.
Spell your last name, please.
But the detective didn't hear I. He heard they. It's evident in how he acted.
My name is Michael Anthony Knitch.
Hello, Michael.
Great. How are you?
Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Knitch.
All right.
Niche.
Where are you employed, sir?
Verizon Wireless.
And what are your duties there?
In this capacity, I'm a custodian of records.
All right. And so it's in its normal course of business, does Verizon?
Man, he looks like a custodian of records.
That is correct.
He talks like
does
one
it keep
too.
call records?
That is correct.
Just generally speaking, what kind of records does Verizon keep in relation to phone accounts and call records?
Subscriber information, cellular data, which could be telephone calls, text.
His wife and her boyfriend are probably home watching his testimony right now.
Damn.
All right. And these have been previously shown to counsel. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 268.
They keep dropping the volume of the court.
And I'm going to ask you if you recognize that. Please.
They wander away from the mic.
I do.
And what is that?
State's Exhibit 268 is Alex Murdaugh's telephone number 803-942-1227.
Okay. And have you reviewed the contents of that CD?
I have.
And what is the contents of that on that CD?
Subscriber information, cellular data information, text messages, anything related to billing purposes of Verizon Wireless.
Okay. And was that
Matthew Perry's
those records
unsuccessful
previously turned over
brother.
to law enforcement?
In request to a search warrant, they were.
And you've reviewed those records, correct?
I have.
And after reviewing them, are those true and authentic copies of the records that are kept by Verizon?
They are.
And those are related to Alex Murdaugh's Verizon account, sir,
That is correct.
with a number ending in 1.
Why would you wear a tie to court and then leave it loose like that?
That is correct.
All right. At this time, state moves to enter Exhibit 268 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
I'm going to approach and hand you State's Exhibit 269. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what is that?
State's Exhibit 269, Paul, cell phone 803-842-7845.
And have you had an opportunity to review the contents of that CD?
I have
And what is the contents of that CD?
cellular information, subscriber information, in response to a search warrant.
Okay. And are the contents of that CD accurate, true and accurate copies of records kept by Verizon in normal course of business?
They are.
And at this time, state would move to enter Exhibit 269 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
First thing the state does
And you-
is get search warrants for all this stuff, social media, phone, everything.
And do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
What is that?
State's Exhibit 265, Maggie, cell phone 803-842-9041.
Well, you can always call Maggie now.
Review the contents of that CD.
I have
What are the contents of the CD?
subscriber information, cellular data information in response to a search warrant.
All right, and that's in relation to the number associated with Paul, is that correct?
Maggie,
Oh, excuse me, yes, Maggie. And what's the last 4 digits of that number?
9041.
All right, and that's Exhibit 265, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and at this time, state will move to enter Exhibit 265 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to approach, and I'm going to hand you what's labeled as State's Exhibit 262. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And without reading any phone number, full phone number, what is that?
State's Exhibit 262, Plod Row Records.
All right. And have you had an opportunity to review the contents of that CD?
I have.
And
Hey, he kind of
what
does
are
look
the
like Michael
contents of
Douglas
the
in
CD?
Falling Down. He has the
Subscriber
same tie.
information, cellular data information in response to a search warrant.
All right. And those are related to the account associated with Claude Road, correct?
That is correct.
And there is a phone number associated. We're just not going to read it in the record. Is that correct?
That is correct.
At this time, and what number is that?
State's Exhibit 262.
This time, state will move to enter Exhibit 262 into evidence.
No objection.
Admit it.
I'm going to approach and you State's Exhibit 263. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what is that?
State's Exhibit 263, Marty Cook.
All right. And is there a phone number associated with that without reading it?
There is.
And that's a Verizon phone number, correct?
That is correct.
What are the contents of that CD?
Subscriber information, cellular data information in response to a search
And
warrant.
you've had an opportunity to review that, correct?
I have.
And those are a copy of the same records that were provided to law enforcement pursuant to a search warrant. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And what number was that again?
State's Exhibit 263.
All right. This time, state will need to enter Exhibit 263 into evidence.
I'm sorry, I couldn't. Whose number is that?
That is, State's Exhibit 263. What's the name on that account?
Marty Cook.
No objection.
Let's admit it.
All right. I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 264.
Marty,
And do you recognize that, sir?
we have to go back to the
I do.
future.
And what is that, sir?
State's Exhibit 264, Rogan.
All right. And is there a phone number associated with that?
There is.
All right. And we're not going to read that into the record, but if you had an opportunity to review the contents of that CD,
I have.
and what are the contents of that CD?
Subscriber information, cellular data information in response to a search warrant.
All right. And the contents of that CD are a accurate copy of the original records provided by Verizon to law enforcement pursuant to search warrant.
They are.
All right. And that's Exhibit 264, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. At this time, state will move to enter Exhibit 264 into evidence.
No objection.
Admit it.
I hand you is marked as State's Exhibit 266. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
All right. And what is that?
State's Exhibit 266, Connor Cook Records.
And is there a Verizon associate and account associated with those, with Connor Cook?
There is.
Have you had an opportunity to review the contents of that CD?
I have.
All right. And what is the contents of that CD?
Subscriber information, cellular data information in response to a search warrant.
All right. And that's a true and accurate copy of the records originally provided by Verizon to law enforcement pursuant to search warrant?
That is correct.
All right. And what's that number you have again?
State's Exhibit 266.
All right. This time, state will move to enter Exhibit 266 into evidence.
No objection.
Admit it.
And last one, this is State's Exhibit 267. I'm going to hand this to you. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
All right, and what is that?
States Exhibit 267, Buster cellular information.
And there's a number and a Verizon account associated with Buster's phone records.
That is correct.
We're not going to read that number to the record, but have you had an opportunity to review the contents of that CD?
I have.
All right, and what is the contents of that CD?
Subscriber information, cellular data information in response to a search warrant.
All right.
You think this is the last witness of the day?
A copy of the records.
Yeah,
In other words,
probably.
those 6 hours.
Law enforcement in response to a search warrant.
They are.
And what number do you have? What number is that again?
States Exhibit 267.
All right. At this time, state would move to enter Exhibit 267 in evidence.
Okay.
Submit it.
They're going to do every cellular phone in Colleton County.
I'm going to hand you, this is marked as on the back, States Exhibit 270.
Maybe
You
they should
recognize
have gotten a search warrant for the assistant investigators to see if
I
he
do.
texted anybody about that I
And
versus
what is
they
it?
line.
This would be a key that is used to explain the VoLTE call detail with cell site explanation.
And is that originally come from a PDF provided with each of these search warrant returns?
That is correct.
And so that document will be found on each of those CDs, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and this is just a printed out version,
That is correct.
but is it exactly similar to the explainer on contained on those CDs, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at this time, state would move to Exhibit 270 into evidence.
No objection.
Submit it.
All right, sir. So let's talk about that document you have in your hands. I think you told us kind of what it is, but can you give us a little more detail? What does that do, and how does that help someone looking at these records?
In response to a search warrant, Verizon provides a key to be able to read the records that were provided. So this particular record is a VoLTE call detail record key.
Okay. All right. I'm going to take this to you, and I think the Elmo is still up. We need the Elmo up, please.
Hi, slide it in. If I made something called the Elmo, it would say dirty stuff all the time out loud.
Okay. So looking at Exhibit 270, States Exhibit 270, we see several columns of information across that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you read from your screen there, sir? Can you read some of that information?
Yes, sir. The first column is record open date and time. The second, would you like me to read across?
Well, let's lay a little more foundation. The records that are provided on those CDs and what they're in digital format, correct?
That is correct.
And what program are they sent in?
Excel.
Okay, Excel format. That's a spreadsheet, correct?
That is correct.
And so when we look at these records, they're all provided in columns in an Excel spreadsheet, correct?
That is correct.
And each column going left to right is a different sort of information that is on the records, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And so we'll look at an example in a few minutes, but this is the key to look at to understand what each column is in reference to, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So let's look at the far left column, and I believe that says record open date time. What does that mean, sir?
That would be the date and time the call record transpired in local time.
In local time, okay? And what's the second column from the left?
That would be the date and time the call transpired in Greenwich Mean Time.
Okay. In Greenwich Mean Time is that also known as universal time?
That is correct.
And on June 7th of 2021, do you know the approximate offset for local time and Eastern time with Greenwich Mean Time? Would it surprise you if I said it was 4 hours difference?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Okay. Going to the
That's
third
one of those
from the
high
left
pressure
column, what is
questions.
that?
That's like a 2-foot
That
putt
is
in golf.
the
Like shit.
Serving system ID.
And what does that mean?
That's a network name on Verizon from which the call transpired.
Okay. And what is the column next to that? I believe it's labeled NID.
That would be the switch number that Verizon uses to route.
And what is a switch, generally speaking?
It would be what is considered a hub for multi-cell towers.
Okay. So multiple cell towers be connected to one switch.
That is correct.
And then going next, cell ID. What is that column?
That would be the specific cell tower that the target number used to make the cellular data connection.
Okay. And that's the actual tower that a particular call was routed through, correct?
That is correct.
And the next column says cell face. What is that? What does it mean?
That would be the cell face that the cellular data connection transpired over. There's typically 3 faces on each cell tower.
Okay. And next we see market ID. What is that?
That's fair. That is the switch number. So in some records, it'll have that listed. So it's the same thing as the NID, but depending on the specific record, which column will be used.
Okay. And then next column says ENB. What is that?
It's a 6-digit cell tower number. The first 3 digits is the market ID, and the last 3 digits is the tower identification.
Okay. Next column says DIR. What does that show for and what does it mean?
That's the direction that the call transpired over the Verizon network.
When you say direction, you mean incoming call or outgoing call? That sort of direction, not north, south, east, or west, right?
That is correct.
All right. The next column says MSISDN. What does that mean, sir?
That is the Verizon subscriber number that the record is for.
Okay. And it says this is your target number, and that's in reference to the search warrant, correct?
That is correct.
And so when a search warrant asks for records for a certain number, that's the target number, correct?
That is correct.
And that's what that column identifies, correct?
That is correct.
And next column says called number. What does that mean?
This is the number dialed to initiate the call. For inbound calls, this number will be the same as the mobile directory number, MSISDN column, and the out calls, this is the number your target dialed.
Okay. So simplifying it, it's simply the number that was called when someone placed a phone call, correct?
That is correct.
Next column is CPN. What is that, sir?
This is the calling party number that initiated the call. If the call is outbound, this column will be the same as the mobile directory number, MSISDN. If the call is inbound, this is a number that dialed your target.
Okay. And the next column says SOU. What is that, sir?
Seconds of duration.
Okay. And that's how long the call lasted, correct?
That is correct.
And the next column says RAT. What is that?
Oh.
Sir?
That is the type of cellular connection that the data session or call transpired over.
And so we see several different categories underneath that. I see a 3G voice, 4G voice, and some others. What does that stuff mean?
The Verizon wireless technology that's used to allow that call to take place.
Okay. So 3G and 4G are different types of technology Verizon uses?
That is correct.
And depending on which tower and where the phone is located, it could be, a call could be routed over 3G or 4G. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Getting pretty close to the end here. The next column says VICE endpoints. What does that mean, sir?
It's a VoLTE connection with an endpoint. So that's a type of device that can boost the Verizon signal. It's an indicator if that was used or not.
Okay. And VO, you call it VoLTE. What is that?
Voice over LTE. It's a type of technology similar to the 4G.
Okay. And that's a voice call that's routed over the digital network, correct?
That is correct.
And finally, we see VTWNE, network extender, excuse me. What is that column, sir?
That is a device that allows consumers to connect to a network extender to boost their indoor coverage. So there'd be a difference in the call type listed in the records.
So Verizon provides to certain customers network extenders for them to use in buildings to help them connect calls in buildings. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Hey, I think this
And
might be
call
the
routing
Fox lady I
connector
talked to right
is
there.
listed in that
Damn it.
column.
That is correct.
It's kind of hard to tell
Okay,
because it's
I'd
far
like to
away.
switch over to the laptop.
And she was big on my screen, but
I'm gonna hand you back Exhibit 270 in case you need to look at it here.
imagine talking to this guy at a party. You'd literally have to
All right.
imagine it, I think.
And I'm gonna pull up some of the records that were provided.
Do you recognize this photograph of Alexander Bell?
And the first one I'll pull up is the one associated with Maggie Murdaugh, and her number ends in 9041. And I believe that comes from exhibit. That's State's Exhibit 265. Let me get rid of the annoying. Okay, so we're going to scroll down, and we're going to talk about a couple of these calls just so the jury understands or can understand some of these records.
I'd rather hear this in Morse code. At least it would be more engaging. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I went too far. Bear with me, please.
These technical experts are always brutal. There's like one guy in the audience who does this for a living. He's like, no, this is
I highlighted
great.
column 1846 on this.
This guy's
spreadsheet.
nailing it.
Can you see that, sir?
I can.
Okay. So let's walk through this particular call. All right. The far left column A, we see a number there. What is that number, sir?
That's the phone number that was associated with the search warrant.
Okay. And that's a 9041 number, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And column B, I see a date. It says May 1st of 21. What is that date, sir?
That was the date that the search warrant started the request for the search warrant.
Okay. So when law enforcement sent a search warrant to Verizon, it requests a date, a record starting on May 1st. Is that correct?
That is correct.
May 1st, 2021. And then the next column says June 10th of 2021. What is that date, sir?
That is the last day that was requested on the search warrant.
Okay. All right. So in this case, June 10th was the last date from that search warrant.
That is correct.
All right. Okay. So let's look at column D. And what is column D in this record?
That is the time that the actual call took place in local time.
Okay. And what time is that?
19:50 and 20 seconds.
All right. Can you convert military to civilian time? Are you good at it?
I am not good at it.
Okay. So generally you subtract 12, is that correct?
That is correct.
So would that be 7:50 p.m.?
That is correct.
Okay. All right.
Good
and then
Lord.
the next column, we see it says June 7, 2021 at 23:50. What is that column?
That's the record in Greenwich Mean Time.
All right. And so that's in the universal time, correct?
That is correct.
And can you convert that
Zulu
to
time.
local time?
Oh, this guy didn't know there would be math.
It would be 11:50
p.m.
p.m.
All right. Next column, there's a digit that says 13. What is that digit, sir?
You know, this happens every time with these phone records. Every case, it's the same. They have to fumble around with these times. You'd
Yep.
think they would the parties would get together and stipulate and say, can we just convert everything to local time?
Right.
That is the cell face number.
Oh, they
And
finally
so,
put the logo up.
That is the direction
Boom.
off of,
Done.
based off what you previously testified, that is the direction the call is in the sector from the tower, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, chat, for letting me know. I didn't notice that they put the the logo up.
I'll scroll back down. Bear with me, please. Okay, we're back on June 7th.
Oh, thank God. Where
And we're back
where are
to
you?
column 1846. So we just said the 13 was the direction from the tower, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and so we see a number next to that that says 459. What is that number, sir?
That is the market ID.
Okay. And that, and market ID, again, what does that mean?
That would be the switch on Verizon Wireless Network.
All right, and then next to that is column K, and that says, there's a digit that says 459240. What is that, sir?
That is the ENID. The first three digits are the switch. The second three digits are the cell tower information.
Okay. And so that identifies the actual tower that call is routed through, correct?
That is correct.
And then next to that, in column L, we see MO. What does that mean, sir?
Mobile originated.
All right, and what does that mean?
The cell phone in question to the search warrant originated the call.
So this means this call is placed with Maggie's phone, correct?
That is correct.
Correct. And then next to that, we see a phone number in column M, and it ends in 9041. Is that the target a phone number?
That is correct.
And next to that, we see a number that ends in 0853. What is that in column M?
That was the number that 9041 dialed.
Okay. And then column O, and we see that 9041 number again. And remind us why that number's there again.
That was the number that dialed the 0853.
Okay. And then next column P, we see 165, a digit of 165. What does that mean?
That is time in seconds.
Okay, so that's how long the call lasted.
That is correct.
And then column Q, it says LTE. What does that mean?
That's the Verizon technology type that was used to make the call.
So this call is routed over LTE, correct?
That is correct.
And that's a 4G technology?
That is correct.
Because that's a material
Okay.
fact in this case.
So let's look at the column below that, and that's column 1847. And let's just go ahead and look directly at column D, and that's the date where it
I think the
says,
state's just going through all this detail to make this evidence sound more important than it really is. I hope they have a payoff here because they so often don't.
Yeah.
remind us again what that column means.
I mean, is this cell data going to show that the defendant lied about where he was?
Column D, and we see the date of June 8th of 2021.
I think they're just
and there's a
establishing those
time
phone
that says
calls
01,
again, but they already
04,
have the logs
24.
from the
That
phone.
is the time in Greenwich Mean Time.
They're going to show he deleted a
Now,
call.
You previously
Or like a
testified
record?
that
That'd
in
be
column
interesting.
D, that time's normally provided in local time. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But in this particular record, we see a time in Greenwich Mean Time, correct?
That is correct.
Why is this, in this particular call, why is it in Greenwich Mean Time?
Because this call connected to Verizon, but the call was not answered on the cellular connection and routed to voicemail.
Okay. So because this call was not picked up, the call is routed to Verizon server, right?
That is correct.
And because of that, Verizon records the record of Greenwich Mean Time.
That is correct.
But I hate to do this. Let's convert that back into local time. So subtract 4 from 010424. And with that would yield a time of 9:04:24 in Eastern time, sir.
That would be correct.
Okay. PM, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Deleted the call from a
All right,
contact name, not the
let's
hitman
skip
I hired
over,
to kill my whole family.
Column I, column J, and column K. I believe you said previously column K was the digit associated with the particular file I calls routed through, correct?
That is correct.
Well, here we see in this one NA. Is that what that says?
That is correct.
What does that mean? Why does it say NA?
Well, the call didn't actually connect to a cell tower. When the call didn't answer and it routed to voicemail, it's an internal routing, so there would be no cellular data as far as cell tower information provided.
Okay. So.
Does that mean it means not applicable?
901 number, correct?
That is correct.
And the 901 phone most likely rang, correct?
That is correct.
But no one answered.
That is correct.
And so Verizon did not record a particular cell tower associated with that call. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, let's finish up with this record. Column M, again, that's the target number, correct? 9041.
That is correct.
All right, and then we see in column N, as in November, 9041, again, the same number. And what does that mean?
That means the 1227 number dialed the 9041.
Okay. All right, and no one answered, correct?
That is correct.
And I skipped over column L, it says MT, and what does that mean?
Mobile terminated.
Okay, and so that call was not in fact completed, correct?
It was forwarded to voicemail.
Okay, all right. And after that 9:04 p.m. phone call, we see multiple more calls to Maggie's phone, correct? Or multiple, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And are any of those calls answered according to the records that Verizon keeps?
They are not.
All right, I'm going to shift to pulling up the call records for the number ending in 1227. And that is State's Exhibit.
Irradiated Lime says, if the state makes us listen to this guy for the rest of the day, I'm going to go Paul myself.
268, and that's the number associated with Alex Murdaugh's phone, correct?
Someone should publish the phone number for the court. We can all call.
All right, bear with me.
Paul was the son who was killed. Woke up this morning with a shotgun to my head.
Okay, and let's look at column 2371. All right, you see that on your screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, and we see a time, and column D, and that says June 7th, 2021, 21:04:24. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And this time is in local time. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And a quick conversion on that, or excuse me.
Right before he
So no
died,
conversions
Paul said, it
necessary.
could be worse. I could be married
So
to
it's
Courtney
9:04
Love.
p.m. and 24 seconds, correct?
That is correct.
And that is in fact the same time that we just saw Maggie's records that we just reviewed, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And so we see, if we look over in column I, J, and K, we do have cell tower information for the outgoing call from Alex's phone, correct?
That is correct.
Oh my God, this interminable testimony has me thinking about Vegas.
Oh, and what does your MO mean again?
Mobile.
That's going to be a fun weekend, man.
That means this.
Yeah,
This
anything
account
that's
is
not
placing the call,
this
correct?
guy.
That is correct.
The account ending in 1227.
I want the end of yesterday back.
Right. And it was placed to the number ending in 9041, correct?
That is correct.
And then looking below that, we're not going to review this line by line, but we see a number of other calls starting at about 9:04 p.m.
Maybe I'll bring a suitcase full of books.
over the next.
You get a book and you get a book.
That is correct.
Okay. All right.
If there were evidence photos, I would have photoshopped Paul's body and removed his cell phone and left a copy of your book on his chest.
No further questions from the state.
Oh, thank God. Literally. Oh, you can't have many questions for
What are
this
you going
guy.
to cross him on? Is it true your wife is a boyfriend?
Did Paul text Maggie any nudes? Like what? What is really like? What are you gonna ask? Oh wait, Paul,
I mean, I
that'd
guess-
be gross.
Could the data miss like an attempted call? I mean, maybe you would want to ask that.
Well, he's looking for, I apologize, the technology's about with me here. So you work for Verizon,
That is correct.
and are you just deliver records to different people, or do you have a more
Substantive job.
functional, do you have a duties beyond just coming to court and delivering records?
Is this it?
Yes, sir. I work in executive relations and I respond to subpoenas, other court records, and other type of cases that are associated with the executive relations team.
And obviously you have to have some understanding of what you're delivering, what these things mean, right?
That is correct.
And as I understand it, I'm going to ask you in a minute what some things mean. So do you see, is this on? Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if you look down, anybody put that up there? No. Okay. Never mind. If you look down at 6, 7, and if you look at, I'm trying to find some consistency here, those NAs in lines I and J on several calls above that, you see those?
I do.
What does that mean?
That means that the call was routed to voicemail.
So these are voicemails to Alec.
This record is for 1227. So based off of this record, 1227.
What?
Do you not know? He can't figure out if they made the call or received the call.
So like that call that
Dialed the 9041, but it was routed to voicemail.
okay, that's him dialing out. But what about if you go up to 6, 7 at 2208? Is that a call out or a call in?
Is that the line that you have highlighted?
No, I'm talking about go up to 6, 7, maybe go highlight. Okay. 6, this one, either one of these right here.
How is this difficult?
Yeah, that's fine. Is that an outgoing or ingoing call? Incoming call?
That was mobile forwarded, so it was forwarded to voicemail.
I get it's forwarded. The voicemail was
Who made the
Alex
call?
making it or somebody else was making it? Who initiated the call?
The 7845.
7845. So that was a call into Alec
That is
and it went
correct.
to his voicemail.
That is correct.
And tell me where I look on this to see what's outgoing and what's incoming.
Row L or column L, MO, MT, and MF.
Okay. Okay, so MO means what?
Mobile originated.
He's the originating call.
That is correct.
Okay. What was the other one? MT. What does that mean?
Mobile terminated.
So he was getting an incoming call.
That is correct.
And MF,
Mobile forwarded,
what does that mean?
routed to voicemail.
So there's two of them all of them mean voicemail, but what's the difference between MT, MO, and MF?
The direction of the call on Verizon's network.
Okay. Mobile terminated is he was making a call and it went to voicemail. MO is whoever called them initiated the call and went to voicemail.
No, MO means the seller subscriber in response to this search warrant made a phone call out.
MO.
Mobile
So
outgoing.
that would be Alex calling somebody went to voicemail.
Correct.
MT is somebody called him and it went to voicemail.
Mobile terminated means that our subscriber in response to the search warrant is the one that the call placed to and could have answered.
And so one of them's coming in, goes to voicemail. Another one's going out, goes to voicemail. And MF is what?
No, sir. MO means mobile originated, a phone call transpired over our network. So we could have answered the phone call.
So there is no voicemail there. Is that what he's saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, on this, if Alec had answered the phone call, it would have,
It would be mobile terminated because our subscriber answered the phone call.
okay.
Okay.
So MO.
Dear Lord.
answers it. Am I losing are you losing me or am I losing you?
MO is mobile originated. So that means subscriber 1227 dialed out on Verizon's network.
Okay. And it was answered.
We don't know.
It could have been answered, yes. I mean, it was a call that transpired and it would create a cellular connection, which would connect to a cell tower.
Okay. And it wasn't answered by voicemail.
Which record?
The MO.
MO is mobile originated, which
I got
means
that. I got that part. I just want to know how you differentiate between these calls as one's going out, one's coming in, one's going to voicemail.
He
either
just
way.
told you.
MF is mobile forwarding. So
Right.
that call would have went to voicemail.
Whether he was getting it or giving it. Whether he
Well,
was
if
making-
someone were calling him
Right.
and he didn't answer, then it would be forwarded to voicemail.
That's MF.
That is correct.
Okay, I got it. I finally get it. Took me a while. But again, I'm not a technological.
No shit,
Expert
Harpootlian.
So, as you look at his calls, to the extent that they are made at certain times.
Next time anybody
you
in
can
this
figure
chat
out whether
calls me a
it's coming,
boomer, I'm going to
going,
grab a
or went to
baseball bat.
voicemail based on these records.
That is correct.
Now, can I see Maggie's phone?
Is there any time you're?
Yeah, let's look at 6, 7. Put 6, 7 up high. So we went below 6, 7.
Okay, so these are all calls.
Okay, and these are her phone calls starting at 7:02. And when we get down to, so tell me after that 7:02 p.m., 23:02, when is everything after that? Well, when is the first time her phone goes to voicemail?
The 2340 call went to voicemail. Then the next call log after that is a mobile originated, which means there were 2 outbound calls made. And then after those 2 calls, the rest of the calls were routed to mobile telephone number 9041's voicemail.
What's the last time she made a call out?
$19.50.
What time is that in non-military time? 1950 is,
Oh my God.
7:50. Come on.
7 p.m.? 7:50 p.m. That's the last call she makes out, right?
That is correct.
What about the last call she received and answered?
Well, the 2 calls that were mobile originated, after that, the rest of them were routed to voicemail.
Yeah, but what are the 2 calls after that?
Could you please highlight?
It's complicated, I know, even for you.
Which one are you pointing at?
Any,
On this one?
I don't know. So we were up here.
You think he's just trying to undermine the jury's confidence in all this cellular information? This is all theater.
I guess.
From her.
I just don't.
I mean, they've had these records forever. It's not the first time he's seen them.
And I don't know that they matter. I mean, there's,
It's 7:50.
from what I saw, there's like a minute dispute
And was there
between
any
the defense and the
inbound that was
prosecution.
answered after 7:50?
But that's it.
There were not.
Okay, and one other thing. Just take that 7:50 and put it up at the top. Scroll, in other words, I want to see the code after that. Okay, and this, and, no, okay, that's okay. So, now go back down a little bit. Matter of fact, let's start with 6:9. Okay, can you scroll that up to the top? So how about look at this for 6:9 and 6:10, and it stops at 6:10. Are there any outgoing or incoming or in other words, any outgoing call, first of all, from that phone after on 6:9?
Mobile telephone number 9041 did not place a call outgoing.
Okay, what about any incoming calls?
The rest of the records are incoming calls that were routed to voicemail.
Voicemail, so the calls coming into her, it routed to voicemail, no calls after 6:9 or further.
That
Okay,
is
now,
correct.
let me ask you this, text messages, are they shown on these records? You charge for them, right?
They are in a separate record, yes.
Were you asked to produce those?
They are in the file.
They're in the file. It's just, we're not looking at them here today.
That is correct.
And are they reflected on this kind of same format?
Very similar. They have a separate key to translate exactly what each column and row means.
Okay, but you've produced those text messages for all the phones we've talked about here today.
That is correct.
For any other phone records subpoenaed from you other than the ones that have been put into evidence?
The only ones that I'm aware of is the ones that I have been, I received the records of.
Did you ask for more records than these?
I did not.
Did the search warrant designate records other than these?
We would have to review the search warrant.
You don't have it with you?
No, sir.
Okay, beg the court's indulgence for just a moment.
Well, this is the state's case in chief. The state decides what evidence is being introduced in the court here.
What's the data retention policy for Verizon? How long do these records stick around?
Verizon maintains records for billing purposes for around 18 months. In response to a subpoena or search warrant, we do keep the detailed records on file for those search warrants.
But absent somebody serving a search warrant after 18 months, they're purged.
We no longer have that information on file
Does
typically.
anybody have them?
Somebody's
The
got to have it.
billing information would be available like through My Verizon where you could go and look at your
But
bill.
this kind of information would not.
That is correct.
Okay, and when you indicate these calls went to voicemail, how long does a phone ring before it kicks into voicemail?
There's no set time.
Who sets it?
Well, it depends on how long it takes the network to locate the call. So when you hear a ring, when you're dialing someone, it's really just the network trying to locate. So the phone itself may never ring if the network can't find you.
And that may take 2 or 3 or 4 rings.
It could take 2, 3, up to 6.
So when my wife accuses me of being impatient and hanging up on her before she gets to answer the phone, you just told me it's because the network, many instances, has not connected with her phone yet.
The network is locating your phone. When you hear the ringing, the network is locating where you are on the
And that
network.
could take a while. And so if I'm hearing 5 rings and figure she's not going to answer it, I want to leave a voicemail, I hang up. And so there's no voicemail. It's just an incomplete call on your records.
Well, I mean, if she didn't answer your phone call and let it go to voicemail, then it would ring out. If the network
Maybe I don't
found you.
want to leave a voicemail. It's rang 4 or 5 times. And I hang up before she can get to the phone.
Sure.
That solves a mystery. Thank you.
All right.
One quick question, Your Honor. Just to clarify, when the Verizon records indicate that a call is routed to voicemail, I believe you previously testified, that could mean the phone itself rang, correct?
That is correct.
But there's another condition the phone could be in as well. If the phone is turned off and someone dials that number, what would the Verizon record indicate?
It would route to voicemail.
And it would look exactly the same, correct?
Yes.
And there's no way to look at these records and tell whether a phone is off, just not answering, or potentially shut off or otherwise not connected to the network, correct?
That is correct.
Oh, it's pointless.
I'm having deja vu
What about
reaction
if
to
an
every
airplane-
other trial I've ever heard going over cell phone records.
Would the same thing happen? Goes to voicemail, right? Airplane mode, it doesn't ring, doesn't answer. Would it go to voicemail?
The network would still try to find where you're located. So if you're in airplane mode, the network may not know where you are, so it would still attempt to ring.
And these records don't give you any GPS location on phones, correct? You can't get that GPS.
According to the records that I've seen, they have the cell tower information, but not the specific GPS.
Cell tower information, depending on how many cells are connecting it, sometimes, can be if you're in New York City and there are 5 cell towers, you can probably get it pretty close. But if you're in rural Colleton County or Hampton County, there's one over here and maybe one way back there, it's much more difficult to find a specific location, correct?
Your Honor, the state's going to object. This witness is not qualified and expert on cell tower location.
You can say I'm not qualified to answer that.
Yes, sir.
That information,
Comment. Response if you want.
Senator, he can answer whether he's able to answer the question. However, he's not qualified as an expert.
I don't.
All right. You may answer the question if you can.
I would have no way of knowing. I'm not qualified as far as the triangulation of the cell tower information.
Is that what you were getting ready to say before he objected and said you weren't qualified? You
That would
really
be
are
a
qualified.
standard
You've never
response.
testified about location before.
Repeat the
You've
question.
never testified about what cell phone tower location means and how it's used.
Ooh.
I testified to the accuracy of the records that were provided.
Okay, thank you.
Oh man, I hope they had. I was hoping they had him in some other case testifying to cell phone tower data. That would have been good. Steve Gosney will not be joining us for lunch. He has something. His first appearance is going on. He said he'll join later in the day.
Please state your name for the record. Spell your last name loudly, please.
Paul David McManigal, McManigal.
McManigal.
Good morning, Mr. McManigal.
Good afternoon.
Or good afternoon, excuse me. Where are you currently employed, sir?
I am currently employed as a sergeant with the Charleston County Sheriff's Office.
All right. And what are your duties there entail?
I'm currently assigned to the United States Secret Service as a task force officer on the cyber fraud task force.
For witness?
Divining Rod, thank you for the donation. Wait, what task force did he say?
United States Secret Service on cyber fraud.
The Cybercrimes Task Force. What does that entail?
I'm a digital forensic examiner, so I'm responsible for gathering electronic data from computers, tablets, cell phones, DVRs, vehicle infotainment systems.
All right. And when you say task force officer for the state, for the Secret Service is a federal agency, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. But you're actually paid and there's still an officer with the Charleston County Sheriff's Office, is that correct?
That's also correct.
Okay. In this case, you're provided some records in June of 2021 by an individual by the name of Dylan Hightower. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what did he provide you?
He provided me with a electronic extraction from a cell phone that was extracted as binary data and not yet processed by forensic software.
And when he provided that to you, did he tell you which phone it was from?
I believe he said it was belonged to Alex Murdaugh.
Okay.
Believe?
And that's the one he extracted from Alex Murdaugh on June 10th of 2021?
That is correct.
And what did you do with that information that he provided you, with that data?
I was asked to redact potential client lawyer privileged information by reducing it down to a certain time frame that was more pertinent to the case and potentially reducing any privileged communication.
And did you make the decision?
Why do
of what
feds
to
in all
remove and
in
what
real
not to remove
life always look
personally?
like Wish.com
I did
version of
not. The
feds?
decision of what to remove was made by Price Summer with the Ninth Circuit Solicitor's Office.
And she's an attorney?
She is an attorney.
And you then produce a redacted copy of the digital evidence, is that correct?
That is correct.
You provided that back to Dylan Hightower.
That is correct.
Did you provide any further analysis to the data itself?
I did not.
Did you redact any call logs from that data you're providing?
Call logs were not redacted at all.
All right. Let's move on. You've also been involved in one other aspect of this case.
Oh my God.
It was better when we were talking about clips.
No kidding. I thought the guy was doing that intentionally at first to like just be an ass, maybe like draw something out or play dumb. But then no, I think he was just dumb. In the movie, they'd have to change this guy's role to an accountant.
I'm sure it's been marked as States Exhibit 299. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
What is it?
This is a chain of custody form from the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, which we commonly refer to as SLED.
All right. And do you see any handwriting on there that is yours?
I do.
All right. And what date did you sign that form?
June 9th, 2021.
Okay. And that form is related to what phone exactly?
There was a Apple iPhone 11 that was collected and brought to me by Special Agent Ryan Kelly with SLED.
Okay. And was that phone locked when he provided it to you?
It was.
And did you, in your forensic investigation, did you attempt to unlock the phone?
I did.
Were you successful?
I was not.
And is that Paul's phone?
I believe it was. Yes, sir.
All right. And at this time, state would move to exhibit 299 to evidence.
Nobody had the pin to Paul's phone. Paul's dead. No one else had the pin to provide. Alec did provide the pin to his wife's phone. He knew that.
And I'm going to hand you what's been marked, excuse me.
Exhibits, states exhibits.
Hand you what's been marked as States Exhibit 274. This is going to be for ID purposes only. Well, let me ask you if you recognize that, sir.
I do.
And what is that?
This is the iPhone 11 that was brought to me by Special Agent Ryan Kelly, the SLED.
And that's the phone you attempted to unlock but were unsuccessful, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And I believe on that bag, there's an orange sticker. You see that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that orange sticker?
Alex
This is a
Murdaugh
sticker
killed
I
me.
place on devices that I have attempted to process or processed successfully.
Okay. And at this time, state's going to move to put this in as ID only.
Objection, ID only, Your Honor.
This time, Andrew, State's Exhibit 298. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
This is also a chain of custody report from the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, SLED.
All right. And do you recognize your signature on that form, sir?
I do.
What time, what day, excuse me, did you sign that?
This is August 12th, 2021.
And what does that form signify?
This is the date I returned the phone to Special Agent Kelly.
And at this time, state would move to place Exhibit 298 in evidence.
Objection, Your Honor.
And so you attempted to unlock Paul's phone, correct?
That is correct.
And you were unsuccessful.
That is also correct.
Did you alter in any other way the data that was on Paul's phone during that time?
No, sir.
No further questions, Ms. State.
Cross-examination.
Okay. Well, it was riveting.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Philip Barber. I'm one of the attorneys for Mr. Murdaugh.
Good afternoon.
I really just have one question. When you received this phone, was the battery completely dead?
The phone was powered off when I received it.
Not the question.
Did you charge the phone after you received it?
I did.
But do you know whether or not it was completely dead, battery dead? When you
I
received
do not recall if the battery was completely drained.
it? No further questions, Rob.
Anything further?
Nothing from the state.
Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And they're flying through witnesses now. Any times.
Please court. State calls John Van Allen.
Randy writes, "Were you boring then? Are you boring now?" Nailed it.
They made a funny comment in the chat that said, surely it's not an iPhone, it's a they phone.
You are from the testimony about to go to court in this trial.
This guy's a cop.
I do.
You can tell by the number of rolls on his neck, on the back of his head. It's like rings on a tree.
See if I'm right. It's like the encyclopedia photographer cop.
He's got a star in his
Van
lapel.
Houten, VanHouten.
How many donuts did you leave in the
Where are you
box
employed,
today,
sir?
sir?
United States Secret Service.
There we go.
And how long have you employed there?
This April will be 3 years.
And are you
Were you one of
currently
the
law
Secret
enforcement?
Service agents caught in Colombia with
I
underage
am not.
prostitutes?
And you're a civilian employee of Secret Service?
I am.
But you do have a background in law enforcement.
I am, but I'm the one who paid.
20 years with the Columbia Police Department as an investigator. For the last 10 years, I was assigned as a digital forensic examiner with the U.S. Secret Service.
Okay. And you were a task force officer
Correct.
during that time?
Yes.
And you retired from the Columbia Police Department when?
April 20th, 2020.
Amy Lynn says, what's MF is equal to
And
DEP?
in this
Could you
case,
say that again?
You were provided a phone by, I believe, Britt Dove.
Yeah, we went through
Is
that cell
correct?
phone shit in the
Lieutenant
DEP
Dove, correct.
trial too.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 271. I want to see if you recognize this document, sir.
This is the SLED law enforcement, or Stock County Law Enforcement Division chain of custody that was submitted to me by Lieutenant Doug.
All right. And do you recognize your signature on that form?
I did sign this one.
What day did you sign that form?
March 21st, 2022.
Okay. All right. At this time, state would move
Almost a year after the murder.
evidence.
No objection, Your Honor. Admitted.
Submitted.
Okay, I'm gonna hand you State's Exhibit 272. Let me see if you recognize that, sir.
This is an evidence photo that I acquired of the device that was submitted to me.
You took that picture?
I did.
And do we see a sticker on the back of that phone?
There's a yellow sticker on the phone.
What is it? Can you read that sticker, please?
It's, it appears to be some type of case number, evidence number, identified as an Apple iPhone, the model number with a SIM, and an agency case number.
And if you just read the case number and the item number.
7021-0204, item number 10.
Thank you, sir. So at this time, state moves Exhibit 272 in evidence. Submitted. All right. So I believe you said March 29th of 2022 is when the Lieutenant Doug provided you that phone, sir?
March 21st.
Excuse me, yes, 21st. All right. And why did he bring it to you?
It's my understanding that the phone was locked and SLED requested assistance of the Secret Service to unlock the device.
And at Secret Service, at that time, did you have tools available that could potentially unlock that phone?
Yes.
And did SLED have those tools, at least on that date?
At that time, they did not.
Okay. All right. And what tool did you use to attempt to unlock that phone?
For this, for my unlock attempt, I used a tool called Celebrite Premium.
Okay. And Cell-by Premium is a way to potentially break into, lock phones, correct?
That is the only use for that tool.
And just generally speaking, how does the Celebrite Premium attempt to unlock a locked phone?
It uses its proprietary software in an attempt to brute force the device.
Okay, what does brute force mean?
Brute force is if we don't have the code, we will attack the device, attack the data on the device to try to brute force the passcode to get the code for it to unlock the device.
And a device that's locked, why does it need to be unlocked for you to access the data? What underlying condition exists that prevents you from seeing the data?
Well, for Apple iPhone devices, there are two types of locks. There are before first unlock and after first unlock. Before first unlock is the phone is either powered down, it's been turned off and rebooted, or a code has been entered in too many times incorrectly. If you were to, an analogy for it, if you think of it as a bank vault, it is the before first unlock, at which we have to brute force the device, is like the big steel door.
Okay. And that underlying data is encrypted, correct? Otherwise.
Yes.
Okay. And you would not be able to read that data, correct?
I have to unlock the device to get to the data to decrypt it.
Okay. And so Celebrite Premium, you said, attempted to do a brute force unlock, correct?
Why is the Secret Service
Yes.
involved in this?
And ultimately, was that attempt successful?
It was successful because I generated a predefined dictionary to attempt first prior to the tool using its own dictionary.
Okay. And what do you mean by that? What does that mean?
Well, humans are creatures of habit. They like to use numbers that are relevant to them. Most people will use their date of birth, an anniversary, a child's birth, the death of a parent as the access code. So what we do generally is we get as many social engineered codes or dates that are relevant to the particular phone that we will attempt first. Once that attempt is no longer viable, the tool will use its own dictionary to start a hardcore brute force process.
And absent kind of getting lucky with a preceded number, if the Celebrite Premium has to brute force its way through and unlock the phone, how long would that take?
So for a 4-digit phone, if you had a 4-digit numeric PIN code, we're limited to an attempt of 146 maybe 145 attempts per day. So a 4-digit code has a maximum possible numeric value of 10,000 attempts. So at 146 attempts a day, it will roughly take a little over 2 months to 68 days to unlock that phone. Adding 2 extra numbers to a 6-digit, going from a 4-digit to a 6-digit, there are approximately 1 million possibilities now. At 146 attempts per day, it could take upwards 19 years.
This would be 6 digits. I've got an iPhone 11 here.
Now, you said that you can only do 146 attempts a day, is that correct?
Based on technology at the time and current technology, technology is progressing, so it is getting faster.
Okay. Why is the software limited to just 146 attempts a day?
This is a security protocol chip built into Apple. It limits the time frame that somebody can attempt to brute force a device. The first is, it's an average of 1 attempt every 15 minutes.
All right. But ultimately, you said you seeded several numbers into Cellbrite Premium to give it some potential guesses first before just start going through all the other numbers, correct?
Yes. Once I start the brute force process, there is an option for me to enter my own dictionary or numbers that are relevant, that I think is relevant to the user of the device. In this case, I entered a number that successfully unlocked the phone rather quickly.
Okay. And what was that number associated with?
I believe the number was associated with the date of birth of Paul Murdaugh.
Okay. All right. And so once you successfully unlocked the phone, what did you do with it, sir?
I notified Lieutenant Dove that the phone successfully unlocked. I advised him that I was going to be getting a full file system extraction since I still had the phone in my possession. Lieutenant Dove provided me with an external hard drive to place the extraction on, at which time I did.
So you did a full file extraction and placed it on a hard drive, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you examine the contents of that full file extraction?
I did not. SLED has their own examiners. We did the extraction for them, but they analyzed the phone.
And so the data you placed on a hard drive and provided to Britt Dove, is that substantially the exact same data that you extracted from Paul's?
It is.
Is it changed in any significant manner?
It has not.
Hi says United States Secret Service is a very large cyber unit. They're probably the biggest in the country and assist all LEOs. I don't know if their cyber unit's as big as mine.
United States Exhibit 273. Do you recognize that document, sir?
This is the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division chain of custody where I returned the phone to Lieutenant Dove.
All right. And do you recognize your signature on it?
I do.
All right. And what date did you sign that?
March 24th, 2022.
All right. And
Jokes
you,
on this Secret Service
then
guy. My
provided
PIN number is
Paul's
actually
phone
the
back
date of his
to
death.
Lieutenant Dove, correct?
Correct.
At this time, state would move to enter Exhibit 273 into evidence.
Submitted.
Okay, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as ID. I believe this is 274. Do you recognize that item, sir?
Yes, this is the phone I received.
Okay, and that sticker on the back,
It matches the photograph that I took.
the photograph we put in evidence, the sticker on its phone matches that. correct?
It does.
Okay. All right, one last question, Mr. Van Houten. There have been a couple questions about Faraday bags in this trial. What is a Faraday bag, sir?
A Faraday bag is basically what it is a bag that shields electronic signals from entering or exiting the bag.
Okay. And what is the danger, by placing a phone in a Faraday bag, what is the danger you're trying to prevent?
We're attempting to prevent a remote wipe or a remote destruction of the data on the device.
Once law enforcement takes a phone into evidence or custody, are there other ways to prevent a remote wipe?
Absolutely. Powering the phone down completely, not leaving it plugged to a charger, removing the SIM card, or the easiest is to place the phone in the airplane mode. It'll disable the cellular data and the Wi-Fi signal.
And you said that the danger is the phone could be remote wiped.
Yes, somebody with the account username and password could log into the iCloud account and set a remote signal. That signal will remain on the tower or on the network until the phone is reactivated. So yes, somebody would have to have the username and the password to log in to commit that offense.
Okay. And was the phone that you did an extraction of, was it wiped when you received it?
It was not.
I prefer for the state for this.
Cross-examination.
No questions, John.
Thank you.
Where were
Mr.
you on the
O'Connell.
day that John F. Kennedy was assassinated?
We will recess until till 2:15. Recess till
Wow.
2:15. Please.
Oh, no. It's
Hour-
1 o'clock there, right?
Yeah, hour and 20 minutes. Still does long lunch. He does long lunches. Let's see. Woo! Well, the last couple witnesses have been real riveting, but at least they've been fast for the most part. I mean, they just got to get some of this basic info in there. They've got to get the phones in as evidence. They got to get the phone records in as evidence. There's nothing really to challenge on them. Again, there's I saw this comparison chart with the state's timeline versus the defense's timeline on the phones, and they're really close. I mean, talking like a minute difference between each one. So there's not much to argue with. Oh, excuse me. But yeah, man, what are you thinking? I mean, has the state brought anything good today?
I mean, nothing that convinces me. It was weird. The defense seemed to be arguing that there were no steel shot found on the property, but in fact there were a handful. To me, that's not decisive, but it's weird that the defense would argue they weren't present when they had to know they were present. I mean, they've had discovery.
Right.
But maybe I misunderstood what the defense was trying to argue. The trouble is that this is like, it's a very murky pool of ambiguous information they're sharing. There's not much connecting narrative here.
Right.
It's hard to understand what they're trying to get to, what the actual point is supposed to be. And that's fundamentally a problem for the state.
Yeah. And the problem, as you and Ghazni have joked a couple times, like if only there was some time, some allotted time during this trial, maybe at the beginning where they could give us that narrative that we could be putting these puzzle pieces into, but they didn't do that. Instead, they just said he killed his wife and kid, drove to his mother's house or something.
At an odd time.
Yeah, at an odd time.
We're going to show you it was an odd time for him to visit his mother. It's like, all right, well, that doesn't seem very compelling.
Right. She has Alzheimer's. I really don't think the time matters, honestly. I had a grandmother die who had Alzheimer's, and I mean, the only thing that mattered was were their visiting hours because she was in a home, but his mother wasn't. So it's like, yeah, I don't know what the purpose of the odd time was. Unless they show that he visited every day at 4, except for that day at 9. Like, I guess that would be different, but yeah, I'm just not, I'm not sure. There just doesn't seem to be a narrative story. It seems like they told the story that they want you to know, which is he killed them. He went to visit his mom. He came back, pretended to find the bodies, and then lied to police or something. And then they just have not made a case that like lays out how that happens. They're just throwing everything at the wall and hoping that it sticks enough that it sticks in your head that that's what happened, is what it seems to me. I don't know.
I mean, it's a reasonable investigative hypothesis, right? But we're not in the investigative stage anymore. We're at a murder trial where the state has the burden of proving this beyond a reasonable doubt. And that means excluding alternative reasonable hypothesis consistent with innocence. And they have never come close to that yet, at least.
Yeah. And I'm wondering if they will at this point. Like, I really don't know. I'm curious how many more witnesses they
But
have.
just remember, folks, if the state does nothing, there's still a 10% chance you get convicted. So there's always that kind of random noise in the system, that roll of the dice that they get lucky. And that may be what the state's going for here. They know they don't have a case on the legal merits, but they might just get a meritless conviction because that's the noise in the system.
Right. Right. I mean, there's a bunch of people out there swearing that he's guilty who are watching this trial. I personally don't know what they've seen to make the case in the trial that he's guilty at this point.
Because it's like a TV drama then, right? The guy's unlikable for other reasons, right? So you want the bad guy to get his comeuppance.
Right. And that seems to be coming from outside factors, but the factors within the trial, to me, have not painted guilt beyond a reasonable doubt and really don't seem close to it at this point. Like, I need them to draw that picture, and I might have to wait till closing for them to do it. Honestly, that might be the trick, but because their opening just wasn't very specific. So,
but it's weird. I mean, we're both pretty good lawyers, right? Steve Gosney's a pretty good lawyer. We know what the closing would need to sound like to be a compelling argument for conviction. So we know what the building blocks need to look like. And I'm just not seeing any of that. And we're what, 3-4 days in now?
Yeah, this is the 5th day. 4th day of testimony. The opening, after opening, they didn't do any testimony after that. So 4th day of testimony, presumably. It's a 3-week trial. I don't know if they're counting voir dire as in the 3-week plan, but if they aren't, we'll say we're on day 5. So they've got another 2 to 3 days for the state's case after this. And then it'll move to defense for, approximately 7 days. And then we'll get closing arguments. So there's not a ton of time left. At the pace they're going through witnesses, we're going through 3 to 4 a day, and only if some are fast.
Right.
So where's the witness that's going to tell me the story? Like, I don't know. I don't have that. I don't even know who it would be. So maybe the lead investigator, because we didn't get the lead investigator. We got the assistant investigator. We got to have an expert on the triangulation of the cell phone tower data. That's got to happen. So probably the cell phone tower and car telemetry is going to be the same guy, I'm guessing.
They need to catch him in a lie. They need to get a confession, which now they've tried to represent they got a confession, which is ridiculous. Or they and they have to provide a motive of some kind, and they still haven't done that. I mean, why would this guy want to kill his wife and kid?
Right.
Now, I mean, if you just had video of him shooting them, you don't need a motive, of course. Motive is not an element of the crime, but in a circumstantial evidence case where there's reasonable alternative hypotheses consistent with innocence, absent a motive, that's a hard sell.
Right. That's and that's the key. It's that it's not required. It is not an element of the crime, but it sure helps with a conviction for the jury to know that there's a reason that this guy did this very egregious act. I mean, especially in this type of case, it's his wife and kid. They haven't even shown a conflict between any of them at this point. The worst they've got is him saying that his son is irresponsible and leaves things around in places. I mean, that's it. And his testimony is that he and his wife had a great relationship. Now, maybe there's someone else who's going to come in and testify. He and his wife were fighting. She left at, like, maybe an in-law or something. She left and stayed at our house. She was really worried. She was calling us saying that she was scared of what Alex was going to do after the boating accident. There's all sorts of hypothetical things that could be said to solidify this.
And there's always evidence of that. I mean, if the son was getting constant shit from his dad, he'd be telling his friends about it.
Right. Right. And this all would have come up in opening statements too. That's the other thing to remember here,
right,
is that while I'm musing for some hypothetical evidence, that hypothetical evidence should already have been clued in during
on the radar
statements.
screen. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
you'll hear testimony that they had an acrimonious relationship.
right.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
even if the state doesn't mention that for whatever reason, the defense is going to say, no, the state's going to try and to convince you that they are having marriage problems, but we're going to show you that that Alec and Peggy had this wonderful relationship. Maggie. Yeah. I said Paul and Peggy. Now I'm screwed. Alec and Maggie had a wonderful relationship. They had no problems, and that the state is trying to make mountains out of a normal argument or whatever. None of that happened. There's no hint at all that any of this is coming out. So,
hey, brother, I hate to leave you in the lurch, but I got a call from home. I got to head back. But I should be back. I don't know, sometime around when we come back from lunch.
I'll be here.
All right, brother. Talk to you then.
Peace. Leave. Oh my God. Got him. Okay. Well, it's just you and me, chat. It's just you and me. We have an hour and 9 minutes. So what should we talk about? What do you want to talk about? There's not much to talk about from today. I don't know. I mean, I can go through the super chats and Rumble rants that are there, of course, kind of get those cleared up and make sure I address all of them in a more reasonable time than waiting till the end, which would be nice. But other than that, I guess we have to take my shirt off. Well, I mean, okay. No, I'm just kidding. Other than that, we're gonna have a ton of time. Let's see. Lancelot 652 says, "What is the point of clarifying the jury is dead or counting the ceiling tiles? They don't remember anything." Let's see. Oh, speaking of which, I guess there is one thing I could do for this case. But I'm not sure if I want to today or not. I don't know. I'll think about it. Flamingo Key. Wait, let me go back to here. Rascal 1301 says, "Are they going to do the package opening challenge to every witness?" Yes, most of them. Jonathan says, "A question for after they've gone through exhibit number 2012. How good is the defense so far on a scale of 1 to 10? The defense is okay. They're not the greatest defense I've, in history. They're doing relatively well. They did have that weird question about the not having the bird shot. When they did have the bird shot, that just seems like a misstep to me. And I'm not sure what the point of that question was. I'm with Bronca on that one. But other than that, I mean, with that first witness today, they did great. They really hammered home on the fact that he seems to have said they rather than I. And more importantly than what he said, because I know there are people out there, he said I. Okay. But the cop didn't react like they said I. He reacted like he said they. Every bit of his action was he said they. And that seems to be relatively apparent. But maybe not. Maybe they didn't clarify that enough for the jury. I think I might have spent more time on that. I think I might have spent another 5 to 10 minutes asking, questions around, if you had a primary suspect in a murder investigation, not this one, and they admitted to doing something terrible to the victim, wouldn't you want to investigate further? He says, "Oh, we definitely put down a note that we were definitely going to follow up on it." Okay, tell me the examples of how you followed up on it. You didn't, did you? I mean, you had another interview. Well, we didn't get there. Yeah, but you could have. You definitely were going to follow up on it, and you didn't, right? Like, I mean, you didn't ask the question, "Hey, the other day when I interviewed you, you said this." Did you? You didn't ask the question of, you said you did your son dirty. You didn't ask, how'd you do your son dirty? You didn't ask, did you do Maggie dirty too? I would have just sat there in that, hitting over and over and over that there was zero follow-up on that thing. And as long as you don't ask the same question, you ask slightly different questions, you can sit and stew on it. Make the state object to your questioning. Your Honor, he's asking cumulative questions. Your Honor, I'm just trying to figure out why this skilled investigator failed to follow up on what he's saying is an admission. Make him fight it. Okay. Let's see. Jonathan also says, is the lawyer doing the questioning allowed to summarize the testimony, closing statement style, and follow with a, is that correct? Kinda. You got to be careful how you do it. But you could say, so you meant this and this and this, right? This is what you're doing, right? I mean, you can do that, but you got to be too careful. You also cannot misstate the evidence. You cannot misrepresent the evidence. You can get in some trouble for that one. So, the Magus 93 says, dude, what the fuck is this trial? The DMV could make this more interesting. This is how court goes sometimes, guys. This is how court goes. Slow plotting. S-Bar 818, can you show some of the evidence released from Court TV? I mean, I guess I could do that. We could go through some of those. We'll get through these super chats here. Sean Brem says, I'm pretty sure tool mark can't be used outside of specific ballistics of the projectile, because then you have to tie the specific bullet to the specific casing. Renee HB, I versus they is like when ghost hunters tell you what's said when they catch something on tape, or Ozzy backmasking. Reasonable doubt continues. Joe Davis, I'm in the auto industry. We want pre-owned inventory because it replenishes our inventory, and honestly, we make more off a used vehicle than a new one. Roby McCann, we have two 2023 Stingrays on our Chevy lot. Yeah, but who wants a Stingray when you could get a Z06? Ferguson Land Management and Welding LLC says, if Alex had killed them with those style rounds, why would he still have them there 4 months later and not dump them? Again, there's no right or wrong way to do anything. If he didn't have any rounds, they would argue that he dumped them. If he does have rounds, they'll argue that it's consistent. So, hold on. There's the way the prosecution works is literally there's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do about any of this stuff. Once the prosecution has determined that you are guilty, everything you say, do, have, don't have, didn't do, didn't say, all of it will be used against you. Every aspect of the case. There will be nothing in your favor from the state. And whatever is brought in that could be in your favor, the state will turn to be against you. That's the whole point. All right. It Moves says, look up Ronald Reagan's joke about buying a car in the Soviet Union. Well, Auki says, double Murdaugh trial turns out to be a case of illegal hunting of waterfowl named Paul and a mystery surrounding a floating assailant in a dog kennel. Casey Moody, disloyal shaster, a log. 200 Watt Studio says, at the Verizon office, they call me Chandler Ring. Benjamin Lewis, not all 12 gauge shoot 3-inch shells, just all of Alex's. Southern Brainwater says, wow, they got young, less high Matthew Perry to testify. Damn. Will you be covering the Idaho murders? Maybe. It's going to be a while. Andrew Hansen, I just asked a former narc detective about I did them so wrong. He said he'd follow up with, what did you mean? But wouldn't take it as an admission. I don't buy that at all, honestly. Lord Vader says, remember, I ate too many drugs. Audio interpretation that the witness confirmed on cross and then unconfirmed on Frank's redirect. Wait, what was that? Oh, that was in the Kim Potter trial. Mr. XXH1 or Mr. XX Hillbilly says, boomer. Thanks. Flamingo Key says no facial recognition joke. Should I don't know. I don't know. The Wastelander 64 says, we the jury find that this is not our job. Generic account, always set your phone to erase after 5 attempts. And Stega says, I've heard the steel shot was found 4 months after the murder and not on the first search of the property. Maybe that was the defense's angle. Oh, that could be. That could be. Let's see. Mm-mm. Okay. We need to do this real quick. All right. This show does have a sponsor, of course, and it is Birch Gold. birchgold.com/knows will take you to the Birch Gold Group website for Rekieta Law listeners and viewers. This is where you can get information on how to protect your IRA or 401k from market volatility and inflation by utilizing the U.S. code, a little known aspect of it, where you can add gold and silver into your IRA or 401k. Most people don't know that you can have physical assets held in these accounts, but you actually can. You just have to do it kind of a particular way, and Birch Gold is an expert in doing that. Now, why do you have gold and silver? Well, when Joe Biden or some other talking head comes out, says something stupid, and the market drops, 600, 800 points, gold tends to not fall in the same way. And similarly, when the cost of eggs rises 900%, the cost of gold kind of tracks along with the rest of the general inflation because gold is a commodity that you buy. So holding these things in your account can provide a hedge against those issues. Inflation and market drops are the big killers of retirement accounts because you have specific timelines on your investment, right? Eventually, you have to start taking out money. Well, if you have to take out money from a retirement account in a down year, you're going to get hit by taking money out and taking it out at a loss. If you have to take it out in an up year, who cares? Everything's Gucci. Everything's fine. But when it's one of those down years and you have a required distribution, there's nothing you can do. Gold and silver are there to help take a portion of your IRA or 401k and make it a hedge against those down years. That's what it's there for. That's to help you out. Maybe it's the right move for you. Maybe not. The only way you can kind of get some information and find out is by going to birchgold.com/knows, clicking on this green button and getting some more information about it. Then you make the decision on whether or not it's right for you, your account, your goals, and your risk tolerance. I can't help you with that, but you can. birchgold.com/knows. Thank you, Birch Gold, for sponsoring the show. Of course. And the other sponsor of the show today is actually me and my live show in Las Vegas on February 26th. If you want to come to Las Vegas and meet me, along with many other people, including Andrew Branca, who was just on the stream, including Dick Masterson, including Camelot 331, looks like lead attorney is going to be there. Nate the lawyer might be there. Eric Hunley might be there. A whole bunch of people in this sort of law / comedy / news and information space. Robert Barnes may be there. Mark Grobert may be there as well. I mean, we've got some quite a few people who look like they may be coming to this thing, and you would have the chance to come, hang out, meet, grab a drink with all of them. Most importantly, though, me, of course. And yes, you can rub my chest. That is allowed. You can do it. I'll Me Too you 10 years from now, but you can do it. I'll tell you now, but I'll change my mind after you do. But yeah, you can do that. Uncivil Law does not look like he is coming, David H. Looked like he might be at first, but apparently I think that is not going to happen. So, but yeah, there are quite a few people. Danny on Direct, I believe, is going to be there as well. So should be a fun show. Lady Rackets will be there also. You can come say hi to me and her. And we're going to have just a good time. That'll be on February 26th. If you check the pinned link on YouTube, you can buy yourself some tickets to the show. And I will share the link in the Rumble chat and in the locals chat as well. So they don't really have pinned links there, but so that's there on Rumble. And let me share these on locals. And if anybody wants to come out and visit, hang out, get some drinks, have some laughs, that's what we're going to be doing. And you'll be in Vegas. So you've got the show, but then you've got the rest of Las Vegas for all your time around the show as well. And I may be no legal bites. Legal bites isn't invited. What about Attorney Tom? Maybe he may be there. Not sure yet. There's also the strong possibility that, Lady Rackets and I or whoever will be out, out and about in Vegas around the event as well. And you can, if that's the case, I'll probably be, posting where I'm going to be. If people want to come hang out again, chat, have a drink or whatever outside of the event as well. But the main gathering with people will be at this one location. I got word back from my venue person today. They've got some, they've located some open venues. They're just trying to find out the best one, the best cost. These are not cheap events to put on. I want to point that out. So that's the only reason I'm charging for the tickets, is because these venues basically start around $5,000 to rent out. So the ticket price is assuming about 100 people show up. So I'm not looking to make a bunch of income on this show. It's literally to defray the cost, which I have to put forth entirely by myself. And there's actually a bunch of other costs than the venue that go into it that I'm not passing on to the audience. That's how it goes. So if you want to come hang out, please consider grabbing a ticket, coming out to Vegas again, February 26th. That is a Sunday. It's a little bit different than normal day, but it'll be a fun time. So, yes, Viva Fry, I believe, also will be there. Thank you for reminding me that if you want to meet Viva, he and Barnes, I think they're doing a separate event earlier in the day on the same day, and then they'll come out to our event too. So, should be a blast. That's the goal, is to have fun, man. Enjoy some good old life. Enjoy some good old life. You'd come, but you're not 100% sure you're allowed in the country. Wow. Whoa. Wow. So there's that. The other announcement, I guess, that I have is tickets went on sale, I think, yesterday for the Dick Show Live. The Dick Show Who Are These Podcasts crossover event is in Philadelphia on April 22nd. So that's in Philly. If you go to, hold on, I think it's dick.show.live. Let me check real quick, making sure. No, live.dick.show. If you do that, that'll take you to the ticket page for the Dick Show / Who Are These Podcasts crossover event. I will be there as a special guest as well. Same thing. There's going to be meet and greets. There's going to be hanging out and having fun, going to bars, whatever. And then there will be a live show, a stage show involved with that, with Dick Masterson, with Carl from Who Are These Podcasts, and with a bunch of other people. Let me see who's listed on there. We've got Sean, the audio engineer, Trucker Andy, Vito Giswaldi, producer Chris, Jerry Jingles, Tony from Hack the Movies, Vinny Paulino, special guest Nick Ricada Law, and more. So that's there. So those are in the past have been called road rages, but since it's a crossover event, I guess it's a little different. They're usually a lot of fun, very rowdy, lots of drinking, lots of fun. So come do that. So, yeah, that's April 22nd, right? Yeah, April 22nd for that one. So I would love to see you at either Vegas or Philly. That's either one would be a good time. Come say hi. Don't get grimied. That would suck. That's like, was that in Philadelphia? She was a really good singer. And then blam, dead. Divining Rod says in Borowski, the roof is on fire. We don't care. Let the motherfucker burn. Thanks for the great work and the constant sleep deprivation. Oh, thank you very much. Chris Clements, will you live stream the Vegas meetup on Locals? I don't know. It'll depend on if I can get that set up at the venue. If I can, probably. But I don't know if I can. So, anything planned in Minnesota? I'm allergic to sun. Yeah, probably when it's not fucking coitus out here in this damn tundra. Yeah, when it's a little warmer, that would be great to do a Minnesota show meetup this summer. I'll probably do this summer, spring and summer. I'm going to try and do, I bought this car and I want to drive it. So, when it's warm enough, I'll probably be driving around the Midwest, doing just small kind of gatherings, hey, gonna just go to this bar, want to meet up or whatever for like on a weekend. And, if people want to come out and have a drink, that'll be great. But I don't have like a list of definite places to go for that or anything. So, that's that. Okay. What else? You should come to Northwest Florida. Well, okay. I go to the Tampa area with some regularity. I have family down there. And when I go down there the next time, just like last time, I'll probably be doing a meetup in the Tampa area of Florida. So, and if I make it down to Miami again to visit Locals, or if I make it to Sarasota to visit Rumble when they open up, I will be doing meetups in those areas as well. So that ain't Northwest Florida. Well, it's Northwest-ish. It's like almost north. Come on out to Nashville. Nashville is on my list of places to do a bigger show. But I have to figure out the time to do it and get that planned. Working on that as well. And then, of course, Anime Matsuri down in Houston is another great place to meet up with me. That'll be in August. Houston in August sounds like an oven because it is. So, okay. I think that's all of the like live announcements that I've got for now. Big Rig 33 says, being a pudgy guy, Nick would never want to meet me. Oh, that's not true at all. That's not true. I'm only mean to fat people who ask me to be mean to them. Come to Central Missouri. You want me to die? Okay. All right. If the Vegas event works out, will you visit SoCal someday? Would love to. Would love to. Monica Rial asked you to be mean to her. Yes. Obviously. All right. Go to the Geeks and Gamers compound in Orlando. That's on my list. Yeah. What about Rhode Island? I don't go to Rhode Island. Just kidding. The Northeast is on my list, but I'm not really sure where in the Northeast. I would love to go out and visit like Joe in New Jersey and stuff like that. Ethan Van Sciver's out there as well. So that's on my list. But it's all about it's all about time I have to do this stuff. And then of course money, because these are expensive events. And I don't think I'm going to make any money on it. But of course, I'm not really trying to either. So, Lost Bullets. You ever do moots in law school? I'm doing a criminal law moot as a witness, trying out for the competitive moot team next year in 2L. No, moot court sounded terrible, so I didn't do that. Not my cup of tea. I mean, we had to do the acting events in in like our advocacy and advanced advocacy classes, but that's about the gist of that. I didn't have any desire or time to do a ton of extracurriculars. I entered law school having just had a second baby, and I left law school with four of those little rascals running around. So Nicholas Holbrook says, come to Destin, Florida. We have better beaches. I've been to Destin once. I almost died in the water. There was red flags out that day, but we went swimming anyway because it was the only day in Destin. So. I missed your birthday yesterday, damn it. Dex Deadly. Oh, sorry, brother. Happy birthday to you. I hope you had a good one, even though I missed it. I hope you didn't. Okay. What are we supposed to? Oh, someone mentioned the Ralph drama. Look, I'm really not interested in the life and times of Ethan Ralph. I made a tweet about it. The tweet was summarized. Well, it's close to verbatim. Was Ralph, you're a giant piece of shit, but I don't like to see families in turmoil. So I'm praying that I hope you find peace, and I'm praying for you, which is true. It's true. And I talked to Ralph a little bit. I was on the Dick Show on Sunday. I think the recording of that comes out today. So I was on, and Ralph was in the chat. And so I talked to him a little bit there, and just tried to like mend the bridge. The whole Ralph being mad at me thing was really stupid, in my opinion. And I don't really have any desire to sit and follow Ralph around or do anything with that. I'm not, I don't care. So I'm also not going to sit and like talk about all his drama. It's not interesting to me at all. And I'm not entirely sure what's true or not about it anymore. That's the fun of the internet. But yeah. You're only going to Vegas if Drex is going to be there because you always bet on black. I don't know if Drex is coming or not. I got to talk to him about it and see. Let's do evidence stuff. I guess. I'm not sure what you're hoping to find. Out here, but let's see what we got. Piss off, Court TV. All right, so there's video evidence. Jury sees body cam, crime scene. Ooh, gross. Maybe we should watch that. And then the interrogation video. We could do that. Here's the photos. Let's go through these. So we've got this is the cartridge casings that were found, tire impressions, biological material, bullet strike, shot shell wadding, fired shot shell. So these are from the storage room. Here's measurements to where each of these things were from that diagram. Here's the area where the killings took place. This is the lean-to, the doghouse that they talked about over here. Here we go. Here's some more of this. Autopsy pics warning. Well, I can see what I'm clicking on, so we'll see. So here's one of the bullet holes that went in. They measured the trajectory of the bullet hole, or the bullet there, I'm guessing. Here's an aerial photo of that. Here's the protractor that they were talking about, how we can see that what angle the bullet is in, off center. Here's a car. Again, here's the doghouse. We got a lot of this. Here's another one. You can see this This bullet goes in at a much different angle than the other one. They find it by laying this flat against the wall. Very cool. Little protractor device. Let's see what else we have. Here's like a 3D modeling of, this looks like one of the kennels. So here's where the defect in the side of the wall cage. So this is where a bullet would have come in on this. Or this is a chicken coop, right? Is that what this is? Yeah, this is a chicken wire, probably a chicken coop. Play the year-old CNN video describing the case. Has lots of crazy details. Because I'm not interested in what other people say outside of court about this case. I think that's a big mistake that people kind of make when they do this. Is they say, oh yeah, well, I watched this documentary, I watched this thing, I read this article or whatever. Even me, and I haven't read much about this, but I read a couple things. It's like, wait, I thought I read this or that. None of that matters. The only thing that matters is what comes into trial. What comes in at trial? Okay, so we have another view. Come on. I guess this picture is just not going to pull up. Oh, there we go. Another protractor angle. Here we have more of the lean-to, some tire tracks. More protractor angles. Here we go. There's a bullet passing through this thing. Cool. Great. Wonderful. More pictures of this chicken coop here. Here's his shirt. Okay. This is his shirt here. Allegedly, there's some blood on this thing. We can see that here's some blood smear down here. And this, I don't know if they're going to show later, but when you see this shirt, when they're done with it, like it is like all purpley because they sprayed that whatever that chemical is on this shirt to try and get the blood to react. So, but here's where we see the main blood issues. Some stuff up here, maybe up here, and then down here. More protractor angles, very dangerous. Oh, feet. Everybody calm down. It's a hot foot shot. Hot foot shot. Anders, his son killed a girl in a boating accident. He tried to get himself killed by a hitman to get life insurance. It's a fraud of millions. It's only 9 minutes. I know. We've talked about all of this stuff. The question is, what of that gets to come into this trial? And so far, the answer is not much. So I don't want to, again, people, yeah, he seems to be a complete scumbag with all the financial crimes and looks likely guilty on a lot of that stuff. That doesn't mean he murdered these people. This is about the murder. That evidence will likely not be admitted. Here we go. Body cam of the approach of the house, it looks like. We've got the ATV here. There's suspected biological material on this thing somewhere. Here's the ATV again. Here's a four-wheeler. Here's this. Oh, is this their gun room? No, this is a pool table with the gun on it. Some pool cues over here. Here's a bunch of shotguns and rifles. So that's fun. Good job. Why is there so little blood on the shirt? Well, they haven't really laid out the theory, but I mean, one possibility is that he just changed shirts. He changed clothes at some point and got rid of the soiled clothes that have never been found. I mean, that is possible. The state really hasn't laid it out because they can't I don't think they can actually make the claim. They can't just speculate that that happened. But okay. Here we have outside the house. Great. Here's this area. You can see some of the brass that they have, or the shell casings, I guess, laying around in the dirt here. So clearly, you know, sometimes on the 1,700 acre property, very big, they just come out and shoot stuff. And we've got more shell casings around here. Shell casings being found. Shell casings are probably in this area. This is the other area they identified with shell casings. They're picking them up out of the dirt. Then we got this one. We got a crotch shot here. Very nice. Good job on the framing on that picture. This looks like a deer blind of some sort or whatever. Or no, this is probably the gun house at the firing range. My bad. So yeah, you got the chair, and you would have somewhere to rest the gun. Then you got a bucket. You got some spent shell casings in here. So what do we got here? This is a receipt of property. So this is just a seizure list. Another seizure list. Here's Paul Murdaugh. So this is, see if you can get a good picture of it. Marianne wants to send it to a girl we know that's a vet. Tell him to sit and stay, and he shouldn't move around too much. Yo, this is him trying to talk to Paul Murdaugh. Presumably about a dog that the Murdaughs were watching for him. I don't know. That seems to be the case. Then he texts Miss Maggie Murdaugh. I love how he has her in there as Mrs. Maggie. Very Southern. Call me ASAP. Hello. We see Barrett Irvin. Send me a pina colada, a strong one. Buster's is cut up from barnacles on pole we tried to tie a rope to. Hope Ashley has something peroxide or something. Tell Paul to call me. So this is from Maggie, May 29th at 5 p.m., 6:43 p.m., and then 9:34 p.m. This is when he sends to Maggie to tell Paul to call him. So now I got South Carolina Law Enforcement Division evidence number 156. Okay. Another evidence bag. Buckle swab set. Cool. So we've got this is another buckle swab. Looks like it. Richard Alexander Murdaugh Sr. I can't really tell what this is off the top of my head. I'm trying to move around the glare. It doesn't work. So here's the blackout. Here's some blackout cartridges, $11.99 for some rounds. I think any of you who have bought ammo in the last 3 years know that you aren't buying many rounds for $11.99. Do I know where C. Goody is? No. No. Nicholas Holt. Oh, wait. Stegus says, as a fat tism who's met Nick twice, he's great in person. Go see him in Vegas, you chonkies. Stegus is fantastic, by the way. That's a lot of chicken wings. Damn. Okay, next we have this evidence bag. Okay. Doesn't really show what that is. Oh, here we have a magazine, or a clip, as the one guy liked to call it, over and over. Another magazine containing cartridges is collected from the black Ford F-150. on September 13th of 2021. So this would have been months after the murder. Is court in session today? Yes. It's on break for another 30 minutes. Another 30 minutes till that happens. All right, we got this one. This is the Winchester, some 12 gauge, 3.5-inch load. Here we've got, these are the CDs of the different phone information that was downloaded, of course. Let's see. Here's are 4 black women, 5 white women, 1 black man. The rest make up 18. Most are over 50, 4 under 30. Cool. So here we go. So this is Camo Benelli Super Black Eagle 3 shotgun. So we got that one. Oh, this is an artsy picture with bokeh focused on the SLED Forensic Services tag for some reason. Why? Why would you do this? Let's make this a macro shot. Fuck off. Anders Hoff says Alex Murdaugh's previous actions speak volumes about his morals or lack thereof. My 2 cents. Yeah, but it doesn't make him guilty of murder, man. State's got to make the murder case. Next we have, here's the Camo Benelli Super Black Eagle 3 shotgun again. Here are the other shotguns. We've got a couple of these. Same shit, different angle on them. Very, very good. Here we go. Here's some more evidence. These are the evidence photos. Did I talk about how Josh Hawley wants to ban TikTok? No. Look, I like some of the stuff Josh Hawley says, but when he starts talking about banning shit, I'd tune him out. So here we go. Here's a bunch of those casings that we went through that painful day. This is the seatbelt assembly that was taken out of the car and swabbed for blood, and blood was found on the seatbelt assembly. Someone says, let's see, what was that? Where did that go? Someone said something I was going to respond to, but I lost it. I don't remember. Whatever. Sorry if I lost it. Seatbelt's interesting. They said they swabbed it and found some presumptive blood on the seatbelt, which means it is probably blood. But they didn't seem to indicate whose blood it was or why that would be interesting in a seatbelt that, in a car that you wear, or, seatbelt that you wear in a car that you drive with regularity, and presumably that your family would also ride in from time to time. This is from his Suburban. So, but it could be, it could be blood from the day. It could be other blood. They just haven't testified about it yet. Let's see. Split Fireman says solo patent attorney in Iowa whose wife has just been diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. Please support us if you can at Give Send Go Melissa Torch. Here's the Give Send Go for Melissa Torch. If you guys want to check that out, see if that's something that tugs at you and says you should give some donations there. Cancer is just a 9, or just a nasty villain that you have to fight. So I'll share it in the YouTube chat here. Here's the Give, Send, Go. You can check that out on your own and make that decision. Spitfire Man, if you want to go ahead and email me and give me some more information about it, I'd appreciate that. Please do. Please do. I'm very sorry to hear that about your wife, sir. But you guys can check out that story there on hold on. Okay, next. Holy crap, Fatty LDD with a huge super chat. Thank you. Says, hey, Nick, longtime follower. I really like your straight to the point attitude. Haven't been following this case. Do we have reason to believe he's not guilty? What's the super short summary so far? Well, the main reason we have to believe he's not guilty is that the state hasn't really made a case that he is guilty yet. A lot of people believe that he is guilty, and he very well may be. I don't know. But most of that is based on things that have not come in at trial yet, as far as I can tell. He is accused of stealing millions of dollars from people. He seems to be an all-around scumbag and a piece of garbage. After this event, about 6 months after the killing, he appears to have attempted to hire a hitman to kill him so that his son could collect the insurance money, but he lived through it, which is that's a big mistake. That's a big mistake, and you don't want to do that. So, yeah, that's the long and short. But they haven't made the case so far that he has killed his wife and kid. They have not laid out a narrative timeline for how it happened. They haven't produced a motive, which, while not required, would be really helpful since they don't have any direct evidence by their own admission. And that's an important thing to remember, folks. The state has admitted that they have no evidence to place Alec Murdaugh at the scene of the crime pulling the trigger. Nothing. They don't have blood or semen or anything from the scene that they can pin to him. They don't have a murder weapon. They don't have him disposing of a murder weapon, like on video or by someone witnessing it. No one witnessed the shootings at all. They don't have his fingerprints on a gun that was used in the killing. They don't have any of the things that you normally would think that they would have in a murder trial. Usually they have a murder weapon. Usually that murder weapon has forensics on it that would allow them to link it to the killer. They got nothing. Semen, would that be the result of wagging off over the body? I don't know. They just always seem to find semen at crime scenes. It's weird. But in this case, they don't have any of those things that we would traditionally associate with identifying the, criminal, identifying the killer, and then linking them to the crime. So we'll see. They have days left, and their case does seem to be on that sort of upward trajectory that Steve Gosney talked about, where they start off slow and kind of really boring with the early stuff, and then it's going to ramp up and crescendo into the big reveal near the end of the case. Because it's such a long case, because they have all this stuff to present, they want to leave the jury with the most important, juicy facts for the end. That's what we're assuming is happening. Would there not be fingerprints on the shell casings, either the 300 blackout or 12 gauge? There could be. Maybe. You'd think if there were, though, we'd already have heard about it, right? That's the hard part about it is figuring out, like, they have to make this case, and they haven't done so. All right, so next we've got some more evidence bags. We've got another evidence bag, very artsy evidence bags. So these are sneakers from Paul Murdaugh at autopsy. These are the dead guy's shoes. If you remember right, the shoe impression expert did talk about him making some bloody footprints. Paul, presumably he was shot the first time and stumbled around. Gates of Above says, can he get a refund from the hitman that failed to deliver on their deal? There's an actual legal answer to this question. The answer is kind of, but not through the courts. Courts do not enforce contracts that involve illegal activity or contracts that involve sexual activity. So they will not do that. So even if it's legal consensual sexual activity, they won't do it. Now, maybe they would in a jurisdiction where prostitution is legal on the sexual activity, but otherwise illegal activity, no. So to get the money out of the hitman, he would have to hire someone else to go and, smash the guy's thumbs with a hammer or something until he paid up, right? Like that's how you would do it. But yeah, the courts do not enforce contracts that involve criminal activity. They can't. The court cannot make criminal activity occur. So. So courts don't deal with contracts that involve sexual activity, but they stick their nose in marriages all the time. Right. Little bit different the way that it's framed, right? Marriage is not a sexual contract, although some marriages are done for the purposes of sexual activity almost exclusively, like Kevin Federline and Britney Spears or whatever. But no, they determine the marriage relationship is not considered. I mean, it is a contract, so to speak, but it's not done in the traditional way that contracts are done. And it's not actually enforced in the way that contracts are enforced. As much as we like to say that, marriage is a contract between a man and a woman, it's based on these historical principles and blah, 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 blah. The reason they put all of the sort of baggage around family law is because it is actually more of a public policy arrangement than it is a contractual arrangement. And so that's why we get stuff like the best interest of the child being the way we resolve, parenting time issues in family law or any parenting issues in family law, even though there would be a contract and presumably you could have a prenup laying out exactly how this would work. You're not going to be able to enforce that with regards to children. Now, a prenup is a separate contract that can, at the expiration of the marriage agreement, can be an enforceable contract. That is true. But the rest, just a normal marriage without a separate contract is not treated that way. And the courts do enforce prenups, but they don't enforce prenups that require like certain amounts of sexual activity and stuff like that. I hope that helps answer that question. We got a big super chat here on locals. Jenny D 2003 says, just wanted to show support for all of your great legal commentary. Hey, thank you, Jenny. I really appreciate that. Thank you for being in locals. RecatoLaw.locals.com. If you want to check that out, if you want to join up, I mean, you can preview it. You just can't participate. Without paying, you can preview locals. You can see a bunch of the stuff. If you want to comment and interact in the chat and catch the exclusive live streams and stuff like that, then it's $5 a month or $50 for the whole year. It's currently my favorite place on the internet. So there you go. So back to this, we've got, let's see, some cartridge cases. Again, more of that. So here's a picture of some of the places where they would find these rounds. Like here's some shotgun shells, right? Just buckets of rounds. Just buckets of rounds and baskets of it laying around the house and the shed. Here we have some more of this 300 blackout rounds that we've got. Some more boxes of different ammunition. We got 40 Smith & Wesson, 36 Remington, 35 Remington, 270 Winchester, 300 blackout, 7mm Winchester, some American Eagle over here. So they got some different caliber stuff, for different style guns too. Some rifle, some pistol. Here's the search warrant. apparently, even though it's not necessary. Here is the gun rack. This must be from their gun room. Just a bunch of guns on the rack here. They got a crossbow. RRS Speed Loaders says, FYI, our speed loaders do both 5.56 and 300 blackout. Guys, check out RRS Speed Loaders website. You can buy a mine is not down here. Otherwise, I would show you mine. But they make speed loaders for 5.56 and 300 blackout. Very cool. Real easy way to load up your magazines. They also do other merchandise as well. If you guys have seen the Recada Law Cartography Service shirt, that you can actually get there at their website, and I strongly recommend it. I love that shirt very much. Zero says, so for not enforcing sexual contracts, how does that work with the porn industry, or is it the same logic that they are acting? Yeah, I mean, they're doing performance art there. So I don't think that the court can enforce specific performance on specific sexual acts within a contract. Although most of those contracts, they waive and give consent for specific acts that they're going to do. I mean, one day I should get and review a porn contract. They're pretty gross because they lay out all of the different acts that are going to happen within a scene, or even that ones that could happen depending on the production. It might not be ones, and they basically have to initial off like what they're okay with, line out things that they're not okay with, and some of it can be pretty gross. So it'd be probably funny to go through one at some point. So here we go. Here's a receipt for more defense exhibits. We got a couple photos and a search warrant here. This is, what the hell is this? Exterior side of storage room window. Oh, this is showing where the shotgun rounds went through Paul and then hit the window in the storage room. Look at what Emily D. Baker just quote tweeted. Let's see. So here's a question. SLED agent Melinda Worley testified that this is a photo of the Murdaugh's gun room that was taken the night of the murders. ... Okay, so here we go. Let's see. I'll pull this up on screen here. So here we go. Melinda Worley testified this photo is a photo of the Murdaugh's gun room that was taken the night of the murders. All right. So we have one of these ping pong tables, I think is maybe a pool table conversion. This is a screenshot from SLED agent Jeff Croft's body cam from 2:23 p.m. the next day of the same gun room. Does anyone know anything about ping pong ball tables that turn into pool tables? Well, I mean, yeah, there are conversions. The short answer is yes, you can buy a pool table that then has a topper that you put on it for a ping pong table or a poker table or anything else. No, court isn't backhanders. This is reviewing the stuff. So yeah, that could be. But I mean, the more likely answer is that she lied about when this photo was taken. This body cam photo is timestamped, or body cam footage is timestamped. This is not timestamped on the photo itself. It's just testimony of when this is here. So probably not. Probably wrong on when this picture was taken. What's up, lady? Yeah, why didn't you just ask mom? Oh, she's not? Okay. Yeah, you can have 2 pouches. No. Okay. All right. I'll talk to you later. Sorry, that's my 5-year-old. More importantly, why would the table change like that overnight? It's not a big deal. I mean, it is a big deal, isn't it? it's just one more thing that the prosecution does not seem to have a handle on, which is when a photo was taken. This photo was not taken the day before this photo, I don't think. Night of the murders, next day in the afternoon. After the murders, what? He came in and he changed it out? Okay, I'm just curious if there are logical explanations that span beyond they wanted to play pool. Yeah, the logical explanation is that they lied about when the photo was taken. Or more appropriately, maybe we're just recalling when it was taken or whatever. Is there anything else we can infer from these pictures? Is there any other? This is the same here. We can't see what's over here. So we don't know. We get an idea that the same couch is there, some pool tables, a recliner, TV. Aha, wait a minute. These couches look different too. Notice this. This is a completely different photo. Look at these couches. So we have these two couches here, right? That are pushed together. Pretty clear to see. In this photo, we have something different. We have a couch. We have a recliner here that is not present in the other photo. Let's see. Let me just quote tweet this. Most likely explanation is that the agent simply misrepresented, either intentionally or not, the first photo. Notice the couches in the first photo become a couch / recliner combo in the subsequent photo. This investigation and the testimony has been utter shit. There. Tweet. The lights above the table are also different. So these are red lights hanging here. No, these are the same lights. They're the same lights. It's just a different camera with different lighting. There's a logo on this side of them, but remember it's being taken from the other side. The logo's on this side. It's actually probably on both. You probably have a logo here and a logo over here that we're just seeing from a little bit different angle with a little bit different light coming into the camera itself. So yeah, this is stuff we could have seen if we could have seen the evidence in real time. Now, this, I say there is a ping pong pool table conversion kit, which is true. This doesn't have pockets that are visible. Normally, the pool table is going to have visible pockets, and the ping pong thing is going to lay over the top of that. This looks to me like a ping pong table that is replaced with a pool table. I bet these are taking completely different, I mean, maybe even different years on this. But yeah, this ping pong table would not, I mean, there would be pockets on the corners and the sides, and there are no pockets on the corners or the sides. Again, a ping pong table lays over when they're convertible, they lay over the top of the pool table. It's just a thing that sits on top. There's some rubber stoppers to keep it from moving. And then you put you hook up the net. So this doesn't mean anything specifically, but it explains what's going on. And again, I mean, she testified the wrong date about this picture. Who cares? It's just sloppy. It shouldn't happen. But what is Emily Baker says, I have questions. Pool table has changed. The elliptical is moved in the back corner by the clothes with the towel thrown over the video. Who moves the whole exercise machines? Emily, notice the couches are completely different. Ping pong table has no pockets or a pool table, likely entirely different. Yeah. These are from two distinctly different times. Boom. Done. What? All right. So anyway, let's see where we are. Ah! Oh God, that was scary. All right, so this is a picture of where the defects are in the glass window. So these are where the pellets from the shotgun, the bird, or probably the buckshot round, I don't know, where they would have gone through the glass after traveling through Paul. Let's see what else we got. Here's a Winchester 12. Oh, this is a 16 gauge. We got some rounds. This is a bullet that was actually recovered from somewhere. They did say they found a fired round that they maybe hit the ground, struck the rocks or something. Here we have a bunch of dog food. It looks like. So this is a storage room. This would be where the storage room where Paul was killed. There's a very small area in here, but this number one, this is the scene, the room where Paul would be shot. Here we go. This is the cordoned off site of the murders probably from the night of the investigation. Have lights out, police tape, all that stuff. Here we have a couple spent shell casings. Maybe these are the ones that were recovered from the room where Paul was killed. I got to be careful because I don't know if I can show the super grisly stuff depending on how grisly they get. Here's where that bullet was recovered from the ground. You can kind of see it here. It's just a small bullet. Here we go. This is from inside the storage room again. Now it's interesting because the bullets, the shell casing pellets, the pellets from the shotgun rounds went this way. So it looks like Paul was shot into the storage room rather than from inside the storage room. So then the interesting question is, why are the shotgun rounds inside? Why are those inside the storage room? Because he appears to be shot from outside, maybe. Here we go. Yeah, here are these. These are on the floor of the storage room. There we go. This is some swabs they took. Here's the inside of the Chevy Suburban, presumably. Like all Suburbans, they're a mess. I like my coat. He eats at KFC. This motherfucker's guilty. I'm done covering for Alec Murdaugh. You eat at KFC, you gotta go. You gotta go. Okay, so we got more evidence bags. Here's the diagram that we got. Oh, this is a nicer resolution. So again, remember, here's number one is a shot shell wad in here. And then we've got the shotgun shells being right behind this door. Just a weird place for him. Paul is here. Mike Lombardo says, I believe he said he went back to the house to get a gun while on the phone with police after checking the bodies. May explain how blood got on the seatbelt. Could be. We don't know whose blood it is yet. So that's that. Mihawk 66 says, what if guilt over his choices, getting his wife's son killed, led to him, the hitman, being the best thing he could do for his remaining son? Again, the guilt, it could have a lot to do with the insurance case or the fraud claims and the financial crimes as well. Like he has plenty of reasons to kill himself. I mean, I don't advocate suicide. I'm just saying plenty of reasons he may determine to kill himself that are irrespective of any potential murder. All right. So we're going to be back here in just a minute. Juan Igloo Sir says, just had some ribs and mac and cheese for lunch. Nice. God, that sounds good. I like ribs. I like mac and cheese too, but man, I try to avoid anything with cheese and milk product in it these days. Serenity to Witches gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Serenity. I really appreciate that. Mitch Janich says, Nick, my first grift. If you need a mobile welding in the Southwest Minnesota, janishwelding.com for contact info. Welding capability, aluminum, steel, and stainless steel. Hey, Mitch, email me. I may actually have some welding needs around. And not quite in Southwest Minnesota, but I'm not far from Southwest Minnesota. So hit me up, man. Unaware Toaster says, just found out that my child had literal poop on her hand at daycare from 10 a.m. until I picked her up at 5 p.m. I'm furious that something like this could have happened. I plan on filing a complaint with the state's governing board over childcare centers. Do I have any other options available to make sure this isn't happening to my child or anyone else's child? Not particularly that I know of. The state's governing boards, the Attorney General's office often has like a business complaint board that you can, or number that you can call where they can investigate violations like that. The other thing you could do is just tell everybody about it. You can also not send your kids there. Like I don't want to trivialize. Some people definitely need daycare for their kids. Like don't get me wrong, but the other option is to just not have your kid go to daycare at that place or at any place. That's a harder option though, because a lot of people got to work. You got to work. So good luck with that. That really sucks. 200 Watt Studio says, Nick, not sure if you're hungry, but I just had a nice ribeye. I'm not actually hungry today. I'm doing very well. I am thirsty though. I don't have much to drink. So I'm going to go up. I'm going to turn the volume on just in case the court comes back. I'm going to go up. I'm going to hit the bathroom. I'll be back in a few minutes. And I'm going to get some tea going, some Dragon's Treasure tea. So I'll be back in just a few. See you guys in a second. Okay. Oh, wait, I got a request for a different avatar. Here we go. See you in a sec.
may now be seated.
Yes, sir.
Please, Court, Your Honor, before the jury brought in, I have a matter of law I'd like to deal with.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we've been informed by the Attorney General, has been very accommodating. He's telling me he's going to call this afternoon or this morning. One of the witnesses would be Brett Dove, and Brett Dove, I think they'll agree, is the person that did retrieve the extract from, you heard the Secret Service agent this morning, and did some analysis on it. I'd like to show the court. Is this working? Can I have the Elmo on? State's exhibit number 299. Where can I see that? Okay, and this is, wait, just let me have you push it up in just a minute. You don't need that. That's a receipt of property for Paul Murdaugh's phone. And if you'll slide the thing down a little bit, no, the other way. You'll see that Bobby, what's his last name? Bancroft? Right. Received it from David Owens, who gave it to Bobby Bancroft, who then gave it to, give it to who? R. Kelly. Yeah. Right. And then Paul McGonigal, we heard from this morning, gave it to, he was at the Charleston Sheriff's Office, gave it to, whose name is that? Looks like Brian Heddick, who gave it to, well, it got to Brian Heddick at Computer Crimes, I guess by Ryan Kelly. The point I'm trying to make, Judge, let me show you the second page, is there are a number of people in the chain of custody on this phone who haven't testified yet. As a result, if Mr. Dove is allowed to testify about the contents of the phone, which he received from Secret Service, we believe that breaks, that would not complete the chain of custody. All we're saying is call these other people, and I mean, they're not going to be long witnesses, to complete the chain, to authenticate that what exactly came out of that phone was the phone that was found at the scene on Paul Murdaugh's body. I don't know if this is complicated or not, but it seems to me that they ought to have to do that.
Mr. Waters.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just very quickly, as we look at the chain on and I'll take those things, on Paul's phone, and again, Mr. Conrad is going to call Lieutenant Dove here in a bit. We've had testimony from Jason Chapman about David Owen securing that phone. We've had introduction into evidence, Your Honor, without objection of both of these chain sheets. There was no qualification or objection to the information on these chain sheets, no hearsay objection or anything like that on both of these, which carried the chain all the way through. And then, of course, but we have testimony about the collection of that phone. We have testimony from multiple witnesses about the manner in which agents secure phones and the rest of that. And then we have testimony about that phone going essentially through a couple of couriers to Paul McGonigal, who just testified as to his involvement with that phone, as well as to his delivery of that back to Lieutenant Dove. And then you've had testimony from Agent Van Houten, who received that phone and analyzed it and then delivered that back to Lieutenant Dove. And Lieutenant Dove is going to be here to complete that chain. So if you look at the case law, and we do have some cases prepared if you need them. Where's the copies of those, please, Your Honor? This is not fungible evidence, and the case law is very clear, Your Honor, that chain, you don't have to call every single person that touched the evidence throughout the way, that it only needs to be established as much as is practicable. And I think we've done that in great detail. In any
That's a critical question. Is it fungible or non-fungible? Is a cell phone fungible or non-fungible?
If you look at the exterior, it's fungible. You can't tell one iPhone 11 from any other one until you open it. Okay, but is the phone that was found at Paul, is that the same phone? And that's why you have the chain. It was cracked open and they got the material from, they want Doug to analyze. It is, this is an iPhone 11, Your Honor. It's not Paul's.
And Your Honor, again.
Fungible or non-fungible?
I'd say that it's not fungible, Your Honor. And again, I think it's clearly not fungible. And there's been.
Clearly not fungible. You say clearly, what do you mean?
Well,
generally when things are clear, then we don't have a debate.
You got wrecked.
I strenuously object, Your Honor. I apologize. But anyway, Your Honor, when you look at something like cell phones, with the class of types of evidence that are clearly fungible, those two are I think, different in the manner in which they exist and the manner in which they are. And I'm not aware of any case that's ever held a cell phone as to be fungible. It is a physical item. Additionally, this particular one, I'm sorry, John, what does that say? Right. And additionally, this particular cell phone has a serial number and an IMEI that is specifically identifiable. The cell phones are not fungible. They are specific. They have specific identifying information like that. And so again, I think that given the weight of that and the weight of what we have established, we more than established the chain.
No. Chain of custody, I'm sorry. These, I'm sorry, I apologize.
So they're arguing over Paul's phone's chain of custody. Is that what I'm getting?
I think so. I literally came in like 2 minutes before you did.
On this
came back.
Document, to be happy, it's State's Exhibit 298 and 299. There's nothing on these indications. It's matter of fact, the description is Paul's cell phone. There's no identifying data on this whatsoever. And by the way, I think within 12 hours, you should have asked all these witnesses how they know it was this cell phone. They never testified to serial numbers. Water over the dam.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Well, and again, Your Honor,
foundational knowledge
associated with testimony about that specific phone that people like McManigal and Agent Van Houten have specifically identified as associated with these chain sheets and with that specific phone. So again, I think that's a specific identification, and they are not fungible in that regard.
Cases that you said you have.
Why wasn't this done pre-trial?
Your Honor, I've got a copy right here. This isn't specifically my hand up to you.
I was making a giant mug full of tea.
No. For the Dragon's Treasure?
Yep.
Tell me
Secrets
about
of the
this.
Songstress. It's great.
State
Again, Your
Pulley.
Honor.
State v. Pulley. Yes.
Promo code criminal.
Again, this is just a general, this isn't related to cell phones in specific, but it does talk about, establishing the chain of custody as far as practicable. And again, it talks about where the evidence establishes the identity of those who've handled the evidence and reasonably demonstrates the manner of handling of the evidence, which we've had testimony as to both of those. Our courts have been willing to fill in gaps in the chain of custody due to an absent witness. Proof of the chain of custody need not negate all possibility of tampering so long as the chain of possession is complete. It goes on, Your Honor, and that, I apologize, that was from Head Notes 4, 5, and 6. It goes on to talk about a perfect chain of custody is not required. I think the evidence here on the whole has been more than sufficient to establish the chain. And additionally, even beyond that, I think that none of that precludes Lieutenant Dove to testifying about, given the foundation that's been laid, to testifying about the contents of that extraction pending any additional witnesses that will come in. I don't think that's precluded at this time.
Is this in front of the jury still?
Go forward and testify.
No, I don't think the jury's there yet.
His testimony about that extraction, and certainly understanding that any
The
additional witnesses.
State wants to call the guy who examined the
So I don't
phone
think that
and did the
precludes
extraction.
him from
Defense
testifying
is
to
saying that
contents
they
of
want the
extraction.
8 people who handed it off to all testify individually in order.
Footnote says, when establishing Head Note 4, when establishing chain of custody, fungible, bolded evidence where multiple people have handled or analyzed the substance, the identity of the individuals who acquired the evidence, and what was done with the evidence between the taking and the analysis must not be left to conjecture. And there's nothing in any document we've heard or any witness that is specifically identified that I got cell phone M4381 and gave it to somebody else who said, I got that same cell phone because it had the same serial number. I mean, if that's not conjecture, I don't know what is. And again, what's the big hurdle here? He's got 3 people he needs to call. Unless there's a problem with one of them, that signed this document that didn't have
3
it.
people.
And I think that this is an important piece of evidence. And we ought to just require what's required by this case and every other case where there's a fungible item.
Your
Missy,
Honor,
I
again,
didn't.
going back to Head Nights 4.
I can turn up the court
4 and
volume a little
5,
bit.
Testimony from each custodian of
It's
fungible
been
evidence,
flexible
however, is not a
today.
prerequisite to establishing a chain of custody. Again, we've had testimony about collection, we've had testimony about the manner of collection, and we've had testimony from those who actually analyzed it in the interim to get to Lieutenant Dove, who will then complete that analysis. So we've got testimony about collection, we've got chain sheets supporting that, and then we'll have every person who actually analyzed it. And I think that's more than sufficient chain to establish its admissibility at this time.
Anything further? Last word.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense.
To the extent that this is a motion to exclude this testimony, the motion is denied. I do not believe that the portion of this case that State v. Pulley that says the identity of individuals who acquired the evidence and what was done with the evidence between the taking and the analysis must not be left to conjecture. I believe that a cell phone is not a fungible item, but it is complicated to the degree that there was analysis done with the cell phone, but the testimony, particularly the testimony of Van Houten, sufficiently establishes that this phone was not tampered with, could not be tampered with, and I believe that the state has sufficiently established a chain. Cases have held that a perfect chain is not necessary, and I believe the state has sufficiently established the chain of custody to the degree necessary that the next witness can testify. So I deny the motion, and the objection is noted for the record.
Your Honor, make sure the record is complete. With all due respect, we accept her from your rule.
So it's noted for the record, yes.
From the old school, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. Bring the jury.
Witness will testify.
Okay, so the judge isn't going to require each person to testify.
Thank you. Your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call John Bettingfield.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. You affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God.
I do.
So the seat in the witness stand. State your name again, Caboose. For the records, spell your last name, please.
There's another law enforcement individual. You can tell because of, again, the neck folds
John
that go up into the
Bedingfield,
back of the head.
Bedingfield.
Mr. Bettingfield, how you doing today?
Doing good.
All right. Tell us where you live.
Barnwell.
All right. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Grow up there, or
Grew up there, born and raised in Barnwell. Worked there my entire career of 28 years with the Department of Natural Resources.
Okay.
Still live in Barnwell.
It's fish police.
Where do you work now?
I'm the Region 3 captain, which is the Midlands region, Lake Murray, Lake Marion.
Okay. And is that a law enforcement position?
Yes, sir, it is.
Are you a class 1 officer?
I am.
And you said you've been with DNR how long?
28 years.
Has that been the?
You're still the
law
fish
enforcement
police.
career?
Yes, sir.
Are you still employed there?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any other
He's not
businesses
fond of
or
the
any other
large mouth. He
economic
prefers
stuff
the
you're
small
associated
mouth.
I do. Back in 2016, I got a federal firearms license to sell and manufacture firearms.
This is the guy who made the 300 blackout rifles for the defendant.
Is that like a side business?
Side business is just a passion I had of working on guns and building guns. Decided to turn it into business.
All right. And you mentioned federal firearms license. Is that what people know as an FFL?
Yes, sir.
All right. Just tell me
It's an
very
infringement.
quickly what it takes. What does it mean to have an FFL?
It means you can transfer firearms to individuals. You do a background check upon that sale or transfer.
Okay. If you're engaged in sort of the commercial sale of firearms or as a business, do you need an FFL to do that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that's different from private sales back and forth. Is that
Correct.
correct? Okay. And with an FFL, does it come with an obligation to keep certain paperwork with regard to the firearms that you're involved in selling?
Yes, sir, it does.
And explain to me some of the paperwork that you have to get and some of the paperwork you have to keep when you're selling firearms with an FFL.
When a firearm comes in to me, it gets logged into a log. Upon its sale or transfer out, it gets logged out with the 4473 background check.
All right. And tell me what the 4473 is, please.
It's person's personal information, gun information.
That's another infringement.
It gets called into the ATF and it gets approved or disapproved for transfer to that individual.
Is that like a federal form?
Is there instant background check? Yes, sir.
Like every federal form's got a number on it? And that's what's the number?
4473.
4473. Is that the one where you have to check the form saying I'm not a drug user and I'm not a part of a terrorist organization and all that
Yes, sir.
stuff? All right, but you have to ensure that those are filled out with people that you
Yes, sir.
sell firearms to. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What type of firearms are you selling? I mean, are you manufacturing from scratch, or how do you do that?
Early on, I did. Wasn't lucrative enough, so I was just buying and selling.
Right.
So I would buy a gun, configure it, or buy parts, configure it as an individual wanted, and provide it to them.
Okay. And so where would you buy parts from? Well, what's a big source of parts?
I've had numerous, but primarily Palmetto State Armory for AR-15 parts, but I've used 20 or 30 other vendors throughout the course of me having the license.
When people think about an AR-15 style weapon, can that just fire like one caliber of bullet, or can multiple calibers of bullets be configured with an AR-15 style weapon?
As long as they're compatible with the magazine system and the bolt carrier, many different calibers can be configured.
Like what? What's the most common AR-15 calibers?
223, 5.56, which are more or less interchangeable. 300 blackout, 6.5 Grendel.
Okay. All right. And the most common one you said was 223 and 5.56?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then 300 blackout is one you mentioned.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me ask you this. Are you at all related to the defendant, Alec Murdaugh?
I am.
All right. And what's the relation?
Our grandmothers were sisters. We're grown up with the Murdaughs as cousins.
All right. So you've known him your entire life for a
Yes,
long
sir.
time? At any point in time, did the defendant, Alec Murdaugh, approach you about perhaps assembling or making some firearms for him?
He did.
All right. And do you remember roughly when that was?
Would have been around Christmas of 16.
Okay. And what was your conversation with the defendant over there about what he wanted you to put together?
He was looking for a couple of guns for the boys to hunt pigs with.
Okay. And did y'all have a discussion about what type of gun, what caliber, and that sort of thing?
We did. I kind of steered him towards the 300 blackout just because of its effectiveness.
It's your fault
on
she
hogs versus a
died.
223 or 5.56.
All right. And just very quickly, between a blackout and a 223 or 5.56, why did you suggest
He's the merchant of death.
it's a more effective round than those?
Larger caliber, larger diameter bullet, a little more knockdown power for pigs. At 223 at that time, there weren't many larger or heavier grain bullets that were effective.
So you suggested the blackout? Did he agree to that?
He did.
And again, he wanted these for the boys to hunt pigs.
That's right.
Or hogs. All right. Was there a particular holiday coming up that he wanted them for?
Would have been Christmas of that
Rosh
16.
Hashanah.
2016? Okay. Did you ultimately assemble some firearms for him?
I did.
All right. And describe those firearms for us, how they were configured, what was on them. Give us some detail about them, please.
Initial conversation, and part of why the 300 Blackout was chosen was its ability to shoot subsonic ammo, and we had talked about possibly some suppressors for the same guns.
Let me slow you down real quick. Tell the jury what a suppressor is.
A silencer or a sound suppression device for a firearm.
So a subsonic round, you have to have a subsonic round for the suppressor to work. Is that correct?
It makes it most efficient.
Yeah.
Keep going if you would, please.
That was kind of where I steered that way, but it was a pair of Palmetto State Armory lowers that I built some 300 Blackout uppers for, and one was configured in all black as he requested, and the other was Cerakoted, which is a paint finish, a ceramic paint finish in a tan.
Okay. And when you say Cerakote, is that a service or that you're providing?
It does. It is.
All right,
Yes.
and just very quickly, tell the jury what you mean by that. What is Cerakoting?
It's a refinishing. It's a paint job on a firearm. A lot of items can be Cerakoted, plastic, wood, whatever. But you blast the finish, original finish, degrease it, put a 2-part finish on, and bake it on. It's a coloring.
So the black one you don't have to treat.
So I'm sorry.
The black one you didn't have to treat, like
Correct.
But the tan one you had to Cerakote.
Yes, sir.
Did the defendant request any sort of optics or scope on these guns?
We put a pair of ATN thermal scopes on the rifles.
And what specifically, why are the thermal scopes good for hunting hogs, or why were they put on there?
Hog hunting in South Carolina is legal to hunt at night with the proper permitting, and it allows you to night hunt the pigs.
So we hunted them down like animals. Is that what you're saying?
My chat, they're asking, why is this relevant? This is from 2016. I mean, testimony about him owning
It's about the
300 blackout
weapons.
guns.
Field, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 302 for identification at this time, and see if you recognize that imagery.
Yeah.
I do.
All right.
Showing how we got the guns
Those
is
are the
very
two,
important to how we use
300
them.
Blackout rifles I sold out.
All right, those are the exact two in Christmas. Is that correct?
Yes.
Christmas of
Those are
2016?
the original two, yes, sir.
Okay. And, all right, let me, Your Honor, this time I would move States 302 in the evidence, please. Let me put this on the Elmo real quick.
I'm gonna eat some Doritos. Screw this case.
All right, can you see that on your screen there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And just real quick, if we look down at the end of the barrel on these,
You see my
what
naked
are those
picture on your
things right
screen?
there?
Those would be the suppressors.
All right. And tell me about this image. How do you recognize this image? What was going on when this image was taken?
That was the day I took the guns to Alec. I showed him, that's how I presented them to him. Again, with the suppressors.
I'll try
still
not
in my
to.
possession.
I'll try to mute my mic when I eat
We never
Doritos.
did the
Sorry.
paperwork on the suppressors.
And let's unpack that a little bit. Where did you take those guns to him? Do you recall?
His office.
All right. And they're in some sort of case. Do you recall that case?
Yes, sir. That's my hard case.
All right. So you brought him in that case?
Yes, sir.
Did you leave the case with him, or did you take that back with you?
I have the case.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that we see the suppressors are on there. Did you ever deliver those suppressors to Alec Murdaugh?
I did not.
All right. Now, explain that to the jury. Why were you unable to do that?
To possess an NFA item, a National Firearms Act restricted item, where the federal government restricted the possession of short-barreled rifles, machine guns, suppressors, and short-barreled shotguns, you have to apply for a tax stamp through the federal government. It's a background check system that allows for the possession once you pass the background check.
Okay. And had Alec completed that additional paperwork?
No, we never completed it.
Is that for the suppressor? Is that additional paperwork in addition to what it takes to normally get the
Yes.
rifle?
Yes.
Okay. What was y'all's discussion, if any, about that paperwork and completing it and all the rest of it?
We had some random discussions. I'd egg him from time to time. Hey, man, let's get the paperwork going. And he was going to put them in a trust, which is an entity which would own the items. And we never got it all put together.
Because of the special legality about suppressors, is it common for people to set up a trust, a legal trust that actually owns those suppressors?
Yes.
Objection calls
And
for a
that was
legal
the paperwork
conclusion.
that needed to be completed?
That and the application side of it, but
People don't normally do the trust route anymore.
Actually, I'll do it, just never did. Did he pay
Trusts
for those
haven't really been
suppressors?
necessary since like
He just never received them.
correct.
since
Where are
about
those suppressors to
2016.
this day?
They're in my inventory.
And if
in
they
my
did the rule change.
business.
Yes, they did. Yes. Hurt my business.
At some point in time,
Mine
did you
too.
ever have another conversation with Alec about making another blackout?
I did.
And when roughly was that? Do you recall?
It would have been around April of 2018.
April of 2018. All right. And what did Alec tell you? What was your conversation with him about making a third blackout?
That Paul had lost or misplaced his rifle and he wanted to replace it.
Okay. And did you ultimately make him a third blackout?
I did.
Did this particular rifle, did you put any optic on it?
I did not.
All right. Did Alec say, don't put an optic on it because he already lost the other one?
Yes.
Those optics are fairly expensive.
It can be. Yes, sir.
All right. And roughly how much were the thermal optics that we see on this particular picture that's on the screen, the exhibit I previously had admitted?
$1,500 to $1,800 each.
All right. So the third one did not have an optic on it.
Correct.
And did you ultimately provide that weapon?
I did.
All right. Well, tell me how you provided that. Did Alec pick it up or did somebody else pick it up?
He did not. When I let him know it was ready, he said he was unavailable and Maggie would come pick it up.
Okay. And is that what happened?
It is.
All right. And so tell me about that. Tell me about your interaction with Maggie when she picked that weapon up.
She came to town. We met, did some paperwork, and she handed me a check and drove back to Hampton.
And you gave the weapon, the
Yes,
third
sir.
weapon.
Yep. She would have completed the 4473 with me.
All right. So you made 3 blackouts, excluding the optic, roughly in the same configuration. Maggie picked up that third one, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me show you some exhibits real quick. Show them counsel.
To be inappropriate. The
What's
Rod Stewart
inappropriate?
song.
No.
Maggie, you know I got something to say to you.
Blah, blah.
All right. Let me
As
show you
you
what's been
lie,
marked.
straight
Previously
face,
marked for identification
and
as
you
states
died.
247. And I'm gonna have you flip through those and just first tell me, Drew, if you recognize the documents in states 247.
The state looks to find a reason
I
for
do.
your death.
All right, tell me what those are.
The first would be the original check from Alec for the first 2 firearms, cancel check to me. Second would have been the third from Maggie, cancel check to me. The third and fourth page would be the firearm log.
We'll talk more about that in a minute, but that's part of your firearm log, is that
Yes,
correct?
yes.
All right, and then I'm going to show you what's been marked as, hold on, I'm going to staple this. I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 245 and see if you recognize this document.
Chris Cianti says ATN
do.
thermal scopes are
Tell me
2
what
to
that is.
4,000
It is
each,
the-
depending on the model. I want to be on his Christmas gift list.
Original 4473 from the first 2.
Well, that's digital night vision. That's not the analog. Like
No, this time I'm
Military
going to
grade.
move the states 245 and 247 into that.
they're still not bad.
All right. We'll put these up on the screen. All right, this is States Exhibit 247, and we're looking now at the first page. Describe to the jury what that is, please.
That is a cancel check from Alec for the original 2 firearms.
For the original 2,
Yes, sir.
and what's the price on that, please? I can bring it to you. if you
I got it. $9,188.
All right, and what's the date on that, please?
I'm sorry.
What's the date on that?
12/23/16.
All right, and is this a record that you kept in accordance with your FFL obligations?
The check, no, sir. We retrieved that from my bank.
Gotcha. All right. Go to the second page of this exhibit. You recognize that. Tell me what that is, please.
That is the check for the third replacement 300 blackout to Maggie Murdaugh. That's the check she wrote to me.
All right. And what's the amount on that one?
$875.
All right. So the first one for two of them was $9,188, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the second one is only $875. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And it's the difference between those that the second one didn't have the optic and didn't have the suppressor. Is that part of the difference?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Before we get to the rest of that exhibit, let me go to 245, and I'm going to show you this. This is what now?
That is the 4473 for the first two 300 blackouts.
All right. And if we see down here in little letters, it says Form 4473. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And these are all the questions that you have to answer to buy a firearm.
Correct.
Okay. And whose name do we have on this?
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
All right. And then right here, what are these?
Why are you guys talking shit about
That
PSA?
would
They
be the serial
work perfectly
numbers
fine.
from each of the firearms.
All right. And let me ask you this real quick. With an AR style platform,
don't know
is
the
every
difference.
part of it
Doesn't matter to me.
serialized, have a serial number, or if not, what parts are?
Only the lower receiver is serialized.
All right. And can you talk about the lower
And the
receiver?
show
Let me
about
take
it.
this back up. Point to me what we're talking about on this picture.
Thank you
This
for the
portion of the
courtesy
firearm.
chuckle.
Okay. I'm
Made
gonna
me
put it
feel
back
good
on the
about
screen.
myself.
I'm gonna point to what you just did and tell me we got it right, okay?
I gotta support you somehow.
All right, so this portion right here is the lower receiver,
Yes, sir.
and that's the serialized portion, correct?
Correct.
All right. And finally down here, what do we have right there?
The date,
All right, what's the date on that?
January 10th, 2017.
After these murders happened, did you ever get a call from SLED agent Jeff Croft?
I did.
Is that somebody you knew prior to this?
Yes.
Knowing him from growing up in Barnwell or living in Barnwell?
Through my law enforcement career, him at the county and our kids were in school together.
Did you have a conversation with Jeff Croft?
Yes,
Did Jeff Croft ask you to provide him anything?
he did.
And what did he ask you to provide him?
The paperwork you just submitted, the 4473 and the canceled checks.
And 4 small gauge condoms.
When you initially responded, did you send him the paperwork for all 3 blackouts that you made for the defendant? Or
Not
just
not
for-
initially, I don't think so. I don't recall exactly.
Just the first
Just
2?
the first 2, yes, sir.
All right. And did you have a subsequent conversation with him some point later in time?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that conversation?
That there was a third, and through an audit, I was able to backtrack and provide what I did on the third.
All right. So there was an inquiry made as to where there was a third one, and you said, yes, there was a third.
Correct.
Do you have all your paperwork for that third?
No, sir. The 4473 is unaccounted for.
All right. So you went back looking and you couldn't find it.
Correct.
All right. How did you make any efforts though to determine which one that gun must have been?
Based on the canceled check, the date of it, and the only missing exit from my log, it would have been 111, I believe. Is that?
Try to make this one
I'm
off
gonna
books.
Take you back.
Why don't you have any of the
Exhibit
paperwork?
247 and have you look at the last 2 pages of that exhibit and explain to me what you're talking about.
So each firearm that comes in is numbered and described. It's a receipt and disposition form.
Then what was different about
Yeah, I think he just admitted to fucking with his
It
bound
was
book.
blank.
That's not good.
So did you do some process of elimination here?
I did.
You looked at the date of that check in April of 2018 for the third blackout
Correct. Yes, sir.
and looked in your log and this was the one that didn't
Objection
have any
leading?
other information. in it.
Only one of many years that it could have even been.
The IOI inspector's gonna love you, man.
Did you see the shame on his face when he did that?
Is this 111 right there?
Yeah,
that
the
you're talking
ATF
about?
inspector's gonna love that.
Okay. And then we go over to the second page. And if they were laying next to each other, it's like a logbook.
Paul Harley says, "R.I.P. this man's dogs."
Oh, they're not going to raid him, but he'll have an audit and they'll probably hurt him bad. They might take his license.
Think he negotiated a deal?
Well, I mean, like generally, you don't get charged. They administratively punish you.
That log paperwork that we just looked at?
Yes, sir.
Maybe he did, but that
You
would have been.
amended your federal firearms license
He'll ask
forms
him,
to
I'm sure,
reflect
but
that
they
now.
should.
Yes, yes. It was just a missing form. I reflected it that it was sold to Megan Murdaugh on 4/14/2018.
Oh, he went back and completed it.
How many blackouts, AR style rifles, did you make for Alec Murdaugh?
3,
And when was that last one made?
2018,
April?
April 2018.
Hold on 1 second.
He was 10. He was 10. You're turning him in. He was 10.
Thank you, Mr. Bedingfield. Answer any questions the defense may have, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bedingfield. My name is Jim Griffin. I represent Alec Murdaugh. Can I have Elmo back? Did I lose Elmo? No, I just need Elmo to activate. No, I don't have Elmo.
Guys, in case you're wondering, the Elmo's like a big projector, but it like has a camera attached to it. So that's what they're talking about. They're not
Mr.
talking
Bedingfield,
about Sesame Street.
No, Sean, that's not true.
These were the two.
It's got a big opening.
For Christmas in 2016, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you fit all the evidence in there?
Right.
Correct.
And
Shove all the
and
evidence
you know
in, Sean.
which gun went to which son?
I don't recall.
All right, and then you build a replacement 300 blackout sometime, I believe you said in 2018, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And was that a tan one or a black one that?
It would have been black.
Excuse me?
It was black.
So
The second one was, the third one, I'm sorry, was black.
The third one was black.
Yes, sir.
So if the tan one was lost in this, then Mr. Murdaugh would have had, or his boys would have had 2 black 300 blackouts
Yes, sir. I assume so.
after 2018. Now, the original price was $9,188 for the 2 firearms that Buster and Paul got for Christmas in 2016, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that included the cost of the basic weapon, the AR, modified AR, the 300 blackout, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then it included the cost of the thermal night scope.
Yes, sir.
And you said that's about $1,500 each?
I'm guessing at that, but yes, sir.
Okay. And then so that's like 3,000, but for 2 ballparking, right? And then the suppressors, how much are the suppressors?
They typically, I don't remember on those, but they around 1,000 a piece.
So that's another 2,000. So, but Mr. Murdaugh never took possession of the suppressors because it required some trust or some
More paperwork.
Okay. And but now the replacement that was purchased in 2018 was only $875. Did you build a replacement?
Yes, sir.
Did the price go down in 2018?
Well, the lack of accessories and the Cerakoting was included in that as well. Slings on this rifle, on the ones we're looking at here, were included in the first one.
So a stripped down model of was the replacement 2018 just stripped down model as basic as you could buy?
Pretty much, yes, sir. Similar configuration. As far as I remember, it was a free floated 16-inch 300 blackout.
And you assembled the ones in 2016 and the one in 2018. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And did you get the component parts from Palmetto State Armory?
I'm not sure exactly where they would have come from. The lower receiver would have been, yes, sir, but the upper components, I would source those out from different vendors. I'm not sure where they would have come from.
And when you, well, let me ask you about the, I guess the ejector. Do you know what that is?
Ejector? Yes, sir.
And is that upper portion, lower portion?
Upper.
And is it housed in a, or do you put the ejectors in separately, or does that come?
In a bulk carrier group. They would be already pre-assembled in a bulk carrier group.
Okay. And do you know where you bought the ejectors for the 2016?
No, sir.
Do you know where you bought the ejectors for the 2018?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you keep ejectors in stock?
I wouldn't, no, sir, that they would typically be already pre-assembled in the bulk carrier groups on AR-15 style guns.
Right, but do you buy in bulk the pre-assembled?
No, sir.
You put the ejector in Goose's cockpit, you son of a bitch.
I'll source it out, see where I can find it and build it. Order parts to put together.
Are 300 blackouts sold without having to have someone like yourself build it?
Yes.
Okay, and who carries 300 blackout if I wanted to leave here, go buy one this afternoon?
The most common in the state of South Carolina is Palmetto State Armory.
So they assemble
That's
them
where
themselves?
I was a dealer for them, and I was buying parts for them on a lot of builds as well.
And how long have you been selling or building 300 blackouts?
So I've been in the business since 2016, so there's a lot of other guns I've built as well.
And this list that you had, I'm not going to go through it, but it is Exhibit 247. I'll just put it up on Elmo right quick so I don't mess it up. Thanks. And we don't need to publish anybody's name there, but are all those 300 blackouts or just various?
Various 45 caliber 9mm multi for the lower, 410 shotguns, 243 rifles.
Okay. Take that off. And you said these are used in that you recommended these 300 blackouts be used for hog hunting?
Yes, sir.
And is that I mean, in this part of the state, are wild hogs kind of a nuisance to game management, property management?
A severe nuisance. Yes, sir.
And explain that, please, sir.
They do a tremendous amount of damage to property and crops in this part of the state.
How so?
They root, as pigs do, they root up crops and woodlands and yards. They're very destructive.
And is that a common problem throughout the low country?
Yes, sir.
And have you recommended to a number of customers to 300 blackout to root out the nuisance?
Yes,
hogs?
I have.
Do you have any estimate how many 300 blackouts you've sold over the last 4 or 5 years?
No, sir. I wouldn't. I've a little over 600 firearm transfers. I wouldn't know.
Think it's more than 100?
I don't know. It's a lot, but I don't know how many.
All right. Okay. You mentioned that you and Alec Murdaugh are related? Is that
Yes,
right?
sir.
How are you related?
Our grandmothers were sisters.
And does that make, and your,
I'll call us second cousins. We're cousins.
your fathers were first cousins, right?
Correct.
Okay. And over the years, you spend time with Alec and the boys?
I have. Not a lot with Alec, mostly with John Marvin.
And have you been camping with Alec and the boys at, I think that big, Dad used to host a big camp every year?
I have.
And you've been fishing with them?
Not much.
Been hunting with
Oh,
them?
you have?
No, sir, not Alec.
Okay.
I have with John.
Right. You've known Alec for quite some time?
My entire life.
Are you, well, a gift of some $8,000 is a pretty nice gift for 2 boys, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever observe Alec around his sons? What kind of relationship they have?
I have.
And how would you describe their relationship?
It was always good. When he called me, he was excited about getting these for his boys.
And it was a big Christmas for them. I
Yes,
take it. All right. 1 second, Your Honor.
Ask him and burn him on his FFL.
Less
Be funny.
expensive to buy a 300 blackout directly from Palmetto State Armory rather than have you build one?
It can be, depending on configuration,
And all
any accessories that get added. And
okay. All right, that's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Very quickly, Your Honor. You mentioned that one of the services that you provide is the Cerakoting on the tin one. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's kind of a painting process, painting and then bake it. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if someone has a gun, and is it just tan you Cerakote it, or are there multiple colors you can potentially
Multiple
Cerakote?
colors.
Multiple colors. So if you want to customize your firearm, you can take it to somebody and get them to Cerakote it.
Yes, sir.
And I can have a gun I've owned for 10 years, and I decide that I want to get it Cerakoted, and I can take it to somebody who can put it in the color that I desire.
Yes, sir.
It doesn't have to happen right at the beginning.
No.
All right. And looking at right here on the third page of State's Exhibit 247, we have right here multiple calibers of gauge. Is that correct? We have caliber of gauge listed. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And we have a number of different ones right here. That's 45.
Yes, sir.
Is that 45 ACP?
Colt 9. Yes, sir.
All right. 9, is that 9mm?
Yes, sir.
All right. Then we have, what does that say right there?
Multi. Yes, sir.
What does that mean?
The lower receivers are stamped multi-caliber when they're sold as bare receivers. The
410,
caliber.
that's a shotgun round.
Yes, sir.
All right. 243, that would be.
A 243 center fire rifle.
All right. 223 right there.
Yes, sir.
And the 9mm right there.
Yes, sir.
All right. So you're in
I
the
have a
business of
243.
assembling
I'm
multiple
special.
different calibers. Is that correct?
Well, yes, but most of what is on this page are entire firearms that were shipped to me.
Gotcha. All right.
Stand by for me 1 second.
All right. Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Do we know if his family thinks he's guilty or not? I mean, they sit
Next
behind
witness.
him. They don't. His
Take
family
off
is
Lieutenant Britt Dove,
one remaining son,
SLED.
and I think a brother. They seem to be supportive.
Raise your right hand upon my Bible. You affirm the testimony about the good support in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God.
I do.
State your name again as you take the witness stand. Spell your last name for the record, please.
And I'm only child. No, I have an older sibling.
Britt Dove, D-O-V-E. I go
D-O-V-E.
by Britt. I'm known as David Britton Dove.
And Lieutenant Dove, where are you currently employed, sir?
For the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, known as SLED, and the Computer Crime Center.
According to Emily,
What's
the
your
wife's
rank?
family thinks
I
he's
am a
guilty.
lieutenant in the unit.
So you're in a supervisory capacity
Could
over
be.
the computer crimes unit?
Yes, sir, I am.
How long have you worked at SLED?
I began my career at SLED in June of 2008.
Did you have law enforcement experience prior to working at SLED?
Yes, sir, I did. I began my law enforcement career in December of 1999 with the West Columbia Police Department. I served as a patrol officer and a school resource officer with them. I also was with the Richland County Sheriff's Department for several years as a resource officer. And then I came back to West Columbia as an investigator, handling family violence, elder abuse, child abuse, sexual assault investigations before coming to SLED.
And since you've been in SLED, I believe did you just say it was 2008 when you started SLED?
Yes, sir.
What roles have you filled at SLED since 2008?
When I began at SLED, I began as the undercover chat specialist dealing with internet crimes against children and also doing digital forensics, whether it be computers, cell phones, tablets, at the time, GPS systems. From there, I moved into
Gross.
the role of
This guy's
working
cyber sex
with
game is on point.
file-to-file
Ew.
trading of child pornography and dealt with that. And then from there, I moved into the role of doing general investigations.
This guy's seen
while
more child
continuing
porn
to do
than
digital
the
forensics
entire
before I
audience
became a
combined.
supervisor.
All right, you're a supervisor over computer crimes, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I am.
And just briefly,
I would fucking hope so. Jesus, Nick.
Computer crimes at SLED.
I don't know about your audience then.
The internet's
When
weird, man.
local agencies submit digital evidence to us, whether it be a laptop, a tower, tablet, DVR, cell
Or
phone,
less than vouch? Well, less than
servers, we will
let's not
go
be
and
unreasonable.
try to extract the information to look for anything that's relevant to the investigation. We also do handle some investigations. We also do internet and other kind of investigations, along with doing intrusion investigations on servers and ransomware.
Okay. Now, you've talked a little bit about computer and phone forensics, and that's something you have experience in, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Give the jury a brief description, and we'll get into more details later as we go through some of the evidence, but what is computer
I have
forensics?
so many
and what is phone
problems with the
forensics, and
ethics
how
of
are they
this
different?
position that this guy does.
Computer forensics, when we receive a
Gross.
computer, whether it be a laptop or a tower, it's going to be
Oh,
treated
yeah.
the same way. We're going to attempt to remove the hard drive from it, connect the hard drive to a physical write blocker, which is a piece of hardware that we connect it to. We also use a software write blocker. That way we can extract the information and get a bit-by-bit forensic copy of all the addressable area on the drive. And then that way, that's what we work off of, is that copy, so that we can then do not disturb the original evidence when we're looking to see what's on there. Cell phone forensics are a little bit different. You can't remove necessarily, especially with the newer ones, you can't go and remove a hard drive from the cell phone. So many times what we have to do is connect the cell phone to hardware devices, whether it be Celebrite, Gray Key, Axiom, or one of the other ones out there. Once we connect it, then we will extract the information from that and then work off that information that's extracted from that in order to do the examinations.
All right, and have you had training over the years in computer and phone forensics?
Yes, sir, I have.
Can you briefly describe to the jury some of the training you've had?
Yes, sir. If I may refer to my notes. I am currently a certified Celebrite operator. I'm a Celebrite certified physical analyst. I'm certified in advanced smartphone analyst with Celebrite. I'm certified with, used to be Black Bag, Mobilize operator. I'm certified as a blacklight examiner, and I've also received certification for Axon Investigative Certified Operator and Examiner. I'm currently a member of the Secret Service Task Force. I'm also a member of the FBI Cyber Working Task Force and also the FBI InfraGuard, along with the South Carolina Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. I've received training from Celebrite to receive these certifications and been tested on those. I've also received training with the National White Collar Crime Center for basic data recovery and acquisition, identifying and seizing electronic evidence, encryption, metadata, and EXIF tags, electronic law enforcement seminars, basic computer skills for law enforcement, network intrusion response program, introduction to cell phone investigations, virtual currency, blockchain tracing, and cryptocurrency anti-money laundering, and the future of preserving digital evidence. I've also attended the National Computer Forensic Institute with the Secret Service and received training in the basic computer evidence recovery, basic network investigative training, point of sale training, advanced forensics training, network intrusion response program, digital evidence investigations, MAC forensics training. I've also received training from Access Data, also known as FPK, and Internet Forensics. I've received training from Texas A&M, their School of Engineering Extension Services through FEMA for forensic are digital forensics basics, network assurance, information security for everyone, cyber incident analyst and response. Also received training from HIDA courses at Atlanta, Carolinas, and social media resource investigations. Black bag as technology, where I received training to become a certified mobilized operator. Also with basic technology for autopsy 8-hour online training, which is a forensic tool to use for computers. Intro to DFIR, the divide and conquer process. I've attended magnet forensics virtual summits for pattern of life
Has
analysis.
this guy ever worked, or has he just
timeline
attended
user-generated
trainings his
activities,
entire
virtual
career?
summit, taking a bite out of a Chromebook analyst.
It sounds like it.
Virtual summit, taking the first
You know, these are all
steps
like
into Windows
20-minute
memory
videos
forensics.
that he watched.
Virtual summit, the evolution of ransomware, attack, investigation, response, and
That's-
prevention services. That's just an
You know, it's all online too. You actually didn't have to go anywhere.
Yeah, he was talking about virtual
I think
seminars.
that should be sufficient
Yeah.
for now, anyway.
So you can't go get drunk at hotels on the county's dime.
Have you been qualified as an expert in court before?
Yes, sir, I have.
In what areas?
I've been qualified
Done
as
some
a
virtual seminars,
computer forensic
CLEs.
expert and
Don't
also
remember
as a
much of
cell
them.
phone forensic expert.
All right. Approximately how many times have you been qualified in court?
6 times total.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to introduce Lieutenant Dove as an expert in cell phone forensics.
And child pizza connoisseur.
Qualified as an expert
He's
in
also an
the field
expert
of
in
cell phone
catfishing.
forensics.
Well, him and Vosh can have a great conversation on cheese pizza.
All right, Lieutenant Dove, a few minutes ago, you briefly kind of discussed the process of extracting data from cell phones. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, let's get into a little more detail of that process. First of all, when you receive a cell phone in a locked state, are you able to access the files on that phone?
No, sir, we're not able to access all the files.
Depends.
Why is that?
Because with modern cell phones, when they are in a locked state, the files
We don't have a key for the lock, by
They
golly.
usually use 256-bit encryption, and they're based with the.
But we are
Apple
able to take
phone, for
pictures
instance,
from the
they're
lock
based in a
screen, so
file
I
level
always throw in a
encryption
dick
so that
shot.
You are not able to pull the file out and look at it until you decrypt it or unlock the file.
And once the phone is unlocked, you're then able to access the data, correct?
Yes, sir, we are.
What is a phone extraction, first of all, and then what's a phone extraction?
A phone extraction would be us retrieving as much information, user information off of that phone as possible. And then once we take that information, it's put into, depending on the software, a lot of times it's put into a zip file. And then we'll process that zip file with another piece of software to go through and decode and look at the information.
Okay. And what kinds of information can you get from a phone via an extraction?
There are several different types of extractions. One is an advanced logical extraction, which is kind of the surface level, what you would see on your phone if you looked at it. Then you have full file system extractions that go deeper, which will get hidden files that you may not see, like databases in there that are running in the background, which you won't see, but yet it contains information. And then the ultimate is a physical extraction. Now, physical extraction involves things whether you're going to root a phone or you're going to jailbreak a phone. And what that means is basically I'm going in and removing all security features from your phone so that now it's wide open and something could happen to it, which we don't practice rooting or jailbreaking phones because it is a huge security risk for the owner.
And I think you kind of mentioned this, but there are different types of phone extractions, correct?
Yes, sir, there is.
And just name a few of them.
There's the advanced logical extraction, like I described, just kind of the surface level that you go through. It's what you see on your phone. If you look at it, you see the text messages, call logs, pictures, things like that. And you have the file system, which are going to get you databases in there. They're going to get you things that you're not seeing, along with the surface level. And then, of course, you have the physical, which ultimately gives you programming ability to the phone.
So there's three general categories or types of extractions. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And imagine in doing this in your computer lab, you have access to multiple types of software to help you extract and process this data off these phones. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, we do.
All right. And what's some of the software you use to help you with these phones?
Some of the software we use, we'll use Celebrite, whether it's their UFED Touch, which is a hardware device to extract information. They have a 4PC version, which is, it sits on your laptop or your computer. We'll use that to extract. There's also Axon by Magnet Forensics that we'll use to extract stuff too. And then Celebrite also offers several other things. The one we'll use a lot is GrayKey, which we use to extract information from iOS devices or from Android devices.
And how do you decide what software to use on what device?
Welcome back,
It
Andrew.
really depends on
Thank you,
what we're
sir.
looking for and the state of the device when we receive it. If we receive a phone that we have a passcode to, they're just looking for call logs and pictures, the investigator, sometimes we'll just use Celebrite or PC or Physical Analyzer, and we'll just do advanced logical extraction for them.
This guy looks like he's
Most
giving
of the
himself
time,
a
though, we
carotid
always
choke.
try to get a full file system because there's
That tie.
additional stuff we can see and look at besides just that surface level stuff. So if it's an iOS and Android, sometimes we'll use GrayKey. If it's one of the other ones, sometimes we'll reach out to the Secret Service if we're not able to and use Celebrite Premium.
And we'll talk in more detail about each phone later, but in terms of your testimony today, we're going to focus on 3 different phones. And that's Maggie's, Alex's, and Paul's. And you've been able to process all those phones in your lab, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
Just for Maggie's phone, what types of software did you use to process her phone?
For Maggie's phone, I used several different softwares. I did the extraction with GrayKey in order to get the full file system, like I described. That way it gets more of the databases, more of the
Lady Ragged's
surface
brought me a
level stuff.
box of cookies, and now I'm
From
like,
that, I use
oh.
Celebrite Physical Analyzer to go in and do the decoding and to analyze and look at the phone and the information on there.
These little
I
demons.
also use Axon Magnet Forensics. I use their tool to help validate what I was seeing with the Celebrite stuff.
And why do you use the 3 different types of software in this? Why did you use 3 different types of software on Maggie's phone?
GrayKey is primarily just an extraction device. It's a piece of hardware like a box that you would connect to, and it helps to extract the information. It doesn't do any of the decoding or any of the analyzing of it. I use Celebrite Physical Analyzer to go through to decode and do the analyzing. What I was finding on that, I want to validate that what I was seeing was being decoded properly and was right, so I ran through a separate piece of software so that I could see, and if it's getting the same information, then I know that both are decoding properly.
So, for example, if you find a particular text or photo that has a certain timestamp on using Cellbrite, you want to check on Axiom to see if it has the same timestamp. Is that something you'd look for?
Yes, sir, correct.
And what would that tell you if you saw they had the same timestamp?
If it told me it had the same thing, they would have validated each other, that both were working properly and decoding the information properly.
All right, and you received a phone that's been identified, that you identified as Alex's phone, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
We'll get into the details of you receiving it a little later. What pieces of software did you use to analyze Alex's phone?
Alex's phone, I used GrayKey to do the full file system extraction. At first, I didn't have the password for that phone, and then I was able to obtain that password. So I used it to the full file system, and then I ran it through Celebrite Physical Analyzer, and then turned around and used Axon to validate my results to make sure they were decoding properly.
Okay. And Paul's phone, which you've had an opportunity to process as well, correct?
When I received Paul's phone, it had a locked passcode that I was not able to bypass with GrayKey. At the time, the software version that was running on the phone, the model of phone, it would not get a full file system.
I
It would
am
not obtain the
mesmerized.
passcode. So I reached out to the
Yeah,
Secret Service
that.
because they
Yeah,
had
this is lunch.
resources.
That's like the new senator from
their resources
Pennsylvania.
to obtain the passcode and the extraction.
And ultimately that was successful, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
And that was John Van Ouden with the Secret Service?
Yes, sir. That was my point of contact. That's who I took the phone to and signed over to.
So wait, you're
And
super
then I
expert
received
in all
the
this,
phone
but you had to
back
take it
with
to someone
hard drive
else?
containing the extraction.
Good work. Why do you even have a job, bro?
And circling back to Maggie and Alex's phone, you provided passcodes for those two phones, is that correct?
Originally, I was provided a passcode for Maggie's phone. For Alex's phone, I received two phones at the same time on that case, or within
Phone.
apart. One was from him, had a passcode. The other one did not have a passcode with it. But I attempted, because we were creatures of habit, to use the same passcode on both, and it worked on them.
Okay. All right, let's, you've already referenced this, but let's go back and talk about the kinds of information you pull off these phones. And there's user accessible information that would normally be accessible by a user of the phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And let's run through real quick again. What are some examples of that type of information?
That would be call logs, voicemails, photos. If you wanted to pull up and see things you had saved, like your alarms that you had on your clock setting, if you'd set any of those kind of things you would see on there.
Right. And in a nutshell, that kind of information, if you just open up the phone itself, that's kind of the information you could go and see for yourself if you just went through the phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. But there's other types of information on the phone as well.
Yes, sir, there is.
And that's information that a simple user can't necessarily access. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right. And tell us more about that information. First of all, where is it stored? How is it stored? And how is it accessed by your in your lab?
Phones use many times SQLite databases to store information. They will go in, and inside those SQLite databases are things we're able to obtain by doing the full file system extraction. And things you may see in that from a big one's called Knowledge C database. You can see if the phone has been turned, if it's in portrait mode, straight up and down, or it's been turned to vertical and landscape mode. You can see if the power goes out.
This guy talks like Kesha sings.
Database, and what kind of battery percentage you may have. You can. It also will have things in there in the encrypted databases. It'll have geolocation stuff from GPS stuff. It'll contain things like Bluetooth connections, where you can see if your phone connected to a Bluetooth device previously and when was the last time it connected to it. And those are some of the things you can find in the different databases.
All right. You just used a few words there. First of all, I think you said SQLite, right?
Yes, sir.
What is that, and what does that mean?
The SQLite database is a database that's contained, the best way to think of it is think of just one solid file. All the information is contained inside that file. That file will go through, and once it fills up, it will delete out the oldest stuff and keep the newest stuff. If you think about your phones, you use your phones a lot. Usually what's going to start filling up on your phones are photos, videos, music, apps when you put those on there, those kind of things.
I bet people who learned English as a second language can't understand a word this guy's saying.
Because it's a file, it's not going to continuously grow and eat into all of that space. It's going to take up a certain amount to begin with.
I had a lot of family in Europe, and they spoke English perfectly fine, but a lot of the American accents were just thrown completely for a loop. It's like us listening to Gaelic.
Too.
Yeah.
So you would have to go in and look at the different tables to be able to interpret.
Okay.
Well, I can
those types of
understand
databases,
French until
I
a
think you
French
said they're
person
typically
talks.
self-contained.
Yes, sir.
And they don't just keep writing to cover the entire phone memory, do they?
No, sir. If you had a SQLite database like Knowledge C, for example, it's not, if you just continuously took your phone and went and changed the orientation.
And the jury's not absorbing any of this, folks. Not a word of it. They're sleeping.
I don't understand why they're going through all. I mean, they could probably skip a lot of
Memory's
this.
going to be mainly eaten up.
But
What's on the fucking phone?
By photos,
Tell me what's on the phone.
videos, apps that you
Yeah.
What's in the phone?
Well, I think you could simplify the process of retrieving data.
Shelf life of this type
But
of
this has been
database.
the MO of this prosecution, and it always makes me feel like they don't have anything on the legal merit
Yes,
to
sir, it
argue
does.
about.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
They're
generally
just filling
speaking,
space.
how often is that type of database stored on a phone? How long is it stored, I should say?
It depends. Depends on how much you're using that database. Some databases will do, it may overwrite information if you're using a lot within 2 days. If it's a location, like an encrypted cache database, it may hold it for 45
I say this on my show a lot. This is a
It's just
tattling
depends
machine.
How much? Because
All it
it's
does is snitch on you.
it's that room. So it's always the newest in, the oldest out on that database, and it goes through constantly doing that. So it depends. It really depends on how much you're using that database. Whether you may see something that's 45 days old in there, or you may see something that's 2 days old or 2 weeks old.
All right. And you mentioned a knowledge C database. Is that a type of SQLite database?
Yes, sir. It
This
is.
must be the happiest
What are the
day in this guy's life. I mean, he's got people who
Expect to find in
have been
knowledge-
ordered by a court to listen to him
Many
talk
times in
about
the
this
knowledge
stuff.
seed database, you'll see different things where you may see orientation changes. You may see if somebody.
It's not like his dates where the girl says, I got to go to the restroom and never comes back.
Or it used to be a home button in the older model of iPhone.
Yeah, nobody can go out and
See
get
different
cigarettes right now.
things like that. You can also see things that it will also.
And every time she does,
database.
every time she
It'll
leaves
show
and
you
doesn't come back, though, he
battery
goes,
life
the good
you
news
have
is I've
left. If you
already
plug it in,
downloaded
you
her
start
phone.
charging it. It'll go through and look
Little
at
Chet's
all
gonna go
those
take a smoke break. I need to go get cigarettes. We're in recess.
All right. And you mentioned location.
That's a funny super chat.
That's a type of knowledge C database, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So
Gates of above. I'd
it's
rather
not
meet
unlimited storage for
go
location.
through all this explaining of phone data
Well,
retrieval.
let me correct that. Actually, Knowledge Seed, you have a separate databases that do location.
Okay.
You have the cache database, you have the cache encrypted database, or just to name a few that will save location information.
Imagine a first
Depending on
date
how
sitting across the table from this guy at an Applebee's.
Store location data, correct?
Yes,
Oh
sir.
my
A
God.
user can make a selection on their phones whether they want to always give out their location only while using an app or never. It's a setting that a user gets to choose if they want or
What are the-
access by default.
Sorry. And what are the different types of location data that a phone can store?
A phone can store many things. It can.
I'm glad you
store
asked.
Cell towers that it's seen, depending on the database it comes out of. If it's the encrypted cache database, a lot of times it'll tell you what networks it's seen, but will not tell you the exact date and time that it has seen those networks. But it will tell you it's at some point in its life it's seen this network at this location. You have the cache database. Many times it'll go through and that'll be pulling GPS information. You'll have also databases that'll pull cell phone tower information if it's available.
And just, again, generally speaking, would GPS location information be more accurate than something like a cell phone tower location
Yes.
information?
Yes, sir, it would be.
All right. And again, speaking generally, Lieutenant Dove, when you do a phone extraction, are you altering the data that you're pulling off the phone in any significant way?
Shit, I'll be right back.
No, sir, we're not.
And how do you tell that? How can you know that for sure?
Quantified significance.
For example, if we use a phone and you use Gray Key to do the extraction on it, it'll produce a report, and in the report it'll tell us if it was successfully pulling it. It also will give us an MD5 hash value at the end, which is a mathematical algorithm that goes through and computes a very long number with letters and numbers. We can then take the extraction and run our own hash against it for an MD5 and compare it with another tool to make sure those two numbers match. And then that means that no data has been altered.
And have you performed these MD5 comparisons?
Maybe the first time the closed captions got it perfect.
Yes, sir.
And you're confident in telling this jury that nothing you did significantly any of the data that you're going to tell them about today?
Correct.
All right. Let me ask you real quick, what is a Faraday bag?
A Faraday bag is a bag that's used to put items in that can receive cell phone, Bluetooth connections, Wi-Fi connections, GPS things. It helps to block those items from being received on the device.
Okay. And are there other ways to block a cell phone from receiving those types of signals?
Yes, sir.
And what are some of those ways?
You can also place the phone in airplane mode. In airplane mode, when you set your phone to that, you will not be able to receive any Wi-Fi connectivity or cell phone connectivity from the cell towers. You can also remove the SIM card. It's another way of ensuring that you're not receiving those things. The difference in airplane mode versus a Faraday bag is that the phone will still be able to receive GPS coordinates.
Okay. All right. And what danger are we concerned about when we talk about putting a phone in a Faraday bag or in airplane mode?
That somebody could wipe the phone remotely.
Okay. And specifically, when you say somebody, who?
Anybody that would have, take an iPhone, for instance, if somebody knows a user's iCloud name and password, they could get on, say the iPhone's lost or stolen, and it will wipe that phone.
And so if somebody has to have the Apple credentials, if it's an iPhone, it would have to be that person who could wipe that phone remotely, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Well, let me ask you this. Is there a way for someone to remotely alter the phone in any way short than just a full wipe?
You could do it by connecting a phone and doing an iCloud backup, for instance, with an iPhone. And then you would have to go through and remove whatever you wanted to. And then you would restore that phone to the previous iCloud backup you did. And then that way the phone would only go back to that previous state, and that's what it would show you.
Okay. But is there a way to remotely, other than the process you just talked about, is there a way to remotely access a phone and say alter a call log, for instance?
No, sir, not that I'm aware of.
Or any other piece of singular data on a phone? Is there a way to alter it remotely?
No, sir, not that I'm aware of.
And in terms of policy, is for SLED, is it SLED policy to collect phones and put them in Faraday bag?
No, sir.
Is there a SLED policy that governs how to collect cell phones from a crime scene or otherwhere or from elsewhere?
The manual for evidence collection through the forensic lab discusses taking a phone and place it into airplane mode if available and removing the SIM card.
All right, let's talk about time real quick. How does a cell phone time, how is it set? Let me ask you that. The time you see on a cell phone, how's it set?
By the towers.
Cell phone time is set through the provider. Most of the times the phones will come default, that they will auto set to whatever time zone you're in, along with your provider, whether it be T-Mobile, Verizon, it sets through their servers. That way they know how to bill people, and they can also check it for usage time too.
Okay. And is a cell phone kind of like my oven where I set the time and a year later it's like 10 minutes off?
No, sir, not usually, unless you went in and removed the auto times on it. But then you would see traces of that when you look at it, that somebody's changed the time zone. It will go back to the original time zone. Whereas if you drove from South Carolina to Alabama, for instance, right after you cross that state line, within a minute, your phone's going to update to that current time zone, which is an hour behind us automatically.
All right. And so when we compare two phones and we compare events on two different phones that occur, either at the same or similar times, are those time references the same?
Yes.
And how are those time references synced?
They're synced through the server. Each phone is going to be synced through the server individually. And then when you look at them, you can see what time zone they were set in, along with the reports, along with looking to see. And then you can always confirm if you needed to through like call detail records or something else if you want to go another step into validating the call logs versus what it's seeing from the cell phone provider.
Okay. I'm going to show you, it's in evidence in States Exhibit 204. 204 is. It's not ideal. It was introduced yesterday.
Stand for a moment.
Oh, thanks, Judge.
So did I miss anything?
They had an argument over the chain of custody of the cell phones.
Really?
Yeah. They tried to have a motion to force the state to bring in every person who had the chain, who was in custody, to testify about it, arguing it was a fungible item.
Yeah.
The judge ended up disagreeing, said that this guy's testimony should be sufficient so long as the the custody was clear from the evidence or whatever. Hey, Steve, how's it going? Your camera died right before you came on.
Did? Okay, hold on. Wait.
I saw you wearing a nice suit. There you are.
Maybe a court date today for Steve.
Show you, this is in evidence. It states.
Yeah, there he goes.
I'm going to ask you if you recognize that, sir.
It's all John Wick.
Let's see here. Want to shut things off here. Okay. Hi.
Hey.
Welcome.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right.
Yes,
What
sir.
is this more exciting?
This is an
testimony?
iPhone that we received in case 7021-0204. It was item 1 that, when after being processed, belonged to Maggie Murdaugh.
Okay. And you received that phone. You recall when you received that phone?
I would have to check my notes on the actual date. It was in June, I believe it was June of 2021. I received the phone from our evidence intake at SLED.
Okay. And what did you do when you first received the phone and you went to examine it?
When I received the phone, I returned to our unit where our evidence vault is
One
held.
of these days I'm going to wear
I
a
logged
suit
the
and
item in.
blow
The
all
cost-
you assholes away.
One of the processes.
Somebody asked what the cost of the judge's seat is. The cost is that you have to listen to this kind of stuff every day for decades. That's the cost.
Screen to it. We'll photograph that. If it doesn't have it, we'll photograph that. Once the item then is photographed, we'll go through, we'll process the phone as far as for evidence, where we'll go in, we'll look at the phone, we'll pull the SIM card out if it hadn't been pulled out, we'll check the IMEI number, we'll log it into our system, we'll place stickers on the phone and on the bag itself. Once that's done, then we'll take it to our evidence vault and sign it into a shelf in our evidence vault.
Eliane says,
Let
every
me show
time
you what's been
every time this judge says,
marked
ladies and
as
gentlemen,
States Exhibit
I can't not hear Lou Bega's
277.
Mambo number 5. Sing it to us,
Recognize
Nicker. We'll
that
fall
phone?
asleep.
Yes, sir. This is a photo I took when I examined
Oh my God.
this item.
And that item being,
Item 1, the iPhone belonging to Maggie Murdaugh.
and at this time, state will move to introduce Exhibit 2772 evidence.
Submitted.
I'm going to show this. We up on the other?
Yeah, I know. It's been a good day for me in the comments. Thank you very much, ladies. I appreciate it. I am happily married, but I always appreciate the kind
This
thoughts.
is a picture of her settings on her iPhone. I opened the settings. I went in and pulled up. It shows the name of Maggie Murdaugh has been entered as a name for the phone. It also shows that the phone has been placed in airplane mode, that the Wi-Fi connection is off, Bluetooth connection's on.
Sir, can I ask
cell
you where you got
connection
the
is
extra
placed in
vowels in
airplane
phone?
So this is a picture you took, correct?
Yeah,
Yes.
this guy would be a nightmare in Wheel of Fortune.
Did you alter any of these settings yourself?
No,
when you
sir.
access this phone?
No, sir, I did not.
And we see the phone's in airplane mode, correct?
Yes, sir.
And was that the condition you received the phone?
Yes, sir, it is.
And do you recall if it was powered off when you received it?
It was powered on when I received it.
But it was in airplane mode, correct?
Yes, sir.
That stupid song stuck in my head. Damn it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Everybody in the club.
States it's 276.
It's actually like
Recognize that, sir?
1, 2, 3, 4,
Yes, sir,
5.
I do.
And is that a picture you took?
Yes, sir, it is. It's one I took during our examination of the phone.
All right. And that's, again, Maggie's phone?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right.
You think they're going to introduce the data from the phone into evidence bite by bite?
Singing as Richards. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Introduce it as binary.
Everybody on the street, so come on and drive to the liquor store around the corner.
And briefly, what is that picture of?
A little bit of gin and
This is
juice.
a picture of one of the screens on the phone that show the different apps on there. It also shows on there that there has been notifications received to those apps, such as CVS Pharmacy. It shows the little number 1 there that has been received a notification to that app.
All right. And when you see a notification like that, What does that mean to you? What does that tell you?
That they have been, one, that they had their notifications turned on. Because if you go through and set your apps not to notify you, then you won't receive them or see them. That a notification's been turned on for that CVS app, for instance, and that she has received a notification on there.
I'm going to show you, it's been marked as States Exhibit 275. And do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
This is the location service from Maggie Murdaugh's phone. During my examination, I pulled this up, and it shows whether apps and different things, if one, location service was turned on, but then two, if it was always running, if it was only while the app was being used, or it was set to never.
I really don't care about the location of her phone unless it went with him to his mother's house.
Move to introduce Exhibit 275 in evidence.
And the only other phone I care about is his and his locations. That's it.
We're gonna introduce the encyclopedia page
Yes,
by
sir, I
page.
And at the top, what is that? What do we see there?
At the top of it, on the left-hand side, you see the time of 12:30 with a little triangle next to it for location services. Then on the right-hand side, you see the little airplane to indicate the phone's in airplane mode. Then you see the battery, and it's hard to tell on the screen, but I believe it's yellow. It looks like on there that it's a low battery. Then it's the location services. It shows that location services are turned on. Then it goes down through several different apps, not all of them, but then shows like AccuWeather is set to never record locations. You got Amazon, Alexa, that's always the App Store only while using the app. The Apple Store while using the app.
AccuWeather, Wonderground's the best.
Apple Watch workout while using, and BCBS toolkit while using.
Okay. So these are user.
That's all the
settings
apps?
that presumably the owner of the phone would have set, correct?
Yes, sir. Majority of the time when you add a new app to your phone, it asks you, do you want to allow location services? Do you want to allow it all the time, only while using the app, or never? You can also go into your own settings and change those location services.
Okay. And for most of these apps we see on here, it seems to say that location services only be used while using. What is while using mean?
It indicates when you pull the app up and the app is in
That it
use,
works while using.
That's when it's recording the location that you're at. Whether it's running in the background or you pull it up and then close it completely out.
So if no one is actively using a particular app, the phone's not going to record location data, correct?
Correct for that app, yes, sir.
For those settings where it says while using, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to approach and show you Exhibit 278. You recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that?
This is a picture of Maggie Murdaugh's phone I took while I was doing the examination of it, and it shows the recent call log.
At this time, I would move to introduce State's Exhibit 278.
Submit it.
And this is the recent call log from Maggie Murdaugh's phone, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And we see some entries that are red and some are black. What does that mean?
The red entries on there indicate missed calls, calls that have been received by the phone but were not answered.
And we see the word Alex followed by a numeral 5. What does that mean?
That would indicate the phone is recorded that there were 5 missed calls from the person identified as Alex in that contact list.
And in addition, we see a missed call from Buster, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And 2 missed calls from John Marvin. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And can we see the times or dates on this screen right now?
It shows the date on there as far as the day of the week. It does not show the calendar date or the times.
And finally, I'm going to show you Exhibit 279. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
This is a photo of Maggie Murdaugh's phone. When I was doing the examination, one of the other things I did was open the messages to look at it and take a photo of that.
I mean, I feel like I need to listen to the opening again because I
Yes,
just don't. I have no idea where they're going with all this. What's the ultimate point they're
This
trying
time,
to prove
State's
with all
going
this?
to introduce State's Exhibit 279.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've already established that Maggie's
Admitted.
phone stopped working around 8:50 p.m. like 8:50 to 8:54, and that
And this
is
is
sufficient.
those recent messages from Maggie, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And what types of messages would show up in this inbox?
In this inbox, you would receive SMS messages, a regular text message, and also MMS messages, which ones may also have a photo attached to them, would show up.
Okay. All right. And I see to the left of most of these a dot. What does that dot indicate?
That dot indicates messages that have not been read or opened.
Okay. Okay. So after you took those processing pictures of Maggie's phone, what did you do?
I continued to process the phone. I took the gray key extraction I did with the phone. I ran it through Celebrite Physical Analyzer, went through it, looked for information relevant that may help the investigators, also to see what kind of things were going on the day of June 7th, 2021. And then from there, after I finished that one, that's when I ran the extraction through Axon to try to see if I could validate what I was seeing.
And you mentioned it, but this was a full physical extraction on Maggie's phone?
It was a full file system extraction.
Okay, full file system. Okay. And you processed it in Cellbrite?
Yes, sir.
And does Cellbrite produce a full file system report?
Yes, sir, it will.
All right. And explain to the jury what that is and what it does.
A full file system report from Celebrite is going to have everything that it can decode and then put in a readable format for you. It's going to give you things like your health database stuff, like to show you your steps that you're taking, your calls that you've made or missed or received, your emails, your text messages. It's going to tell you if you connect to a Bluetooth device. It's going to tell you if you went and were in a certain area and you have geolocation information, such as GPS information. It's also going to tell you if you have mobile payments in there, where you can look and see what cards you had in your mobile payments. Just to name a few, it will pull thousands of pages of information if you ran a full one and pulled it. It'll also give you the configurations of apps, also give you the databases too in that report.
Okay. And you just mentioned it, but a full Cellbrite report is rather large, correct?
Yes, sir. Depending on the size of the phone and how much information is on the phone, I have seen them run over 148 gigs in size for one report.
What is a gig?
A gig is a measurement that is used for data. Most phones nowadays, when you get them, are going to go 64 gigs as your smaller end, and they go up from there to 128 or 256 or even a terabyte now. It's how much data it'll hold.
In phones, let's say just new models the phones that Apple's selling, what's a common size that's sold by Apple today?
Most of the time, people will acquire a 126 or 128 gig size. Then the next size up is the 256.
This full
256 for the win.
report that you produced for Maggie's
By
phone,
1
do you
terabyte
recall
phones.
How large it is?
No, sir, not the full file.
I don't think it was available in 1 terabyte when I bought this one, but this one is
Yes,
kind
sir,
of old.
it's,
What do you got?
if I
iPhone,
remember correctly,
I think it's an 11.
probably about
Yeah,
60
11 Pro Max.
gigs in total size.
And
I've
if
had
you
it a couple
wanted
of
to
years, I
print
think.
everything in that report.
Oh, 512.
How many pages it would take?
Half a terabyte.
No, sir. I would be venturing to guess. Looking at the timeline, for instance, in a report like that, you're probably talking about 9,000 pages just for the timeline section of that report.
All right, I'm going to show you a box. I think the markers on the inside, so you might need to open it up, but it's State's Exhibit 280. So you can open it up and take a look at it. And what is the contents of that box?
The contents of this box is a portable, solid-state external hard drive.
And is that something you've had access to before?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do with that external hard drive?
On this external hard drive, I provided a copy of the file system report from Celebrite. I placed it on this hard drive.
And for whose phone?
This is for Maggie Murdaugh's phone.
And you estimated it was in the neighborhood of about 60 gigabytes, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Plus or minus?
Yes, sir. It could be plus, probably plus that.
And that represents the full file system that you pulled off of Maggie's phone, is that correct?
Yes, sir. In a report format.
And the phone's in evidence sitting right there in front of you. Is there any significant
Tell me what
difference in the
why I
data
care.
that's contained on that phone and contained on that hard drive, other than the ability to access it?
That's the only difference.
Your Honor, at this time, State would move to introduce State's Exhibit 280 into evidence. All right, Lieutenant Dove, we just talked about if we printed all that, it would be thousands of pages, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so for today, you've printed shorter reports that we can look at. And
Attorney
discuss
Tom size
for Maggie's
reports,
phone. Is that
one
correct?
would say.
Yes, sir, I did.
But those reports are pulled from that full Cellbrite report on that hard drive. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Okay, I'm gonna show you something that's marked as State's Exhibit 280. Take a look at that, sir. And you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
This is a report, a Celebrite report from Maggie Murdaugh's phone that was pulled just for call logs with a filter established for just June 5th, 2021 to June 7th, 2021 as parameters for this phone.
And so those are call logs that were stored on Maggie's phone. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, they were.
And explain to the jury real quick. They heard from a Verizon representative this morning. What's the difference between call logs stored on that phone and call logs that might be stored by a company like Verizon?
When call logs are stored on the phone, one of the things on this report, for instance, it'll have network unknown. It's not pulling network information. So it doesn't matter whether you're using T-Mobile or Verizon for your phone, it's still going to pull the call logs. Even if you were to go and switch carriers from Verizon to T-Mobile, it would still pull the call logs from the database. One of the other things it'll do is it'll record times that the phone's receiving the call along with the amount of time that you spend on the call. It'll show if it was answered or missed on there.
Okay. Yes, sir.
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, if you go to the jury room, we'll take a 15-minute break.
Oh my gosh, this is unbelievable. Is this the same? So I've missed quite a bit today. Thank God. What did I miss?
Okay, actually, the first witness, who was the last witness yesterday, the defense had a pretty interesting cross of him.
Oh, actually, I did listen to that. I was working, but I did listen. Now, let me see. There's 2 points that were made, if I can remember them. One was, well, there was the good point and the one that may have been a screw up, right? There was the bird shot, steel pellet bird shot that may have been a screw up.
Yeah. Right.
And what was the other point he made?
Well, they couldn't actually identify any of the guns as being involved in the killings.
Right.
And not only that, there's no murder weapon. Like he had to admit at least the assistant lead investigator said he's not aware of any murder weapon ever being identified.
Oh, and then also they caught him in the lie on the they.
Yes. Right.
That was ridiculous. I mean, and this is the thing, sort of that attorney ear, because when we were watching that live, and we're sitting there bored to death, but your ears are sort of, listening as it goes in the background. All of a sudden, he said that. And I'm like, wait a second, that's not what I heard, right? So it immediately, something bounced off the head. And then, of course, they picked that back up and shoved it down his throat, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, they did a pretty good job with that. I mean, my thought was I might have stayed on it and just hammered more questions for another 10 minutes to solidify for the jury this guy lied based on his actions. But I think, all around, I think they did a good job.
Well, and the other thing that they did was they had, I did see some of the cell phone guy from Verizon. I listened to it mostly. And, the contrast that I thought was interesting with that witness was how fair he was with both sides. It's like, I'm just telling you what it is and let the jury, he's not weighing in on one side or the other. He's just answering the questions. Whereas the other cop, it's like everything the defense says is like a dodge and an evasion. It's a not my job. Whereas the Verizon guy's like, yep, that's what it says. Nope, that's not what it says. Right.
Yeah, it just wasn't very interesting.
Right. I know that, but it's a good example of that's the way the cops should be.
Right. Yes. I agree with you on that. That's how they should be, because their job is not to find someone guilty. Their job is to enact justice, just like a prosecutor, or should be.
Now,
okay, so this is really interesting. This is up on Twitter. Liz Farrell says, so here's a question. SLED agent Melinda Worley testified that this is a photo of the Murdaugh's gun room that was taken the night of the murders. Okay. So here's their gun room, night of the murders. We all good?
Yep.
Now, this is a screenshot from SLED agent Jeff Croft's body cam from 2:23 p.m. the next day of this same gun room. Does anybody know anything about ping pong tables that turn into pool tables? So here's the deal. And people are kind of like, oh, I don't know about this. But what I noticed immediately.
Oh, that's not a ping pong table.
This is a ping pong table, right?
No,
here.
I don't. No. It's a pool table with a ping pong table lid on it.
This actually isn't, though, because that was the first thing I thought. Notice what's missing from the corners and the sides. There's no pockets.
Man, those are heavy legs for a ping pong
table. Go back
table.
to the other one. Come back to the other one. There we see. Go back up, because we gotta locate this in the room, because the room, it might be a larger room.
I've never seen a ping pong table with legs that heavy.
I haven't either, but there's no pockets here on any of this. There should be some pockets hanging down, like either netting or built in. This is in the same spot. You can see, Steve, if you look at the light fixture, it's there, but there's only one problem with the room. Notice this. These are couches, right? Clearly 2 couches. Down here, these are 2 recliners that are not couches. These are taken at completely different times.
All right. Well, let's assume that the second picture is actually from the body cam, which I think
it is.
But what's the other one? What is the other one alleged to be from?
It's supposed to be from the day before the body cam. So the body cam is taken the day after the murder, and this is taken the night of the murder, allegedly. That's the testimony from the SLED agent.
See, that's interesting.
Go back to the other one, Nick. Is there a date on it?
This one has the date, 6/8.
Okay, well, that's fair enough. So the murder was 6/7.
Right. So it looks like the couches were replaced. same style, leather or whatever, but these are 2 recliners. And there's another angle that shows them very clearly being recliners. I think that this ping pong table, I thought the same thing. It was a pool table with a ping pong cover, but then I'm looking and I can't find anything to make it into a pool table. Because you're right, the legs are extremely heavy, unless there's a full-on conversion kit that they have, and it's more complicated than just.
You still wouldn't expect it to be swapped out the night 2 people were killed there.
Exactly,
and you have the recliner couch issue too.
Yeah, the recliner couch issue is big. People are saying the TV is bigger. I think that's a little harder to tell in frame here. That this is there, but you don't really need to, because this doesn't match, and more importantly, the couches are the big ones for me.
I wonder if it just might be innocent error that top picture was actually taken at a much earlier time, but she's looking at it, she's seeing the room, and she's saying, yes, that's the room.
Right. Yeah, and that's what I said. My explanation was the most likely outcome is that Emily Baker noticed that the elliptical machine, which I can't even see where an elliptical machine. Oh, where is it?
Back there, back on the far back wall there.
I don't know, this thing. I don't know.
To the right. To the right.
Back here, this
thing?
clothes rack.
Oh, is that what that is? I can't really.
Oh, maybe. But anyway, she said that the elliptical was moved. Maybe that's from a different frame also. But I mean, to me, the couches seal the deal. I mean, you're not going to move out couches and move in recliners. And there's very clearly a huge gap here. But I don't know that it was a malicious misrepresentation, but it looks like a misrepresentation to me of
well, let's assume that's just a mistake. What is it? Why would there be a conscious lie on that? Why would that be relevant to anything?
I don't know, but why is this picture being included as evidence of the day before, like, or of the night of the murder? Like, why is that?
Why is this case going on for so damn long anyway? Why are they introducing so much garbage evidence?
So Nick, when I look at this picture, when I click on it in Twitter and expand it, it looks to me like a pool table with a ping pong table top put on it. The top has about a 2-inch ledge. Pong table top. So if you lifted that off, you'd have a rectangular pool table underneath, and the pockets are just built into that rectangle. I expect is what we'd see.
Okay.
You see what I mean? So the ping pong table's like one big sheet of plywood with a lip on it, so it would, be stable on the surface of the pool table.
Right. Okay. So I get that. I'll concede that could still be the pool table.
But clearly, they're not contemporaneous photos.
Right.
I mean,
because the couches alone make that case very, very clearly for me, anyway. Because if we go and we go to this one,
if it's not Pong, the cops got it wrong.
So it's very weird, though. And to me, the most important part is it's just another example of how shoddy the work has been on this. Like, where'd they get the photo? Like, where'd they get the old photo? Because they didn't take it. that clearly.
Right, that's a good point. That top photo does not look like a cop photo.
Yeah.
Because it looks to me like, because there's no evidence markers, there's nothing. So it's just a random photo of the room that they found somewhere, and they're just saying this is the way it was before.
I think it's just an innocent mistake. I think the officer, Melinda Worley, saw that, identifies it as a picture of the room, and just says, yes, that's the room. So, taken the night, but she may not even know when it was taken, really.
Well, can I back up?
Or who took it? I mean, it's not material. It doesn't matter. But it's one of those things where part of the defense's strategy here is expose how bad the prosecution, how bad the case is, how bad the investigation was. So now you've got a pool table, you've got this room, the gun room, and you've got a picture of it that no one can tell me exactly where the hell this picture came from, because it didn't come from SLED the night of the murder.
Well, that whole Liz Farrell thread is full of people saying, I did him bad. I did him so bad, instead of they did him so bad. So the confirmation bias is amazing. People are, they've bought into this because he's really an unlikable guy. If you believe the other bad stuff about him, you'd like to see the bad guy get his comeuppance, and they've bought into that emotional narrative.
Yeah, Steve, what were you going to say?
Well, no, I mean, and I missed a lot of, because I was actually in court today. Here's my court uniform. Anyways, I missed from what I saw on the cross of the firearms guy. There was a lot being made of the fact about the murder was committed with steel pellet birdshot.
Mm-hmm.
And then they were trying to make the point. I thought where they were going with it was that there was no steel pellet birdshot found in the home. Now, was that later contradicted, or what happened with that?
Well, there was steel birdshot found in the home.
How much?
Four shot shells. 4 individual shot shells.
Did they do the casings match or is it the same brand as the shotgun shells that they recovered at the scene?
I think it was, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so. I'm unclear, but I think so.
But it's a very, very common, shot shell for waterfowl hunting. I mean,
well, to me, the shotgun shells are much more significant than the blackout rounds.
Here's the issue that the chat theory of the shot shells and why it's still significant. Those shotgun shells were not found for an additional 4 months. Oh yeah,
right.
From the night of the murder, they weren't found until the.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
Or the rounds, not the shells. The
rounds in the house were not found for 4 months.
Right, until the search warrant on September 9th or September 4th or whatever.
4 months later.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
So we don't even know the shells were there on the night of the murder.
Right. And they hit that a little bit with the brass on the range. The range, was the range secured? Was this firing range secured? No. So do you know if any of those shells were present on the night of the murder? I know they were present when we picked them up, was what he said. It's like, oh, okay. That doesn't mean anything. So who knows? Someone could have come by and used it and fired some 300 blackout.
And not to be too conspiratorial, but given the fact that they're prosecuting this case, is there a possibility of planting of evidence?
I mean, there certainly is.
You know, it's like, what we need to have some steel case birdshot in that house, right?
Yep.
Sneak it. You could put 4 shells in a pocket very easily and dump them somewhere. Anybody, all you need is one bad cop.
And I'm not inclined to conspiracy theories, but the way that cop testified in the witness stand, he was clearly biased, heavily biased against the defense here.
And it doesn't even have to be him. You just need somebody who can enter that house and dump some shells somewhere. I don't know. I mean, I'm very skeptical of those kind of conspiracy theories. But on the other hand, 4 months later, why would they do another search warrant for the house 4 months later?
I mean, it is weird, right? Because they know the shell they found on scene was the federal dry lock steel shot. Why wouldn't they look for that in the home that night?
That's number one. Number one on your list is the blackout rounds and the shotgun rounds, right? You want to have a box of those rounds in the thing. And so they go in there, those are the only ones you're looking for. And all you need is one. You don't need boxes and boxes. So I don't know. I hate to be conspiratorial, but it's like what the feds did think about all the stuff the feds have done. Is it possible you get one bad guy that comes in there and the fact that it's 4 and not a case means that it could be snuck in on anybody's pocket.
I just dropped Emily a super chat. It says, keep killing it like an errant Murdaugh, Emily. I hope that makes her uncomfortable. Let's see.
In the video says he's going to find out what was moved. No, they were in the video. They're talking about finding out about the autopsies and when the bodies are coming back.
Here,
That's
look
what
at
they're
this.
talking about.
Look at the
Yeah,
two
they're
chairs.
recliners. Yep.
They're recliners. They're not even close to those couches from the
No.
other video. No, from the other frame.
Is it
But
because the
that
video
doesn't really grab me.
about the funeral arrangements.
That doesn't grab you that there's recliners instead of couches there?
No, it's just sloppy. That first picture is from an earlier time.
Yeah, I know.
We're just going to need to
it bothers
know
me that it exists.
when these pictures are
Come on,
actually
Emily.
from.
Read my
But when
chat.
the defense's argument is that the prosecute or the
Come on, Emily.
investigators did a terrible job, things like this are going to leave questions in the mind of the jury and leave questions in the mind of the jury that maybe can't be answered. And that's
Oh my God, Nick.
when you're trying to establish something beyond a reasonable doubt. And the defense's whole argument is, what are these agents even doing? Well, if this is the night, if this is supposed to be the night of the murder, those photos in the video the next day don't square. They cannot possibly be.
Read
So
my chat.
they just cannot possibly be without a lot of explanations.
Read it.
All right, Court is not back yet. I'm going to get to some super chats.
Yeah, here we come.
It's a point of curiosity that we're going to have to keep looking at. I'm going to go back and double check the agent's testimony. I'm going to have to go double check the agent's testimony because it's really, really odd. And I think these
Nick is
have to
stalking
either
you.
be
I like
from
that
well
one.
after or
Nick
well
is
before. But if they're from well after, did they get rid of the love seats? Did they get rid of part of the couch? Like I have so many questions. So
Porcelain Thunder
we're gonna have
says
to see.
he switched to
And
recliners
so,
because
again,
he
it
didn't need
could
as much
be
seating anymore.
that Liz Carroll is connecting this to the wrong time with the photos. Or the photos are connected wrong in time, and we're just gonna have to figure it out, which is really hard.
Okay, I don't know if she's gonna get to it. That makes me sad. If she pulls it up, I'll unmute her. But I mean, she'll get to it eventually.
Who is this person?
Emily Baker. She's a friend of mine. She's awesome.
She's a lawyer, does a law tube show.
Yeah. She
very popular show.
Yeah, very popular show. She covers a lot of subjects that I don't give a shit about. Like
she's got the corporate connection too.
The like Real Housewives lawsuits and stuff like that. Shit that I couldn't possibly like even comprehend covering. Oh, there it was. Wait,
the pool table cover. Good to see you. Keep calling it, Nick. Nick. The pool table cover is
okay. That's all I needed in my life.
But Steve, she gets on like she's been on like Good Morning America and stuff like that. Talk about things, so she's doing pretty good.
Yeah, she's great. And for the record, I love Emily. She deserves every ounce of success she gets. Her perspective on this trial is way different than ours.
Really? Okay.
Yep.
What is she saying?
Well, she's very much in camp guilty at the moment. So,
but what is the evidence?
Well, it's the romance novel view of the case.
Yeah, I mean, I disagree with it. Gosh, this woman's hair is dry. Get off my screen.
Thank you.
But yeah,
that was a demented Sarah Palin.
like a Saturday Night Live mockery of Sarah Palin, but a real person.
I'm just saying. No, well, okay, so people are saying that there were 4 shotgun shells that were of the same make with the steel bowls, and they were found in 4
balls
different
of steel.
balls of steel in 4 different locations. So you're talking about one here, one here, one here. Who does that?
No, that happens. You go and shoot, especially a hunting property like this. You go shoot the guns. When you're shooting shotguns, walking around the field, you have a bunch of shells in your pocket. You come back home, you rack the shotgun. You go to your room and you realize, oh, I got a couple shells here. You take them out, you put them on your dresser.
Boy, that's sloppy. I would never do that, but I'm organized.
Yeah, but these guys are probably shooting all the time, doing it. Yeah.
Sandy M says she actually isn't in camp guilty. Well, I mean, then I've been misinformed.
Oh, okay.
And by the way, I mean, people can be in camp guilty. I look at the evidence presented, and I don't judge people for having a different opinion than me. I hope people don't think that. Yes. I look at the evidence and I go, I don't see how they've built a case for guilty yet. Other people can look and go, yeah, this makes sense to me, this story. I mean, I don't agree, but that's what I've heard. I don't have time to watch Emily's shows. I know she doesn't sit and watch my show. It's no big deal. But yeah, I had heard she was full on in camp guilty, and her chat almost entirely is as well. But if that's not correct, then that's not correct. Okay. Fantastic. We are back. Eric Allen says, I didn't know the filibuster was also a popular courtroom technique prosecutors use. Neat. And then Gates of Above says, Nick, I'm with the guilty side. I'm as confident as a female officer yelling taser.
No. That's good. That's great. I wish I was as good at the jokes. Yeah.
April 4th, she's out.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
That'll be a good.
Yeah,
day
it's
for
been a
her.
while.
It's been a while.
Just in time to file her
Since I
taxes.
pulled my taser.
She comes out like a teardrop tattoo. All right.
Yeah, if you go to prison, you don't come out with a face or neck or both tattoo, then I really don't even respect you anymore.
Maybe she can be a brand champion for taser.
Yeah. She comes out and gives an interview. She's just doing pull-ups the whole time. Pull-ups and burpees. It's like Shot Collar.
That's a good movie.
Yeah,
I liked it.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Aaron. I believe we were discussing.
I got to get the cage up.
281 before the break. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And what was that again?
This is a Celebrate report from Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone extraction. It has just call logs for the date range of 6/5/2021 to 6/7/2021.
Okay. And I believe you said it contains information, the date and time a call was made, correct?
Yes, sir, it does.
Whether it was outgoing or ingoing call, correct?
Yes, sir.
And whether a call was answered or not. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And at this time, state will move to introduce State's Exhibit 281.
Okay.
Submitted. All right, and, this report is 20 pages long, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we're not going to go through line by line every call, but
Oh, really?
focus on, can I have the Elmo, please? Okay. Let's take a look at Maggie's call log from the night of June 7th.
Law and Lumber in the chat. What's up, Rob? He says he can't figure out the damn timeline. The prosecution hasn't done anything to change my
Yes,
mind.
sir. I can read down to
a lot of questions.
Item 8 on that.
Yeah, that's the problem that we're having. What's the damn story? Eagles Talent says defense and closing argument should walk in on closing and place 4 dummy rounds in court while walking around on cross. Then call to attention how easy it was to plant evidence.
Look at line 14.
I just think they should come up with 3
Yes, sir, I
solid
can.
stories
First of
that
all,
match
let's
the
say line
evidence.
14.
Yeah, but the allegation planning evidence.
On the left-hand
really
side
got to have a lot
of the
to
picture,
bring that
Yeah.
out.
there's a column, and when you build a report, it adds.
I just think
the
they should come up with
numbers,
3 good stories
just
that
to
match
make
the
it easier to
evidence
keep track
or match
of
the facts
that
in the
report.
case.
If
and
you
say
added
all of
this
these are more
report with
plausible than their
another
story.
piece of item, whether it's text messaging or voicemails, it would change the numbers.
And on line 14, what is that data entry? What does that represent?
It represents a call that was outgoing on this phone.
All right. And we see a number. Don't read the number, but we see a number and a name below it in the second column there. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And what's that name?
Barbara.
Okay. And did you say that this is an outgoing call or an incoming call?
It shows the direction as an outgoing call.
Now, I look at line 13, and I see another entry that says Barbara. What is that?
That is the same call. It's entered in 2 different databases, and it pulls from both databases
Data
because
buy,
it's both
please.
call logs.
All right. And so there's 2 databases for call logs on Maggie's phone? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
And just briefly, what does that mean?
Oh my God. Just briefly.
There's several different SQLite databases in a phone, and it's going to contain the information in different places. One may be recent calls. One may be calls that are considered past the recent step that's set in the database, so that it's going to be in the call logs, but it's not going to be in the recent. Sometimes you'll see them in both databases, recent and the call logs.
Who taught you to say O's as EWs, sir?
My mama.
So what time is that call that you see on the entry there, lines 13 and line 14?
At line 13, it's on 6/7/2021 at 7:50, 19 seconds PM -4 UTC.
Okay, so that's 7:50 PM Eastern time, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And in the next column, we see a number, and it says 246. What does that mean?
That is the duration of the call.
Okay. So at 7:50 PM, Maggie placed a call to Barbara. Is that correct? That lasted 2 minutes and 46 seconds.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And we see a slight time difference between line 13 and line 14, about 4 seconds. And that's just as simply the different way the different logs record the data.
Yes, sir, it's because they're going into different databases, so there is a lag in that.
But your testimony today is, what is the exact time that call was placed to Barbara?
That call was placed to Barbara at 6/7/2021 at 7:50, 19 PM.
Okay. In your review of Maggie's call logs, was this the last answer, or excuse me, the last phone call that was either dialed or answered by someone on Maggie's phone?
I would have to check the logs again, but I believe so.
I'll let you know that. Take a look.
Yes, sir, that's correct. That's the last answered call or one that was shown in the direction of outgoing.
All right. No more outgoing calls that night, correct?
No, sir,
June 7th?
correct.
And no more answer calls the night of June 2nd. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna look at lines 9, 10. I don't know if you can see that on your. I got it reversed, my bad. There we go. Okay, let's look at line 10. I can't quite see the line. You can see line 10, correct?
Yes, sir, I can.
And there's a staple there, but above that should be line 9, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then we also see lines 11 and 12, correct?
Yes, sir, we do.
All right. And what do lines 11 and 12 show?
They show that the phone from Maggie Murdaugh received a phone call from 1-803-942-1227. On line 11, it has the name Alex associated with it. Shows the direction as incoming.
And was that call answered?
No, sir.
Okay. And again, we see 2 line entries for the same call. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
However, there's a difference. One line, line 11 says Alex and line 12 says PA. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But they're the same number though, correct?
Yes, sir, they are.
And again, briefly explain why we see a Alex and a PA between those 2 lines.
Because they're 2 separate databases that these are entered into. And when you set up your contact list, you can go through and if you wanted to set a name for either a spouse, a child, or a good friend, you can set it how you want it to be. And that's going to show up from the contact side of it.
Okay. But it's the same call, correct?
Yes, sir. It's the same call, same phone number that it was received from.
Okay, let's look at line 10 and 9 directly above that. Again, the 9 is slightly obscured. But what do we see there? What activity do those 2 lines represent?
Those 2 lines show calls from 1-803-942-1227. Line 10 has it as PA. Direction shows an incoming call, and it shows it as a missed call.
Okay. And again, it's Alex and PA, but it's the same number ending in 1227, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And you've had an opportunity to examine a phone associated with 1227, correct?
Yes, sir, I have.
And whose phone is that?
That was Alex Murdaugh's.
And again, that time is what?
What the hell is that?
They're coming for your ass, Bronca.
Is that Bronca? No, he's muted.
Oh, yeah.
It's not me. It's the lie detector in the courtroom.
All right, and the 2 times you see in line 10 and 9, can you read those?
Yeah, that wasn't me that time.
2 blocks, and are they the same?
Yes, sir, they are the same. It is 6/7/2021 at 9:06:14 p.m. UTC -4.
Okay. And that's local time, 9:06, correct?
Yes, sir, that's local time.
And 14 seconds. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Oh, all right. And let's read the times for line 11, 12. That's the first call from Alex. What are the times for the call that's associated with lines 11 and 12?
They are the same time. It is 6/7/2021 at 9:04:23 p.m. UTC -4.
All right, we're going to talk about a few more lines here. A let's talk about lines 7 and 8 on this report. I mean, what does this information show?
It shows a phone call of 1-803-942-1227. On line 7, it has the name of Alex. Direction shows incoming, and it shows it was a missed call received on 6/7/2021 at 9:06:51 p.m. UTC -4.
And again, those are two lines associated with the same call, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so just reviewing, within the space of about 2 minutes, you see 3 separate calls from Alex's phone incoming into Maggie's phone. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And after that 9:06:51 call on line 7 and 8, what's the next call you see on this log?
Moving up the call log, the next call I see is from 1-803-942-1227. On line 5, it has the name of Alex. The time received on that call is at 9:45:32 p.m. UTC -4.
And that's lines 5 and 6, correct?
Yes, sir.
For the same call, correct?
Yes, sir.
And finally, let's talk about lines 3 and 4. What information do you see there?
On lines 3 and 4, they're the same call from 1-803-942-1227. On line 4, it shows it as PA. Direction is an incoming call, and it was received at 10:03:58 p.m. UTC -4 as a missed call.
All right. And to clarify, these last 5 calls from Alex, were any of them answered?
No, sir.
And previously, we looked at when you took pictures of Maggie's phone, you took a picture of her call log, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and I'm showing you again, I'm gonna put it up on the screen. It's been admitted, Exhibit 278. And we saw that numeral 5 next to Alex's name, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And that represents 5 missed calls.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And I don't know if you're doing math while we went through that, and we can look at it again if you'd like, Lieutenant Dove. But did you count the calls from Alex that were missed in a row as we went through that call log?
Yes, sir, I came up with 5.
Okay. And since I had that picture up there, when you access Maggie's phone to take these pictures and to go through some of these screens, did you change any settings?
No, sir. The extraction had already been done at the point I took these photos.
Okay, so the extraction actually was done before these pictures.
Yes, sir.
All right. But even after, did you change any settings or open up any calls to make anything difference on the phone?
No, sir, I did not.
Liar! Liar! No, I'm just kidding. I was making that up. Matt Roofer says all of what this guy is saying is correct. Unless the iPhone was jailbroken, once you have super user access to the iPhone, you can modify any of it.
We talked about.
I don't think we have any
calls
evidence
with
of that.
Barbara that were 7:50 p.m. on the call log, correct?
Yes, sir.
And looking at this screen, we see a call before that, before Barbara. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And who is that name on that call?
Marianne?
Okay. And was that a completed call?
Yes, sir. It shows as a completed call, not a missed call.
Okay. And can you look at the screen and maybe you can't, can you tell from this screen itself whether it was an incoming or outgoing call?
No, sir. I cannot tell for sure with the screen.
If we looked at it on the call log we just talked about on Exhibit 281, you'd be able to tell that information, right?
Yes, sir.
The information they're trying to present here is so buried in tedium
Yep.
that I don't even understand what any of this is or means. I'm not even like, it's like, okay, so was he calling? Somebody's calling.
If you have to go through this detail, you should recap with this witness at the close. right? With a
Talk
table
about-
summarizing what actually matters here.
Yeah, or have a demonstrative that just
Right.
shows
Show you something
Yep.
that's marked as Exhibit
This
282.
metadata from this call
Do you
shows
recognize
that it
that,
was
sir?
made to Maggie at this point in time.
Yes, sir, I
right?
do.
Right. Boom.
This is a Celebrate report I produced from Maggie Murdaugh's phone that has
You
text.
could actually write it on a whiteboard on an easel,
filter
you know, the calls
was
that matter
set from June 7th,
as you go.
2021 to June 7th, 2021 for just a daytime, a 1 day's worth of text messaging.
And what kind of information does that report have on it?
General information it has on the beginning of the report is going to have information about the device as far as the Apple ID and what the name is that's associated with the phone, the type of phone, just general data as far as device information. On the other pages, you'll see text messaging that's on the phone, who they were from, the text message, the dates, and also show the status if it was read or an unread message.
And when you look to see if it was read or unread, if a message had been read, would the phone record that time and date the message was read?
Yes, sir, it does.
At this point, the state's going to move to introduce State's Exhibit 282.
Submitted.
Thank you. All right. Now, let's talk a little bit about how the text messages are organized in this report. Is it strictly chronological through?
No, sir, not always. Sometimes they can get a little out of order, depending on when the text messaging and the filters you set on the report.
Okay, and how did you set that up on this form? I can get back to you to look at.
On this report, it appears to pull chronologically, but it's also pulling instant messages versus chat messages, and they are coming from different databases.
Okay. So if it came from a different database, it's separate, but but all the SMSs should be in chronological order, correct?
Yes, sir.
So let's look at a few things here.
Alex Sargent says, why does the witness's hair look like a ball sack in the front? I don't know.
See, I got to be careful because what is it? There's a story about people in glass houses.
Page 31.
I build all my houses out of
Read
glass,
that.
Steve.
At the bottom, is that readable?
Just part of the bottom is readable.
Sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. Okay, and what is this?
This is appears to be a group text message that was received on this phone from one
Oh
individual.
my God. The
several
way he says phone.
Let's not read numbers, but some of the books these had names next to them. So who sent this message?
It appears it has it down as John Marvin.
Okay. And who else is in this text group?
Maggie Murdaugh appears in this, but it has her user account name, which is a Yahoo email address.
Okay.
Yahoo.
It has
Oh my
Alex,
God.
It's a
Kristen, Lynn,
Yahoo.
Yahoo.
Liz, and it has one phone number that does not have a name associated with it.
Okay. All right. And what time did this text message arrive on Maggie's phone?
It appears that the text message was received 6/7/2021 at 8:31 seconds PM UTC -4.
Was it read or unread? It appears to be unread.
I went into her
Without
Juno
defense objection, the state's going to move to seal
email
this.
address on her
It's
Juno
per the
account.
previous protocol.
Your Honor, and I understand that's just the phone number, email addresses, the other folks on here. We have no objection.
Is that correct?
No objection to sealing the phone numbers.
Okay.
We need mommy doctor to get through this. Yeah.
Real quick,
No
what
kidding.
time did that text arrive on Maggie's phone?
Tell me more about the
It
muffins.
shows at
Dr.
the bottom
Mommy.
of it, it's 6/7/2021 at 8:31 PM, UTC -4.
Oh, yeah.
And was that text message read?
Yes, it shows it as red.
Not only was she easy on the eyes, but her testimony was obviously relevant.
7/2021 at
Yeah, Dr. Shannon Curry,
8:31
best witness
PM,
so far.
UTC -4.
So about 16 seconds later.
Yes, sir.
Can you read this text message, please?
Yes, sir. It says, I plan to go over to visit Dad tomorrow afternoon. Is anyone else planning to go?
Oh, that's,
And that's from John
the
Marvin.
killer text.
Yes, sir.
Guilty.
And we're not going to go back and look at the previous text in this thread, but what is the general topic that they're discussing, just for context for the jury?
It appears that they are talking about going to visit Dad.
What are we doing now?
Trying to find out if anybody else plans to go over with them.
Putting the plain language of the text?
And this is a response to a series of texts about Randolph, Alex's dad, and his health, correct?
Yes, sir.
Why do we care about these texts?
By the way, Randolph didn't make it either.
And I'm going to turn over to page 32, and we see another text. And this is that same text group, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And this is another text that arrived on Maggie's phone, correct?
Yes, sir, it did.
Who sent that text?
It looks like Lynn G.
It's like a high school girl examining her cheating boyfriend's
Says-
phone on the sly.
I'm in court all week with an emoji.
Was the
Was this
emoji an
text read?
eggplant?
Yes, sir. It shows it as red at 8:49:27 PM, UTC -4 on 6/7/2021.
I'm going to hand this report back to you and have you help me find. I believe Maggie receives a text later, and it might be from Rogan. Could you find that text in there for me, please?
Yes, sir.
That hair is getting a little distracting now that people pointed that out.
I want to pause it and draw balls right on it. Like, I really want to.
Yes, sir. I've located it.
It looks kind of like a parasite living on his head.
That text arrived on 6/7/2021.
It's
at
an Audrey.
9:34:14 PM, UTC -4.
It's like those Japanese crabs that they keep throwing back that turn into samurai faces, right? Maybe this is an evolutionary mating creation.
And that text is from who?
That text, it says it's from Rogan.
And that's at least what the call or the apps, or excuse me, the contact list says.
Yes, sir. That's the name that was entered in the contact list associated with that phone number.
And that arrived on Maggie's phone when?
On 6/7/2021 at 9:34:14 PM, UTC -4.
And was that text ever read?
No, sir. It appears as a status of unread.
Unreaded.
Now, let's be clear about something, Lieutenant Dove. When we say a text is read or a call was answered, can you know for certain from your forensic analysis of who the actual person was who answered a call or made a call or read a text?
No, sir. I cannot tell you who did it. I can tell you that the phone has the information. The phone recorded certain information, but I can't tell you who's actually touching
You
the
can't actually
screen
tell
or
if they
pushing
read the
buttons.
text unless they actually open the app, because your
Well,
notification
in order to
pane will
place
allow
a
you to
call,
read something without
Or
going
to
into
place
the
a
app.
text or to read a text, what condition has to be satisfied?
Good job screwing that up, court.
All right, we'll continue for now. Where was I? What condition has to be satisfied in order for someone to make a call on a phone?
Unless you're making an emergency call, like a 911 call, you would need to know the passcode to be able to unlock the phone to get to it, to the contact list, or either to the number pad to dial the number.
All right. So you need to know, A, the passcode, correct?
Yes, sir.
To unlock the phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And are there other ways to lock these phones or unlock these phones?
There's also too with iPhones, which this one was, there's the biometric way of doing it. If you set a face unlock, where instead of having to enter your passcode every time, you can look at it, the camera will activate, and it'll unlock via your face.
All right. So that was 282. I see 282.
Thank you, Josh.
I'm going to show you, I believe there's some texts from Alex that Maggie received that night. Can you find those in that report, sir?
Yes, sir.
I like this one from It's Something About Mary. Even if the prosecution was making good points, this testimony is turning my mind into brain water. Brain water has been a nice phrase to come out of this trial.
This is the brainwater trial, right?
Yes, sir. I found the text thread. What's the beginning?
All right, let's look at page 16. And can you read that, sir?
Are you referring to the bottom text on that one?
Yes.
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay. All right, and who's that text from?
It's from Alex.
All right, and it was sent to Maggie's phone, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
At what time did that arrive on Maggie's phone?
It shows 6/7/2021 at 9:08:58 p.m. UTC -4.
Okay. And was that text ever read?
No, sir. It shows the status is unread.
All right. And I can hand you back the report if you need to refer to it again. But we previously discussed a text at 8:49 and 27 that from Lynn G, I believe, that was read, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there any texts that arrived on Maggie's phone after that time that were read?
No, sir, there was not.
Okay. And I'm going to hand you, it's been marked as State's Exhibit 282. And I'm going to ask if you recognize that, sir.
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
This is a Celebrate report that I produced from Maggie Murdaugh's phone. It has on there device events from her phone with a date range filter placed on it for the day of 6/7/2021.
Okay.
That's Celebrate,
And what
not
kind of
Celebrex.
information is contained in that report?
In this report, it's going to have different information in there as far as activity. It'll have location information in there. It'll also have whether the phone was unlocked, if it was locked, if there's orientation changes. It'll also pull if it was plugged in, whether to a car or to the wall to charge.
And most of this is information that's stored in those databases we discussed previously, correct?
Yes, sir. Most of this information is in the Knowledge C database.
Okay.
Yeah, Celebrate is a extraction software the cops use to mirror and to extract data off hard drives.
We've heard all about it, Stu. Hours of testimony on it.
I missed that part of it.
I know.
That's scintillating.
Is this report?
I don't remember offhand.
I mean, this testimony could be relevant. I just don't have high hopes. You know, for example, if the phone orientation was changed an hour after she was supposed to be dead, well, that would suggest not the killer, right? Because the killer would have left by then. Maybe. I don't know. It'd be nice if the prosecution did something to guide us through whatever their narrative is.
Yeah.
Direct your attention, if you can read that.
It'd be great if this guy cracked Paul's phone and there's a text from his dad says, "I'm gonna fucking kill you, you fucking loser." We just put this thing to bed.
And you're a whore of a mother too.
And what information is
That
contained?
bitch mom of your interferes like last time. I'm gonna slut
It
her
has
with
the
bullets.
first column has the number, then it has device events. The next column that's populated has a date of 6/7/2021, 8:17:15 p.m. UTC -4 start time. Then the column, 2 columns over, it has unplugged, and this information was obtained from the Knowledge C database.
What does unplugged mean?
It would indicate that the phone was unplugged from a vehicle or from a wall
Oh my god.
or a computer that it was charging.
What does unplugged mean? It means it was unplugged.
What does uncharging mean?
And I'm going to show you again, states 283. And you previously explained that as a report you prepared off of Maggie's Cellbrook phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's a timeline report, correct?
Yes, sir, the device events.
And at this time, state would move to introduce Exhibit 283 into evidence. Did it?
This trial reminds me of what you get if you ask Kamala Harris a question. Oh, it's good.
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention to line 4354. Can you see line 45?
At this point, if it says, "I want to kill you,"
Yes,
nobody
right.
pay attention. They'd be asleep.
What's the date and time
Yeah.
associated with that log?
4354, the date associated is 6/7/2021 at 8:30:23 p.m. UTC -4.
And what is that data entry?
That entry shows Poshmark buy and sell fashions.
Would that
Are you
be
kidding me?
Yes, sir.
Now we're covering spam
website
text messages?
was occurring on this phone at that time?
It was possibly running in the background.
Okay. Would this be a website that had been previously accessed on this phone?
Yes, sir.
Was it red? That's a good point though, Nick. It's as you say, you get that notification first that flashes up transiently on the phone.
What drives me nuts, because I sent my wife like a message on Facebook or whatever where it'll tell you when it's red, and she just reads the damn notification and doesn't ever click on the app, so I don't know if she's read it. So I'm like, how do I know if you got my sandwich order? Like,
Okay. I'm
Your
gonna show
face
you
doesn't move down
a
next to
series
the
of
message.
entries Starting at 4404 here. I want to see if you can read that up there. Can you read 4404?
Yes, sir.
All right. And above that is 4403, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what is that line entry we see at 4403?
It shows that the display was on, and that was obtained from the Knowledge C database.
Okay. And then, this is all June 7, 2021, correct?
Yes, sir. And the time on that one is at 8:49:20 p.m. UTC -4. It shows as a start time.
Well, let's talk about that for a minute. Display on, what does that mean?
It's when your screen lights up. It's the easiest way I can describe it. And there can be a variety of reasons why it would light up.
All right. Well, let's talk about some reasons. Why don't you list some, please?
If you receive a notification, whether it's a call, a text message, if you have it set to receive notifications from an app, like the CBS app that was previously on there, you receive those notifications, your screen, if it's your phone sitting down and not being used, it'll light up to let you know that you received the notification. It can also it can light up if you have too much vibration sometimes. If your walking around, tossing your phone up and down, sometimes it can light up. There's various reasons what could cause it to light up.
Could bumping the phone light up the screen?
Yes, sir, it could.
Could picking a phone up light up the screen?
Yes, sir.
Could
So,
shoving it down the
of those
neck
reasons
of
you
a
gave, some of them
inmate.
sound like there could be human caused, correct?
Never mind.
Yes, sir.
And some of them sound like
My jokes
could
are
be
getting
processes
lower
that are
energy
on the
by the
phone
moment.
itself and requires no external human interaction, correct?
Correct.
So bumping a phone, that's a human interaction. If someone physically bumps a phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
But if a notification comes in and the screen lights up, is that something necessarily the user caused?
No, sir.
So it could just happen on its own.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's look at line 4404, the line below that. And I think we've got the date established, but what time is that line at on line 4404?
It shows a time of 8:49:26 p.m. UTC -4 as a start time.
And what kind of data entry is that?
It appears to be an SMS or a text message that the phone was processing.
And then below that, on line 4405, we see a device event, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at the same time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what does this say?
It says that was the 8:49:26 p.m. is an end time, and it shows device locked.
Okay, well, let's look at 4406 below it. What kind of event is that?
That shows an event of the device unlocked.
Okay, so the phone's unlocked at 8:49:26, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then at line below that, 4407, we see the display is back on, correct?
Yes, sir. It shows display on.
Well, what did we just previously talk about that happened at 8:49:27?
That's when a text message was received.
Was it received or read at that point?
I would have to go back and look at the report. I believe it was read.
It's read?
Yes, sir.
And so when you see this sequence of events on this timeline log, what would you associate that with, knowing the fact that there was a text message read at that time?
That a text message was received on the phone, that the phone was unlocked to read the text message.
Okay. And I think I might find that report again, which is, just to refresh your memory, 279.
How much longer are you going to let him go, Judge? We're 5. Tony says right now the jury is conspiring to hire Alex as hitman to put a contract out on the prosecutor. No, they know that wouldn't be successful. Right now they're hiring Carol Baskins to put them all in the tiger cage.
Event at 8:49:27. I believe it was the text thread from the family members.
Yes, sir. I found it.
And what time did that text message arrive on the phone?
It arrived at 8:31:47 p.m.
All right. And what time is it read?
It's read at 8:49:27 p.m.
Okay. And so just so we don't get things confused or mixed up, that text message had been on the phone for a few minutes anyway by that point, correct?
Yes, sir.
But it wasn't read until 8:49:27, correct?
Correct.
All right. Let's keep going here for a minute.
At least we know the jurors are being well
Look
compensated.
at line 4409. You see that line on your screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
You're probably making
And
a
what
whole
is
like
this line?
18 bucks a day or something.
This is a line that indicates the start
And lunch,
of an
bologna
orientation
sandwiches.
change of the phone.
Okay.
I could go for one
What
of
is
those
an
right now.
orientation change?
An orientation change would be if you take your phone, it's considered portrait if you're holding it straight up. If you turn it to the side, it's considered landscape, and that would be changing the orientation of it from straight up to sideways.
So what can cause an orientation change?
It would have to be somebody moving the phone. As far as if I'm holding my phone up to talk to somebody or to look at something on the scrolling, and then I hold it down by my side, it's going to cause it to change orientation. Or if I rotate it in my hand to watch a video, it's going to cause an orientation change.
So could picking up a phone to read a text message cause an orientation change?
Yes, sir, depending on where you're holding it to start with.
And can you think of any process on a phone that would cause an orientation change to log other than a human holding the phone?
No, sir, not that I've seen.
What about
On
falling
one
on your
hand,
back with your head blown off?
Say a phone's dropped, could that cause an orientation change?
It would have to tumble end over end, like down steps, for instance.
Its orientation would need to change.
To be able to record that orientation change.
Really? Is that true?
No, it just needs to change orientation.
Yeah, I don't know. If
You,
that's-
you don't spin your phone in your hand to reorient the screen.
If it's in her pocket and she's standing
Yes,
up
right.
and she falls down on her back,
What does
is
that line show?
That little line shows the start time of the device being locked.
Okay, and what time is that?
It's at 8:49:31 p.m. UTC -4.
All right, and I can hand this phone to you, or excuse me, this report back to you. We'll come back to this, that line again in a minute. And I'm having you look through this report. So the phone was locked at 8:49:31, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you look in that report and determine if at any point later that night, the phone was unlocked?
oh my God.
It's 20 pages.
Yeah, I don't. Is that orientation thing? Doesn't sound right to me at all. You have to tumble down a stairs in order for the orientation to change. I mean, you just move it like that and it changes, right?
Right.
I mean,
Maybe not when it's locked.
Well, Steve just has a flip phone, Nick. So
I
That's
don't
true.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't have a flip
Do
phone. I've got a
see
tablet.
Here, where it does show that the
Yeah.
lock stage ended on 6/8/2021 at 1:10:35 p.m. UTC -4.
And that's the next day, correct?
Yes, sir. That's the next afternoon at 1:10 p.m.
So that phone was locked between 8:49:31 and 1:10 p.m. the next day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is he talking about the phone is locked? You have to tumble?
I guess. But a lot of
I-
phones have like pedometers in them and shit now, accelerometers. They measure
I'm gonna
every
go right back
every
and look at
movement
line 44
of any kind.
14. Excuse me, 4413. We just discussed 4412, which is the phone being locked at 8:49:31, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you see any entries? What time is the next entry on this report?
Could you repeat which number you're
Uh,
looking at?
On line 4412, we see the phone is locked at 8:49:31, which is.
Jurors in Colleton County make
correct?
20
Yes,
bucks
sir.
a day.
What
Boom.
time is the next event on this log?
The next event on the log shows a display off at 8:53:08 p.m.
Is there anything that occurred on this report between those two times on this phone?
Not on the device activities report or the device event report.
And at 8:53:08, what do we see?
We see that it's the end time for the display off.
Okay, and that's line 4413.
Yes, sir.
And then we see at 4414, what happened?
It's an orientation change.
Okay. And then 4415, what happens?
The display comes on.
Okay. You just said it was an orientation change, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what does that, from your expert opinion, tell you is going on with this phone?
It's an end time for an orientation change from the landscape. In my opinion, the phone's going from being landscaped, being held like this in a position like this, to going into the portrait position, which is up.
Thanks.
And you previously testified that there's only a very small number of things that can cause an orientation change, correct?
Correct.
And it's most likely that that's a human caused event, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Josh and Lucas.
However, you can't testify to today as to who held that phone.
Or
correct?
why
Correct.
it changed orientations.
Man, that locals chat is absolutely off the rails.
All right. Let's keep going here for a little bit.
Jesus.
We're at 8:53:12.
I haven't even been watching. Is it good?
Excuse me,
It's
8:53:24.
I don't even want to verbalize the
What do
content.
you see?
It shows an end time for orientation change from portrait.
And then we see lines 4418 and 4419. We see the display come on and off, correct?
Yes, sir. It shows the end time of display on, and then it shows the start time of display off.
Well, in fairness, it looks a little low tempered now. When I last looked over, there was an image with
At the bottom of that
with
picture,
fair
and we'll look at
balanced
the
and Hitler iconic
44,
icons.
58, and 4427.
Sometimes it happens, Bronco.
And she wasn't wearing a lot of clothes.
44:28, it shows the start time at 8:54:40 p.m. of the orientation change to landscape. At 44:29, it shows the end time, which is at 8:54:44 p.m. orientation change from landscape.
And my apologies, I meant to direct you to lines 4426 and 4427. What do you see in those lines?
On those lines, it shows at 8:54:34 p.m. It shows the start time of the camera in the phone.
All right. And how long is that camera on for that you can tell?
It appears to be on for 59 seconds. Or, yes, 59 seconds. I'm sorry, 1 second.
1 second.
I'm sorry, doing math sometimes gets me.
It's okay. All right, so that camera's on for 1 second.
You're sharing nothing but numbers.
What does that tell you is happening on this phone?
It appears the phone's being moved and the camera's activating in the background to see if it would recognize somebody's face that would unlock it.
So the phone is attempting to face unlock, correct?
Yes, sir, that's what it appears.
But you just specified that after 8:49:31, the phone never unlocked, correct?
Correct.
So with this camera entry, does the phone successfully unlock?
No, sir.
Now, can you tell us what that camera was looking at? Do you have any data that would suggest specifically what the camera was looking at?
No, sir, I don't know what the camera was being pointed at.
So it could be looking at the ground,
Yes, sir.
the sky,
Yes, sir.
somebody's face other than Maggie Murdaugh.
Yes, sir.
But if that camera had seen Maggie Murdaugh's face, what would you expect to happen?
I would expect for it to unlock.
That's silly. I frequently hold my phone in orientations where it doesn't capture my face for face recognition.
Okay, let's keep going.
I don't get. No, let's not.
All right.
Every time I ask my phone its orientation, it just says I'm gay.
44:30.
Is it late also?
32. What do you see there, sir?
It shows the end time for orientation portrait, which means it was ending in that orientation.
So again, at that time, would it be your opinion that phone was held in somebody's hand?
Yes, sir.
Boy, this guy knows a lot.
I don't know that he knows a lot, other than they're just asking him a lot of shitty questions that don't matter.
Okay,
Yeah.
real quick.
That was a little sarcasm.
That's line 4441.
I mean, I guess they could be trying to get to where they're saying
And 40
she was dead. Someone was manipulating the phone after she was dead, or it would have unlocked by her face.
and that's at 9.
But we know
o'clock
that because
even
the phone was
PM.
ditched somewhere.
And it shows.
Yeah, I think. I'm so confused.
It also shows.
I didn't think
distance
she
traveled.
got up
Okay.
from the dead,
And
ditched
let's
it,
talk
and then
about the
walked
steps
back
for a
to
minute.
die
You
in the
produced
same
another report
place.
that specifically focused on steps.
Could say.
Somebody manipulated this
Correct.
phone,
Yes,
and it wasn't her.
correct.
Well,
And
yes,
that shows more
it's a half
granular
mile from
data
her
of when
body.
steps occurred than this report shows, correct?
Correct.
And so just because we see 9 o'clock on this report,
Correct.
doesn't mean that
Just
steps
gotta say-
occurred exactly. 9.
Correct.
Let me ask you:
No,
do
sir. It's
are zombies
two
active in
after
this
the 9
area?
o'clock on that, which means it would be a range as
Okay.
far as example would be like 9 to 10 for the total steps.
And you prepared another report that would show specific steps during a specific time range, correct?
Yes, sir.
I really am so discouraged by the level of prosecution here.
Oh my God.
Keep going.
I promised Joe Neerman I'd go on a show tonight, but man, I feel like I'm slipping into a coma.
Yeah.
Line 4447. What do you see there?
4447 shows from the call log database an incoming call at 9:04:23 p.m.
Okay, and who's that call from?
It's from phone number 1-803-942-1227 PA.
And that's the call that we discussed in Maggie's specific call log, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And that's at 9:04:23, correct?
Yes, sir.
And was that call answered?
No, sir, it showed no time that call was answered.
All right, let's look at the bottom of that page, line 4454. At 9:06:12, what do we see there?
At 9:06:12 shows the start time of an orientation change to portrait.
And again, in your opinion, what does that tell you about whether this phone is in someone's hand?
In my opinion, it would be in somebody's hand that was changing it from landscape up to
9:06?
portrait, lifting it.
Is that when he said
And
9:06?
that's at 9:06 and 12 seconds, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, does this match with the movement of Murdaugh's phone and Suburban? Because I mean, we should be able to match those timelines up
Let's go to line
if he ditches the phone.
4456. Can you read that, sir?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay. And line 4457. What
Yes,
is
sir.
line 4456 and 57 associated with?
They're associated with a phone call that was incoming to Maggie's phone.
Okay. And what is the time on that call?
It's at 9:06:14 p.m.
2 seconds after that orientation change, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that call came after the orientation change, correct?
Yes, sir.
And again, you can't tell us whose phone, or your digital forensics can't tell us whose hand that phone was in at that point.
Correct.
All you can tell us was the phone was locked at that point, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand this back to you, and I want you to review this report. And I want to have you tell us if that is the final orientation change in 9:06:12 or not. See if you see any further orientation changes after that point.
But I mean, if the real killer's making off with the wife's phone, somebody threw it off the side of the road. Alex could still be trying to call his wife to figure out what's going on.
Right. The interesting thing is that's the final orientation change. So do they gingerly lay it on the ground, not just throw it out the window of a moving vehicle?
Was there DNA testing done on this phone? For touch DNA? That would be really important, don't you think? And I want to see a map of where the phone was recovered from.
Orientation of portrait that it recorded.
Okay, what time was that?
It was at 9:06:20 p.m.
Okay. And when you say end time, what do you mean?
It's just the time that it recorded that it stopped in recording that portrait mode. It
So you
does
saw
not.
the orient, excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt. Please finish.
I'm sorry. I was going to say I don't see any orientation change to landscape after that in this report.
So at 9:06:12, the orientation change starts, correct?
Yes, sir.
At 9:06:14, there's an incoming call from Alex, correct?
Yes, sir.
And after that point, you do not see any more orientation changes, correct?
Correct.
So the idea is he picks up her phone, dials her phone number with his phone. Like, I mean, that's what they're suggesting if it's him. It's a weird way to do that.
What are they suggesting? I don't know.
All right, let me direct your attention. Excuse me. You talked about the 9:06:20 orientation change in time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then we see at line 4461, another incoming call, correct?
Yes, sir. That was at 9:06:51 p.m. And that was from 1-803-942-1227 PA.
And that's Alex's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's the third phone call within about 2 minutes from Alex, correct?
Yes, sir.
Shinohara says, call to find the phone, then pick it up. But they're saying he picked up the phone first, and then the call came 2 seconds later.
What are they saying? What are they saying? I'm going to need a full report on my desk in the
Entry at
morning.
line 4464 at 9:07. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
And that's a display on and off, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we've already discussed there could be a number of reasons for that display coming on and off, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the data you see on the phone is not going to be able to tell you exactly why that screen came on, will it?
Correct.
All right, line 44 at 66. What is this?
4466 shows a text message received incoming at 9:08:58 p.m. From the phone number 1-803-942-1227, Alex, to Maggie Murdaugh.
What does that text say?
It says, going to check on him, be right back.
All right, I'm going to put you on the spot here. That call occurred at the last call from Alex occurred at 9:06:51, correct?
Yes.
And the text came from Alex at 9:08:58, correct?
Yes.
And this was a text that was never read, I believe you testified to in the previous report, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
All right, I'm going to put you on the spot here. Can you calculate the time between 9:06:51 and 9:08:58, please?
Let's see.
2 minutes and 7
7
seconds.
seconds. There you go.
It appears to be 2 minutes and 7 seconds.
Not enough time to shoot two
2
people
minutes and
dead.
7 seconds between that call from Alex to that text from Alex, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Like, bring it home for me. Tell me like I'm dumb and you're smart.
Yeah, we really should rewatch. I think I might go back and rewatch the opening statement of the prosecution and see if this is anything that they
Looking
predicted.
at lines.
I'll do it
44,
tomorrow at lunch.
65 and above it, 4468, and above that's obscure because it's stapled at 4467. Do you see those two entries?
Yes, sir.
We're at 5:30 almost.
Yeah, when does the judge step in here?
excuse me, mobile
The
SMS.
judge died.
90858. Is that a data entry associated with that?
Someone
incoming
pick up
text
his cell
from
phone
Alex
and then
that you
call
talked
it.
Yes, sir, it is.
about? What time is that again?
It's 9:08:58 p.m.
Okay. What's the next entry on that log?
The next entry on the log is at 9:31:44 p.m. Shows an end time of display off.
And I'm not going to ask you to do the precise math this time, but roughly how many minutes is that between 908:58 and 9:31:44?
Approximately 22 minutes.
For 22 minutes, nothing happens on that phone, correct?
Correct.
There's no orientation changes, the phone's not unlocked, there's no incoming calls, nothing outgoing, correct?
Correct.
The phone just sits there for approximately 22 minutes.
Correct.
GZF says, I love that our
What
boy
do we see
Steve
start
always
happening
looks
at
like he's having a good time,
9:31:44?
even during the boring testimony.
We see
Long live
that
the
the display
Gazinator.
comes on. It's the start time of that.
And we've talked about this already. We can go forward a little bit. We see the display come on and off a few times in that short span of time at about 9:31 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
But it's just a display coming on. Do you see anything associated with that display coming on?
No, sir. Not until approximately the 9:34:14 p.m.
We'll get to that in a second. But at least for this display coming on, there seems to be no cause for that, correct?
Correct.
And you previously testified, the screen coming on doesn't tell you a whole lot, does it?
No, sir.
It could be the phone is being bumped or moved in some way, correct?
Yes, sir.
It could be the phone just sitting there. There's some sort of automatic process that causes that phone to light up, correct?
Correct.
Two minutes to 5:30. Do you think we're going to get a break?
But we see a instant message on line 4477, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's at what time?
That's at 9:34:14 p.m.
And which contact is that from?
It shows the contact of Rogan.
And what does that text message say?
It says, "Tell Paul to call me."
All right. And you previously testified about this in her text message log. Was that text message ever read?
No, sir.
All right, we're going to skip down a little bit. And I'm on line 4498. Yeah, 98. And we see there, it looks like an incoming call, correct?
Yes, sir.
And who's that from?
It is from PA with the phone number of 1-803-942-1227.
And was that calling to?
No, sir.
And line 4503, what time is that entry?
That entry is at 9:47:23 p.m.
And what is that?
It is a text message that was received on that from Alex. It says, "Call me, babe."
And was that text ever read? I know that's referencing the previous report.
No, sir, that text was not read.
Doc's phone number. I don't think she minds anymore, frankly. Oh, wait, that's the phone call that it came in from. Yeah, PA, whatever.
I'm gonna hand this report back to you. And I want to have you look at the next few pages. I want you to tell this jury whether you see anything in your expert opinion that would indicate that anybody actively used that phone after that last text call?
Not on 6/7/2021.
Then when?
Okay, I'm gonna hand you,
This is the brain water trial. The brain water trial.
take a look at that and tell us.
I
what
just
it
want
is,
today
please.
to be over at this point.
Jurors, at some point the jurors will punish the state for this boredom. I have to believe that.
This is an Axiom report by Magnet Forensics that I prepared from Maggie's phone with health data information and steps.
Oh, does it show when she died?
From May-
Your health
Maggie's
declined
phone.
rapidly
Yes,
on
sir.
June 7th, 2021.
At this time, state.
Strange, you got more sleep than normal. 287 hours.
It's in there.
Well, the judge is still there. I thought he might have taken a break and just let him go. I heard a judge voice.
Why hasn't he just shut this down and said, okay, all right, tomorrow?
Yeah.
State, how long do you have left? Less than 5 minutes? Cool. Longer than 5 minutes? See you tomorrow.
I think I'm gonna direct you to record 22. If I'm looking at the right thing. Nope. Record 23, excuse me. All right, record 23. What information does this record tell us?
This record tells us that 38 steps were recorded by this phone on 6/7/2021 at 8:17:41 p.m. was the start time, and the end time was 6/7/2021 at 8:18:29 p.m.
How many steps were taken at that time?
38 steps.
And this is the report that shows the precise time when the steps, at least the phone recorded the steps started and when they stopped, correct?
Correct.
All right, let's talk about that for a minute. Steps on the phone. How does the phone record steps? How does it decide that there are steps taking place?
It's several different ways it can record. It's depending on how the phone's carried as to how many steps it records.
Tell
If
me how
carry
you
your phone in
pronounce
your hand and you
accelerometer.
walk, it's going to record more steps. If you carry it on your waist in a phone case, it's not going to record as
Accelerometer.
many steps because it's not detecting the motion. It's not 100% accurate as far as the steps. There are ways that if you're trying to meet your fitness goal, for instance, you can try to trick a phone or a smartwatch into believing you did more activities and more steps than you actually did.
I think this guy's an expert at that.
But at a more
I
fundamental
meet my
level,
fitness
what is
goals.
the phone using to determine where the steps are taking place?
It's a process running inside the phone that is recording the motion.
Duct tape it to your car wheel.
As far as
Would it be accelerometers?
would be, some of the newer ones are recording actually more than that as far as recording strides and things like that.
Rides.
All right. And in your opinion, the steps that a phone records, is it always 100% accurate?
No.
And so this says 38 steps. Does that necessarily mean that whoever was holding his phone actually moved exactly 38 steps?
No, sir.
But what does it tell you in a more general sense?
In a more general sense, it tells me that this phone, somebody was holding this phone, it took steps and it recorded steps.
All right. And let me reference back to the previous report. I believe you testified that at 8:17, Maggie's phone was unplugged, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
And then at
Unplugged.
8:16, we start to see steps again, correct?
Was
Yes,
it
sir.
unbreaded? See, this is why lawyers drink.
All right, let's look at record 25.
Oh man, I got to get a couch in this office.
All right, and what does this show? Record 25.
This shows that 43 steps were recorded by the phone.
You need a couch in
At
that office. I need a
8:30,
lethal
40 p.m.
injection.
was the beginning, and it ended at 8:33:28 p.m.
Okay. All right. And let me point out something real quick. The entry above that, which is record
48 steps, that's about enough to make a touchdown.
I don't think there's a record number associated with it, but it says 810. Oh, okay.
It's very bad form, by the way, to throw out the time and then discuss what happened, because there's no context to the time. You don't remember the time. Talk about what happened and then the time.
You see that?
At 8:10:31, it looks like it's part of a previous record. From the previous page, it shows the duration of in minutes of 4.58.
Okay. And so some of these are a little bit out of chronological order, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. But the times that are reported in each record is accurate, correct?
Yes, sir.
Even if some of these entries seem to have gotten out of order. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain why that happened when you made this report?
I set it to produce in chronological order. Sometimes, though, when the report goes through, it will not do that. It's just an issue we've had with that report where it'll move it out of chronological order, but the information's still there and still accurate.
Okay, let's look at record 26. What do you see in record 26?
In record 26, I see that 59 steps were recorded by the phone at 8:53:15 p.m. Begin and end at 8:55:32 p.m.
Okay, and again, how many steps was that?
It was 59 steps.
Okay. And I think you previously testified, we were looking at the timeline, and it looked like someone was manipulating with that phone, correct?
Correct.
We saw some orientation changes, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
We saw the camera come on at approximately that time, correct?
Correct.
So the phone's off, correct?
Correct.
All right, I want to give this back to you, report that, have you look at it real quick.
No,
And
God.
you've also, I know, have studied this phone data in more detail than just in that report.
While
Are
he
you aware,
studied that phone in
after
more
that
detail, I was
8:53
studying
entry,
the blade.
of that phone ever recording any more steps?
No, sir. The next set of steps it shows it recorded was on 6/8/2021 at 3:12:22 p.m.
Okay. The next day.
The next day, yes, sir.
And let's circle back to that real quick. I know you were not present for the collection of Maggie's phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
But generally, the circumstances, as you understand them, are what and how it was collected?
The phone was collected from the side of the road. It was given to crime scene, who brought it back and logged it into our forensic lab, at which point I went over, logged it out of the forensic lab, and then took it over to our office to log it in.
And it was, but it was not collected till the next afternoon, correct? Or found
Correct.
Until the next afternoon, excuse me.
Correct. My understanding is it was found on 6/8/2021.
All right. I think we're at a good stop.
Oh, thank
Ladies and
God.
gentlemen, we will
Ugh.
adjourn for the evening and
Thank
start
you.
back at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please do not discuss the case.
How can we? There is no case. Oh, holy cow.
Well, that was brutal. And again, when we get to the end of this, what are they trying to say? So someone picked up this phone and 2 seconds later it was called. I guess the inference would be that is way too coincidental that someone changed the orientation of the phone right before he called. So it must be him who's doing it. I mean,
That's
to me,
that's an absurd leap of insanity. To actually, if that's actually their argument, if that's what they're actually trying to show, that's insane.
that's the only thing I can you think of any other reason to do that other than, well, it must have been him because, I mean, it's just too coincidental for the call to come through as he's picking it up, right?
Even the prosecution is saying, but you can't tell who's holding the phone, right?
Right.
Well, yeah, nobody can. That's rather the point. You can't tell the defendant is.
This is, I mean, there's so much wrong with this prosecution. It's just terrible. It's just terrible. You got to end. If you've got a long case, you at least want to end on something exciting or something you make a point, or so the jury goes home and thinks that you actually were doing something today. But they don't. They leave it in absolute and utter mind-numbing boredom. So that's what the jury goes home and says, man, that state's got nothing to say.
You'd hope that's what they go home saying. I mean, because that's what's going on. But I think they're trying to draw the improper inference, or well, I guess it's not an improper inference. I think it's improper, but the inference that the only reason that the phone rings at that time is because he calls it right after he picks it up, and that there's no coincidental possibility there, or that the coincidental possibility is too remote. So it must have been him.
Coincidence happen all the time.
I mean, I know.
That's just not evidence of anything at all. I'm so unimpressed with the minutia that they're putting forward. They, get to the freaking point. There's interesting things we want to focus on here. There's a timeline surrounding the murder scene and the two murder victims and their phones, right? So we kind of want to know when they stopped communicating, and any kind of telemetry from their phones that give us insight into that crime scene. And then we have the defendant's phone and his actions in relation to that crime scene, right? That's the only thing that matters. So when let's see what the timeline is here. What's the window of opportunity for death, for murder? And does his phone, where was he? How much can we track his movements? What is he communicating? I mean, but there's no angry communications from what I've heard. So there's no disputes or anger or any kind of so it's a cold-blooded killing. He would have to have planned it or something. And so then we're just talking about timelines, about windows of opportunity, which is sometime in this hour zone, which I'm not even clear on, because the numbers get thrown. After you throw out numbers long enough, it's just a big blur it's like statistics, you just say you just see your numbers and it's meaningless.
Right. Well, let's see. Andrew, you have a little screen to share here.
I do. In fact, I have a confession to make. I guess I was told today I've been kind of misrepresenting the offer here, but this is our Law Self-Defense Advanced class, only scheduled for one class all year. It's Saturday, April 15th. Learn how to become hard to convict if you're ever compelled to use force in defense of yourself, your family, your property. And if you register for that April 15th class in January, which means today, folks, today's the last day of January. It's now or never. You save 50%. That part's accurate, but I've been saying you save $100. You actually can save up to $250. So if that's of interest, I would encourage you to take a look at lawofselfdefense.com/advanced. Thanks, Nick.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Yes. Yeah, so, there's another, and it's kind of inspired by your chat here. And that is, okay, so the theory is that he's not a passion killer, that this was a cold-blooded, methodical, planned-out killing, that he was dotting every I and crossing every T and creating this false narrative or whatever, right? But yet he uses a gun from his own house that's clear. And then why wouldn't he get a burner gun if it's so planned out?
It doesn't make sense. Yeah, there's competing narratives. I mean, one is that he's the smartest person on earth. The second is that he left really obvious evidence for that thing. Why wouldn't he? Why would there still be some of those shells lying around if he was the smartest planner on the whole planet? Like, why would that happen? Why would there still be a shotgun? Why would none of the shotguns be missing? Why would the 300 blackout rifle be missing? Why wouldn't he secure some other gun that would be used to kill, to kill both of them? A gun that's not linked to his house at all. I mean, that'd be the smarter move.
But the state's theory is that he's like, this is obviously a very cold and calculated and pre-planned murder for some motive, which we have yet to be clued in on. Is this really this planned out? Is this the kind of evidence that would be left around? I mean, if you were going to really plan it out, you sure as hell wouldn't use one of your blackouts, would you?
It doesn't make any sense for the plan. I mean, unless the plan went wrong, like we said the other day, the Mike Tyson, every plan's great until you get punched in the face or whatever.
They used the shotgun as the plan was the shotgun, and then he got surprised by the wife being there and used the son's AR and disposed of the boat. That is the.
Why wouldn't you just use a shotgun if you were going to do that? And then you can put the shotgun back on the rack in the house and no one would know, because you're not going to match the ballistics to any particular 12 gauge shotgun.
Right.
Right. Unless he was, I mean, do you think he couldn't track down his wife? Like if that was oh, she started running. Because like part of the theory, right, is that, let's say we take the Bronca theory, but put Alec Murdaugh as the killer, and then he's still the same thing, but then he grabs the 300 blackout. It's like, wait, why didn't he think he could just track down the wife with the shotgun? I mean, to me, that makes the 300 blackout rifle makes more sense if you assume that maybe they're not as familiar with the property, so she's running off and they want to tag her as fast as possible before she gets away. I mean, that makes sense. You've got accuracy from range.
No, but they weren't at range. I mean, she was right there.
She was kind of far.
No,
I mean, not like far, but if she starts running, I don't know.
Not Bronca's pistol shooting far. With a shotgun, man, you can nail something pretty far with a shotgun.
I mean, you get a shotgun. I mean, he probably has a shotgun somewhere with an extended tube on it. Get 7 or 8 rounds in there. It's more than enough. And then the shotgun, you can't match the ballistics to it. Just, you could even leave it there on the scene and say, yeah, we always kept the shotgun here. Yeah.
It's really weird. Well, I'd say the theory doesn't make sense, but we haven't really heard the theory. So the very minor narrative they said at the beginning of opening doesn't make sense. But I think, maybe a rewatch of the States opening.
Yeah, I might do that this evening.
I'll probably play it during lunch tomorrow because
that's a good idea.
Something to do.
Yeah.
But okay, I'm going to go through super chats. We shouldn't have too terribly many before.
Well, that's not good. More super chats, people.
Oh, no. We're just
asleep.
fine.
They're asleep.
I read a bunch of them during lunch because it was just me, so I got caught up. So we're all good. Just Gen T says, forgive me if I'm dumb, but wasn't that a valid objection / concern for the defense based on the crap police work document up till this point? On the phones? I mean, sure, I think it was valid to say, hey, we're challenging the chain of custody, but the judge said no. So
yeah, I mean, you don't want to give anything away for free, right? You may as well fight for it.
Let's see. Mike the Dad Crosby says, not looking forward to going out and getting sideswiped by some Austin FUD that doesn't know how to drive in freezing conditions. Yeah, if you're in Texas, I heard you got a lot of ice today. Stay safe. Serenity to Witches gifted 5 more memberships. Thank you. Jacob Hughes says 300 blackout is just an American version of 762 by 39. Lord Vader says, like the FFL witness who left law enforcement, this CP witness also runs a side hustle. Both sell well-greased upper and low and bottom receivers. Oh, stop it. Gross. Oh, damn it.
That's a good one. There's some good humor. See, the chat has got the mojo on the funnies. Did you see the one I posted in private chat? I think that's a good one.
Yeah. Let me read it real quick. It was Wet in Cornwall says, legal question, has shooting resumed on the Russ film yet?
I guess they just dropped the formal charges on Baldwin about an hour ago.
Dropped as in?
No, they released them, filed them, whatever.
Okay. Not dropped as in dismissed.
Gone.
Them.
No.
Okay.
No.
Levi the Welder, can I have a barbecue dinner with Chandler Halderson instead of hearing this? You can. He also says, hi, I'm Mr. Fat Neckbeard, and I look at CP all day, and I only talk to my online friends. Who would have guessed? Oh, shit. Damn. Richard Grubber, I missed this one. He said, the cheese pizza guy sounds a bit like Mr. Van Driesen from Beavis and Butthead. Dr. Diddler, this phone guy must be awful at dates. So anyways, babe, WinMax had more initial support, but LTE way back when was easier to implement. So Verizon ... The digital monster. Who willingly wants to look at cheese pizza as a profession? It's unfathomable. I don't trust this human snapping turtle. Next, Ian Mack. Top of the table flips, maybe has pockets built in. No, I think Bronca's right on the table having top part. And there is actually an explanation for the table. They wanted to search under the top of the table, so they could have removed, like the cops could have removed that. Yeah. What does not match up to me is the couches and the recliners being completely different. That doesn't match up to me at all.
My suspicion is that it's just a minor error on the part of the introduction of the testimony, that photo, that this is a photo of the room prior to the shooting.
Right.
And here it is on the day of, when they've got all the stuff laid out.
Yeah, I don't think it's an aha thing.
No, I just think it goes more to sort of the sloppiness of everything than anything else.
Well, the bird shot, or the steel shot that to me is very, very poor police work. If they went through everything and got all these little boxes and all these cases and every little bullet and every little casing, and they didn't see the shell with the steel shot, and then they go 4 months later, they go back to find it.
I mean, it would be interesting to know if the property was still in use. You know, was Alex out this whole time? Or are they still using the hunting property, shooting stuff, had ammo? You know, I mean, certainly he wasn't immediately charged. I don't have a good sense of when he was ultimately charged. But with his surviving son, still have been using the property?
Could be. You know, could be anything.
Yeah, the recliner switch is what really convinces me.
Right. And someone says, Serenity to Witches says the couches might be able to split apart. They do seem to be able to split apart. There's certainly a seam there, but what's not there are those couches. I mean, there are recliners there. Those couches are, maybe they're moved to a different spot in the room, whatever, but whether they get split up or not is irrelevant, because that's not two split up couches. That's two recliners. They're completely distinct furniture. Southern Brainwater. Every kiss begins with Taze. He also says Eliza Blue has a clearer timeline than the state. Oh, damn. Thomas DeVries says, Stephen, which Rick is that? And what's your pedal chain of choice? Do you prog?
Oh, yeah. Yes. It's a 4003 CB, which is checkerboard. From brand new. Thank you, Mr. Andrew Bronca, for letting me teach your class. And the pedal chain of choice is the Sansamp Geddy Lee YYZ pedal into a Boss compressor into a Harkey RB500. That's the chain.
Crystal Beauchamp just watched a part of the body cam video, but those couches are on the opposite side of the room. Not sure why they moved across the room. There you go. Yeah, and that's true. You can see the two couches in a different frame are on the other side of the pool table. So the couches get moved to a different spot. And again, yes, there are reclining couches. All of that stuff is true. Those things are recliner seats, not couches. They have distinct armrests on them. Believe me, I am a recliner aficionado. If there's a recliner in a damn house, it doesn't matter if it's the first time I've been there. I will laser in on it because I'm asleep in 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's why I don't own one.
Yeah, there's no question to me. I'm like, look, I know couches and recliners. There's a recliner. I'm going to be in it.
Next, you see that recliner, you're zeroing in on it, right?
I'm done. I'm done.
Yeah, my in-laws have them, and it's the moment I'm in them, I'm out.
Yep. Southern Brainwater. Brainwater is the best water. Otto Rommel. I don't think the face unlock will work too well with Paul. Oh, shit.
Oh, gosh.
Doc Salty 96. No wonder Paul's phone couldn't be accessed. He used Face ID. Oh, Jesus. Eagles Talon. You can call emergency contacts from the lock screen if they have been set up by the owner. I use them all the time for lost phones at my work. Serenity to Witches gifted another membership. Thank you. Joshua Newton. I'm still puzzled about the position of Paul's body in the doorway. The empty shell's inside the narrow shed, and yet pellets going through the window on the opposite side of the door. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier.
Yeah.
It seems that Paul was shot into the storage room, but the shells are inside the storage room, which goes back to a break action rifle, in my opinion, because why are the two shells there, not only in the storage room, but behind the in-swinging door of the storage room on the diagram?
So the
It's very
pellets, okay, so you're saying that there's blast pellets going into the shed. Is that correct?
Yeah, where
'Cause
the pellets went through Paul and hit the window behind Paul in that storage room.
So you're saying that he was confronted from behind, or he was shot towards the shed? Because my vision when I saw that chart was there was somebody hiding in the shed and
Right.
shot him from within the shed.
That's what I thought too. But then the window has pellets going through it. So unless that's an old, I mean, it's certainly possible that someone had fired a shotgun through that window before. But I mean, the most likely scenario would be that Paul got shot, the pellets went through him, and he was shot into the room. However, the shells are ejected into the room also.
Is that consistent with a shot into the thing, right? Double barrel, turns around, sees the wife, breaks the gun, and the shells eject.
That's what I was thinking, is that seems, because remember, he shoots him, he does the execution shot. Somehow that works. We don't really know. Paul could have I think there's footprints indicating that Paul moved at least from the first shot before falling. Some distance or direction, which is very unclear at the moment. But he gets shot, and apparently, the spray goes kind of upwards. So he might get shot and then turn even, because I think the shot was behind, wasn't it? Is the back of the head?
I don't know.
But he was on the ground at that point, right?
No, because I think his brains are on the ceiling.
Yeah, his brains and bits of skull, they even said, are embedded in the were embedded in the ceiling. So somehow he gets shot in the chest and then up, either from the back or from the front. Not really sure how that works.
Well, it could happen. So someone shoots him in the chest, and then he starts falling forwards. And rather than immediately shoot again, they kind of hold the rifle diagonally across them, like as a barrier.
Yeah, and
when the body hits the gun, then they discharge it upwards through his chin and out the top of his head.
But then if it's a break action, like you're saying, because the shells would eject backwards, right? So you would then turn around. Oh my God, you shot it. Turn around, and you could break it, and the shells would eject into the shed.
Yeah, and they eject pretty forcefully.
Right. So that's what I was thinking. Because at first I was fully thinking he was inside, or the shooter was inside the room. But then with those pellets going through the window, he had to be shooting into the room. I mean, I guess he could still be in there, and then Paul stumbles and falls that way.
Russell in the chat also says somebody was really angry. I mean, shooting somebody in the face like that, and the wife with the execution, that's an anger, vicious kind of thing. Is there any kind of expression of anger or hatred from this father?
There's no evidence of it. So it's either, anger, or again, professional, hired, maybe, motivated in some way. Because like the mom, I believe she falls to the ground, and the shots to her head go into the ground where she is, if I'm not mistaken. Like she's executed while she's down.
Well, listen, he stole, it's claimed he stole a lot of money from a lot of people, millions and millions of dollars from people. That's enough to get people pissed off to maybe hire someone who knows what they're doing and knows that it's got to be done and done. You can't leave anybody alive. And the best way to do that is anchor shots into the head.
Right.
So this was a 3-inch Magnum shell. Do break actions shoot 3-inch Magnums?
I'm sure you could get one. I
have no idea.
I don't see why not. I wouldn't prefer it, but
yeah. So anyway, yeah, that's that is a thing that the state has not fully laid out either. Where was the shooter when this happened? How did the shells get behind the door? I mean, I think it makes sense if someone shoots him, executes him, and then, maybe walks over, looks at the body, breaks the shotgun open, shells eject, they're reloading, but then they don't have more rounds. They don't have sufficient rounds, whatever. And then they go and grab the 300 blackout for the mom. Who knows? But the shells are right next to each other. So pump action makes no sense if they're shooting in where the shells are ejected. Because if they're shooting into the room and pumping, the shells would eject to the right.
Same with the semi-auto.
Yeah, there's plenty of break actions that take 3-inch. shells.
Okay. So anyway, we'll have to see more of the theory. Catherine Martinez, welcome to Paralegal. Alex Sargent, why is this strange man telling me about tilting the magic talking rectangle that lights up? Emily says Paul's cell was locked until the Secret Service managed to unlock it using Paul's birthday as the code. Do better, people. Corn Pop, what if you wore it on your forehead? I don't know. Concert LD, what time was her phone put into airplane mode? I can't receive calls or texts or anything cellular in airplane mode. It was in airplane mode when he unlocked it. Was it? I didn't hear
I
that
thought
it was.
they put it into airplane mode as an alternative to using a Faraday cage.
Yeah,
Faraday bag.
I think that's what happened.
See, here's the funny thing. All right, so we are so confused about exactly what was even testified to, even though it's irrelevant. If you go back in a jury room with this kind of confusion, and you've got a group of people trying to discuss, like, well, didn't they say that? And then they're like, oh, no, they didn't say it. You know what that's called? Reasonable doubt, right?
Yeah.
Because that jury's going to go back there, and nobody's going to be paying attention. And then when they go try to figure out what happened, everybody's going to have a different memory.
Yeah, folks, if I said 3.5-inch shells, I meant 3-inch shells. There are 3.5, but they're very
You were
unusual.
referring to something else.
Right.
Annie Ray, my husband and I love your stream. Hey, thank you. Your coverage of trials are the sole reason I've missed multiple writing deadlines. I'd love a shout out for Salty Santa, steamy romance your wife would enjoy. Oh, thank you. Big shout out to Salty Santa. If you guys are in for some steamy romance novel action, give it a check from our very own Annie Ray. Hey, thank you, Annie. Andrew Hansen, just trying to get every action down in record. You know, I guess probably if you don't have a narrative, just tell every story possible. Corn Pop, Steve, where's your knife, bro?
Yeah. Hey, stop talking about my knife.
LXB says, how do they know Paul was killed first? Was that ever established? What if the mother was shot first, then Paul was executed? I mean, it's possible, but it makes less sense. If you have the 300 blackout, why you would switch to a shotgun for Paul.
And the 300 blackout shots look like she was pursued, which makes more sense as she's fleeing a shooting that just happened.
Right. The proximity of Paul to those 300 blackout shots doesn't make any sense, because if someone starts shooting at his mother, you'd think he'd do something other than die.
And the Paul's two deadly shots in one very particular position where there's a trail to the wife. So that to me is there's movement in the other one. So that would be somebody gets surprised. The male gets surprised. In fact, well, we had a case once. There was a suspicion was aroused in a case that, in fact, it was not a case I was involved in. It was the local murder case. And the suspicion of the police was aroused when the burglar came in and shot the wife in the bedroom, in the bed, in the head. And the husband got up with a gun and shot the burglar and killed him. So it was a paid hitman to come in and kill the wife. But they're like, why didn't he shoot the husband first? Right. So this is the thing. If you're a killer, you're usually going to hunt down the man first. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. And someone's asking about murder-suicide. Okay, problem with the murder-suicide theory is, first, he's shot with a shotgun round sideways through the chest at close range, so the wadding gets stuck, and then shot in the head. It's a weird way to kill yourself, to point a gun like this and then like this. Like, that doesn't make a ton of sense. Second, the shotgun is not recovered. If it was a murder-suicide, like he uses 300 blackout and then used a shotgun on himself, one of those guns would be there and someone would have to clean them up.
Well, both guns would be there.
Right. Yeah. And the dad cleaning up the guns just doesn't make sense. There's no reason. I had first thought maybe a suicide that he cleaned up because of insurance, but allegedly there was no insurance on the wife or the son. So that eliminates the motive for cleaning up a suicide at that point. Next, M. Mahathi says, thank you for analysis. Hey, you're welcome. Wendy Blank, here's a 5 spot. Just say thank you for streaming the trial. I've gotten a bit of lace crocheted today. Oh, very cool. Melinda Padula, look at the size difference in the dresser against the wall with the lamp. Oh, that's in the 2 pictures. I'll have to go back and look at that. Corn Pop says, it's not me, Nick. Copy bots. Okay. Flufferboy 2004, Easter, the day we celebrate Jesus' phone charging orientation from landscape to portrait. Christopher Driscoll, there are pump shotguns with ejection from below barrel. If you raise the end of the barrel when racking, it throws the shells forward. Oh, okay. So it's got an ejection port on the bottom. So you shoot and then it launches out that way and then you shoot again type thing, I guess.
But the problem with that is that the shot, there was 2 shots to him, right? And one was to the head, which shot upward. See, it doesn't make sense to me because you'd have to rack the gun and they would both land in the same area into that door. I don't know.
Yeah, it's an awkward question. Steve Luxembourg says, how can they have put the phone in airplane mode if they couldn't unlock it? I can do that. I can do that with my iPhone 13. Maybe it means can't. Coney Upstate, I guarantee you somewhere someone will make an adult movie entitled 300 Blackout. Oh, that's already been done. I'm sure. Cenk Uger's Sweaty Gunt says the murder weapon was a Baldo, but the agents kept it. Ryan PD 911 says, Ricada Law, we all know Andrew is dying to get an update on Farron. I did the Lord's work for him. She's still looking. Mad Amos, I've watched 3 reviews of TLC's new show, MILF Manor. Kind of want to watch that. It looks ridiculous. It's about the most horrible thing in the universe. So what the fuck Wednesday? Are you going to watch it with Drex? We'll see. We'll see. That's tomorrow. Maybe I'll pull some MILF Manor clips and we'll watch them. It looks absurd. Squidscar says, so sounds more like Paul had his 300 BLK with him. Someone came with a shotgun, killed him, took the rifle and killed the mom and left with both guns. Yep, that's the Bronca theory that we've been talking about. Rockahora, Ricada Law, have you seen the Florida mom suing her son's school because they banned her from participating volunteering due to her OnlyFans account? It's a twofer, possible law topic, and she seems up your alley, small waist and butterflies.
Yes, she's a looker. That's in Orange County. That's Orlando.
Victoria Treese. Okay, let me I'll pull her up. Maybe we'll talk about this on the show. Maybe that's a what the fuck
Who's
Wednesday.
Yeah,
Treese.
everybody starts cutting there. Look at this. What's her name? She was some kind of she just wanted to, pretty TikTok girls or things too, right? And she somehow got banned because she had some sort of chat. I don't know what this thing is where the girls make money because they're pretty and guys send them money.
OnlyFans is where you basically do you do amateur pornography,
okay,
effectively, and then people pay for it. So she got banned from her kids' school.
Yeah, and she's suing. The dads. That's distracting.
Yeah, I pulled up her Instagram. She's a cutie, that's for sure.
Yes, definitely better than the Courtly Clenny fakery.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't seen her without makeup, but she is very thin, which is, that's my type. Okay. Yeah. I'll look into it. I'll look into the story.
Yeah,
do
some more investigations when you're alone.
Rocco, or not a robot.
Oh yeah. No, she's definitely not guilty.
Yeah. Take a shot.
No. She was banned from. She's not guilty of anything. She's pure as the driven snow, and she was getting banned from participating in her school somehow, and so she's suing.
Stop saying she's so pure, Steve, because that's gonna drive down sales. Take a shot for Papa Jim, Mr. Medicare. Today is the first month of his retirement. I've missed him since the last stream. Me too. Jim, cheers to you, buddy. I hope the cancer AIDS doesn't kill you anytime soon. He also says, Ricada Law, can you please show on a break to potentially criminal my new black hottie, picture included? I got a Chosen People's Rifle, a Zion 15. I don't know if he's I don't know if Sean's around. He's muted out.
Oh yeah, he's hit the desk.
But I'll keep a watch. If he comes back, I'll pull it up. Fire PA 498. What do you think of the Twitter figs getting mad at Mr. Beast for funding money to cure blindness in 1,000 people? Was that the serfs or whatever got mad at Mr. Beast? I don't know. Mr. Beast said something stunning in that. He said the average YouTube video lost $1.5 million last year. His average YouTube video lost $1.5 million.
Well, I believe it. So I saw my first Mr. Beast videos just last week, and they're crazy.
They're insane. But he makes a fortune on those. And then he obviously makes another fortune separate from the YouTube advertising revenue. Because otherwise, how would he do it? Right. Oh, I'm losing $1.5 million a video. Okay, sure. Sure you are. Nora Vanguard, guilty or innocent? The one we are sure of is that Joe Biden is happy that we can guarantee that Maggie and Paul will be voting for him in the next election. Lagging says, what's the name of the hot spring resort in Colorado Springs? In Colorado Springs, I have no idea. In Pagosa Springs, it's called the Springs Resort, and that place is great. I also go to Hot Springs, Colorado, which is northwest of Granby. That place is cool. I can't remember what that place is called.
I like Glenwood Springs. That's my favorite one in Colorado.
I haven't been there.
It's nice.
USA Now says, Rekieta Law, you got all-star panel. Awesome choices. Hey, thank you.
Thank you.
And I think we'll have a new panel member that's not been on the show before on Thursday. So that'll be fun. Sangland says, one last try. Logan 7-foot table combo. Okay, so I think this is the
pool table thing.
The pool table.
Yeah.
Yeah. Looks like something similar to that. Misty, Rekieta Law, is this authorized merch? The cartography shirt. Yes. From RRS Speedloaders. Yep. Go buy yourself one. They have my full permission to sell them. I love that shirt. They sent me one. They sent me 3 actually, but only one's my size. And it's great. P-Dog Knight says, hey, Nick, can I get a shout out for my 1000th episode of the Morning Night Live coming a week from Friday, February 10th, all day stream starting at 9 a.m. Central. Yeah, guys, check out P-Dog Knight on YouTube. I was on his show just the other day. Really cool dude, Minnesota native as well. And give his show a check on Friday, February 10th. And if I get some time, brother, I'll stop in. I don't know what my Friday looks like yet. Torrin 3, I know you're busy with the trial, but your braid has reached your P.O. box. I'll get to the P.O. box in the next day or two. Thank you. See, Goody, smash the like button like Drexel smashes single mothers and like white girls smash dogs.
That's that a Danny reference again?
There you go.
These people are relentless.
Well, no, it's not Danny. It's just white girls in general. See, Goody says, for YouTube, reminder, top chat is for cucks, live chat is for chads, 24/7 live chats on recatalaw.locals.com are unbreaded. Switch from top chat to live chat at the top of your window. He also says, remember to buy your tickets to Las Vegas meetup February 26th, 8 p.m. to 12 a.m. And I got a couple messages from 2 different people that there's some venues, and they look like the venues will be within the budget range, which the budget range is really high. So hopefully I'll have one locked down in the next day or two. But I'm trying to get some pictures to pick the appropriate one. With that, we are done.
And I'll be there in Vegas, folks. No tie.
Widgets Revenge GTAG says, Nick, we need whiskey recommendation list from 50 to 200. What's your favorite Basil Hayden's whiskey? My favorite Basil Hayden's, I think, is Toast. It's really good. I like Basil Hayden's Toast. But 50 to 200, I can't do all of that right now. I'll tell you this. The best $100 bottle of whiskey you can buy is Angel's Envy Finished Rye. It's really good. Buy it. You won't regret it. Almost everybody I've recommended to says it's one of the best whiskeys they've ever had. It makes great birthday and Christmas gifts too. All right. There we go. Anything, gentlemen, before we take off?
Well, one thing I should mention, I mentioned it earlier when I was talking about my upcoming April 15th, Saturday, April 15th class. You could save up to $250. That's not the cost of the class. Is not $500, folks. We have different packages that have DVDs and other options you can pick from. But just go to selfdefense.com/advanced and you'll see what all the options are.
Oh, I did my first live stream last night.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. It was cool. Like we went for 2 hours. Valhalla Awaits was on there, Mighty Meat, and who else? Oh, and Aussie Overlord. They all came on. I don't even know how they got it. And I had like 200 people show up, and I was just fumbling around. Like, does this work? It's my 6th try. I finally scored. I don't know when the next live one will be. I was thinking about doing a pre-Nick Rekieta grift show, like going from 10 to midnight to like lead up to hand it off. I thought that would be kind of cool because I can't hang after midnight. So I was like, I'll just do a pre-Nick show. But I don't know. I'm going to be on Legal Vices on Friday and follow his grift. But in the meantime, I'll notify you on my locals when my next Rumble live stream will be. I probably
don't forget.
Oh yeah, my book. Well, geez, I'm sorry, I'm off my game. I'm stunned. I was in court all day today. The book is Ideas and Answers in Law. You can get it at crimelaw.net. And that's the only place to get it. No other place is this available in the world except for me personally, from my own personal website. And you know who else is super, super cool? Farmhand Tom. Farmhand Tom is helping me redo my website, and he's going to put together my new website, which is going to be stevegosney.com, which is not up yet. Don't look there. I'm still working on it, but to do the new book. Yeah, that's right. Available from Nick Ricada for $2,000. So anyways, so I've got another book I'm working on, and there'll be more coming. So just I'll be out there. I'm around. I'm going to be plugging away.
All right, guys. I will put up links to the night show as soon as I get that hammered out. I'm going to go take a nap. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me tonight, or today, I guess.
Today.
And we'll
see you in the morning.
See you then. Y'all have a good night.
Bye-bye. Stay safe, folks.
Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes better, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more of that frog. The spirits blow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all planet folks from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed, so pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains